time for the second half of the iRacing Daytona 24-hour for 2021 here on RaceSpotTV. Grueling, twice around the clock race. Our teams have made it halfway. Now they've got another halfway to go. Nearly 4 a.m. in the morning in session time, our teams are racing towards the sunrise in Florida. I'm David Haynes, Hugo Lewis producing, and Chaz Draycott joins me. Chaz, this is an event that in the real world draws so much passion, so much enthusiasm. Here on the sim, it's been going for the better part of 6 years, and the dedication, the passion, and the will to win very, very much rivals that famous race.
Good morning, David. It certainly does indeed. And can I just say as well, I've just got to wait a minute for the goosebumps to go down from that intro tune there. I mean, we both had that sort of moment of, wow, this is epic, and it matches up to the event, you know. I mean, I've done 3 Daytona 24 hours from a driving perspective, and it is such a massive event. When you're in the car, there is just a huge pressure on you, and like you say, with other 24-hour races going on in the world, you'd think it's just another one amongst those, but it's just not. Daytona is such a challenging circuit. Every time you get to the bus stop, every time you get to turn 1, you just get this little bit of, am I going to make this, in the back of your head? And when the guys are racing as closely as they are and as competitively as they are in modern day iRacing standards, it's just one hell of an event. It's fantastic. Great to be here.
Happening right now, your LMP2 leader on the lane. Just a quick recap, of course, 3 classes in today's race, the fastest being the LMP2s, then GTE, and then GT3. Those 2 GT classes, our teams have their choice of their model of car. P2, of course, is only the Dallara P217. You can see there for VRS Co-Anda SimSport number 8, your leaders. Car went up on the jacks, and it looks like they're getting a new driver in the shape of Mac Backham as well.
Yeah, indeed. Been an absolutely amazing performance once again from VRS Co-Anda SimSport. We don't expect anything less in the modern age, do we? But Mac Backham flying out of the pit lane now. And to be fair, that's another challenge of this circuit, really. Even just the pit lane exit, if you get a clean exit, you can actually gain a little bit of time, because as we all probably know, Daytona has those very aggressive bumps on the left-hand side that if you're in a very fragile car when it comes to damage, you're going to receive quite the hit from those little bumps, especially in something like the P2, aren't you?
I mean, you can get some damage on the front and on the rear and repair it very easily on these prototypes, but it's the floor that you're always trying to look after in these prototype cars, bouncing across the curbs or bad contact or anything, and it hurts you so bad. You lose your grip, you lose all your straight line speed, and it's a difficult thing to repair, sometimes irreparable. So, with under 12 hours left in the race, let's recap the running order as they stand right now across our 3 classes. Of course, VRS Co-Anda SimSport number 8 leads at the moment, and then it's the Movano Sim Racing car in second with Dion Fialo, and then the other VRS Co-Anda SimSport, the 18, might cycle its way back into second at some point, but right now it runs third on the road. Then it's Williams Esports in fourth. Team Redline, Ice Blue in 5th are off the lead lap, so it's just 4 for the lead lap at the moment. And then we have Team Redline Purple, Delta Sport U4K, VRS Co-Anda SimSport 13, and then the Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC car in 9th with the number 24, VRS Satellite Racing Red for the top 10 at the moment, Chaz.
Yeah, indeed. Nice and feisty up there in that class. Now, of course, going into the GTE class, Salva Talens leads the way for MSI Esports Red, and behind them is Andreas Jochimsen in the AAA Esports White machine. Phil Denez in the BMW BS Competition machine is in 3rd place. Been following those guys on Twitter, absolutely loving their liveries and the whole zebra thing that they've got going on. It's brilliant. BMW Team Redline in 4th, Max Benecke behind the wheel of that at the moment. Valtteri Alander for Kova is in 5th place, with Johnny Verhoff in 6th position for Manatee Racing GTE. Behind them we've got BMW Team GB who I had the joy of actually practicing against earlier on today and getting very scared at the fact that they were 3 seconds a lap faster than us. Augustin Canepino in that car. Bo Albert for Astro Gaming Altus Esports, obviously a previous winner of this event, the Altus boys, down in 8th place at the moment. Carlos Dieguez, would it be, is currently 9th with AAA Esports Black in their BMW M8, just coming out of the pit lane right now. Tobias Martinez for Sport Team Competition is in 10th, rounding out the top 10 in the GTE class.
Yeah, 55 cars took the start of this race, only 40 running on track right now, and some of those running on track are a little wounded looking as well. Let's go to GT3, and in the last hour we've seen a lot of action, a lot of intensity from Team BMW Bank. They've had a bit of a struggle putting some cars some laps down in class. Really didn't want to go a lap down, and that's a difficult position to be in when you're the leader, because you're the one who has everything to lose and they are the ones with everything to gain, so you've got to be so careful. And Niels Kosch's navigated that one cleanly. His lead at the moment over a minute from Vendaval Sim Racing Red, and then it is Sim RC Carbon in 3rd, Team Fordzilla in 4th, Bila Team Euronics in 5th, SRC Squadra Corsa in 6th, and then another Bila in 7th, Vendaval Sim Racing Blue for 8th, Marla Racing Team for 9th, R8G Esports Junior number 2, number 25 in 10th. A little bit of a battle going on between them and Urano in 11th. And of course, it's probably been talked to death in the first half of this event, but it always bears recapping on a new segment of the broadcast. The different vehicle models available to our teams and that have been selected across these two classes. So very interesting balance of Lamborghinis and BMWs in the GT3 class, that is.
Yeah, we do have some wonderful bits of machinery out there. Of course, some of the newest the newest GT3 cars on iRacing, the BMW M4 GT3 with that controversial front end, let's say. It certainly does split opinions, but it is, in terms of the actual car itself, I mean, looking at the shape of it, the size of it, I mean, even the height as well, BMW seems to have a knack for putting out these cars that they are thoroughbred GT cars, but they look like somebody's placed a touring car in the middle of a GT class, don't they, and put a nice big old wing on the back of it. But the M4 certainly, shape-wise, looks the part. I'm not sure on the front end personally, but like I say, it has divided opinion so far. We've got one of the Ferrari GTE cars just going through there. And this is the thing with GT3 class, isn't it, in this event especially. They're not that much slower around the banking than GTE cars, because at the end of the day, GT3 cars are very similar on power and they're similar on aero in certain ways. It's actually quite a difficult thing to let GT cars through and not lose time in the GT3 class, isn't it?
I mean, across all three classes, at this pinnacle of all of the different splits that are happening, of course it's going to be so equal in every class. But yeah, even more so in the GT3, it does seem like we've seen them sort of just trading tenths one way back and forth and the other. Looking at Urano, and in front of them, just ahead, is the R8G Esports Junior. That's the one in blue, which confuses me because it's a very similar shade of blue to the Fordzilla. What do you call that? Do you call that a baby blue?
Yeah, I'd say so. Maybe a sky blue. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it's some of them. When we get into this stage, especially when they're still going through the night, they can look a little bit similar. I do like the livery actually on the R8G Esports machine. It certainly does have a striking combination of colours. But I do agree with you. You know, especially with the little flashes of orange on the side there, it does at a glance look similar to the Fordzilla livery. But the R8G machine certainly, well, obviously having to not focus too much on the P2s around them, but that's the thing here. It always feels like you've got traffic, doesn't it? There's just barely ever a braking point, it seems. You just never get time to think, right, my lap, I'm on my own, I can just chill now, because there's always cars around you here at Daytona. And especially seeing as it's such a big circuit, that's actually quite a surprise, isn't it?
Well, Chaz, I know you were meant to be driving in one of the other splits and didn't, but I've been driving a couple stints in the LMP2. Goodness knows what split I'm in. It's probably like 10th or 12th or whatever, but we're having a ripping time, and I had one lap in one of my stints earlier today where for just some reason not a single GT car in front of me for the whole lap. Yeah. And I was just taken aback. It's like, but this what? Where have they all gone? I have not had a lap in hours since the start of the race where that had happened, you know, like 6-7 hours ago. So yeah, traffic very, very much constant here. And, oh, you know, you hate when that happens, right? A battle shaping up and then all of a sudden Racecraft Esports goal. Pit lane beckons and Inertia Sim Racing getting let off the hook. What a great little wiggle on the pit entry in the background there from the 6 as well.
Yeah, the Williams Esports machine just kicking its tail out a little bit there, but it just shows you the limit that these guys are on with just trying to push the car that extra little kilometre an hour into the pit lane. Try and do it as late as possible. Here we go. Hey up. The reaction times as well. Hopefully not throwing Michael's hands away too far with a direct drive wheel, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, the back end on that P2, I mean, we were talking about it before the broadcast, weren't we? It just gets to that little point where it wants to just go in a completely different direction to you if you have to overstep it on the brakes.
And one of the things we're going to notice and point out is that the LMP2 teams are going crazy long distances on their tyres, proper endurance through the night spec stuff. You know, double stinting, you know, always think about that in these endurance races, but I think there's a lot of quad stinting and maybe quintuple stinting going on for the tyres for these LMP2 cars. The tyres are really just holding on, giving enough grip deep into the stints, and then critically for the layout here at Daytona, you don't wear them down that much, and when the tyres do fall away, you don't lose that much performance. There is 2, 3, maybe 3.5 serious traction zones around the lap, and the rest of it, you know, if your tyres are a little off, you can deal with it. You can keep a handle on it and not lose too much time.
Yeah, we were going to be racing in the Ferrari 488 GTE, and every single lap we saw these P2s come around, and we just thought, how are they still doing these lap times? You know, we were watching it on the board, and it's just the way the tyres hang on in that car really are phenomenal. It's got such great tyre management capabilities, and then we're thinking, oh, flipping out, can we even double stint these tyres in the GTE? But it was certainly an eye-opener to see how much time they can gain, not only in pace, but in the fact that some of them won't take tyres for at least 3 pit stops. It's absolutely bonkers, but what a car. What a car indeed. I'm nowhere near talented enough to drive it, unfortunately, not to its best capability anyway, but that's why we're watching these guys now, isn't it, I suppose? They're certainly doing a wonderful job at flinging it round lap after lap, as we currently have a look here at
pit
Michael.
Stop from your leader in GT3 there as well, the BMW Bank car taking the pit exit. I've seen a few people mess up that pit exit here. Maybe not in this top split, but in my split, someone took the pit exit on their old tyres, on their triple stinted tyres, had a bit of a wiggle like we saw for Williams coming into the lane, except it was on the way out, and they clouted the attenuator and the concrete wall that protects the racing line from potentially unwieldy cars on the pit exit. So it's a concern here at Daytona. Pit entry, pretty simple except for the fact that you approach at ridiculous speed. Pit exit is a beast though. Here's Sasha Gola on the pit lane. This is the Movano car that was second. It's now back into third as it becomes a VRS Coanda Simsport 1-2 once again. Looking at the box time, fuel's about to be done. And then it's up on the jacks for the number 5. I don't have good figures on how long they've gone on this stint, but later on in this commentary segment, I'm hoping I'm going to have some good numbers because, bless you, Joel Guez, your latest update's working a treat for me and actually keeping the data as to whether the tyres are double, triple, quadruple stinted, exactly how many laps they have done on a set. So there's been at least 45 on that set before that stop. So at least a double stint, potentially a triple or more.
I feel sorry for those tyres in all fairness, but like I just said before, the capability this car has to look after them is just phenomenal. It really is. Stay on board with Sasha now. You can just see, as soon as you come out, the first thing you get is traffic. I imagine that can be slightly frustrating. You can see the fluctuation in lap times as well there. All it takes is one little bit of traffic, like we're seeing now with the BMW just in front. It's probably the reason it's dark. It's probably blocking out the sun, that M8. But in all fairness, you do get such a huge fluctuation in lap times here. They're not everything around this circuit. Traffic management is one of the key things. Obviously, track position, of course, very important. But when you come out of the pits and the first thing you've got is traffic, I'm not sure whether I'd prefer that or not, you know, because I think I'd like a little bit of clear track just to get into my rhythm a bit in my stint. But sometimes when you come out straight into traffic, you're thinking, right, let's crack on, let's get on with the job. We're in our most difficult scenario here. Let's do it straight away. What would you prefer out of the two, do you reckon?
I'd prefer to not have what happened where I was taking the pit exit and then on the racing line a GTE came across in front of me before the horseshoe. But, I mean, you've got tyre warmers for the prototypes, for example, so cold tyres on the outlap's not really a problem. Straight into the traffic, I think, is doable. There's other cars, like for example, I think the GT4s, when they used to leave the pits with very cold tyres, where you would not want to be in traffic for the first 1 or 2 laps. Just how sketchy the car is until the tyres warm up. It can still be the case a little bit for TCR, I think, but in the world going on right now, Biela Racing Team Euronics in the Lamborghini, Urano Esports HKM in the BMW. And you don't need that beautiful shiny new graphics package to tell you that it's just 2/10 between them on the banking. This is where the slipstream and the draft is absolutely massive. When you come off that ovals turn 3 and 4 and it flattens out, straightens up towards the start-finish line, you just keep on pulling, keep on gaining an advantage in the draft. You're talking earlier. Oh, that's wide though.
Oh, hello. That was a little bit of a moment for the Lamborghini. Onto the brakes into the International Horseshoe though. That BMW with those sort of yellow snake eyes that it's got, it looks so menacing behind you. I mean, the Huracán GT3 EVO, it's not a friendly looking car. It's a very aggressive looking piece of kit. No matter what, even with the lights off, look at it, it's wonderful. But that BMW, it's just got that sinister look about it. It's a good thing that you get that sort of white lens flare effect off the front, because I don't think that I could deal with having those sort of yellow snake eyes behind me the whole time. That's very, very scary when it's coming up behind you, especially the size difference as well.
They've both got a fantastic endurance lights package, honestly. The ones you get on the BMW there, and interesting to see that Biela don't have the endurance lights fitted. I mean, it's not Spa, it's not the Nürburgring, it's Daytona. The track is lit all through the night, but I'd still, with no performance hit, go and select those light bars.
Yeah, same. I'd definitely go for that. I actually had, I had my little, as you know, my little moan about paints and things earlier, as I always tend to, dealing with a lot of paints in different iRacing leagues all over the place. I had a massive rant from somebody the other day, actually, about the light bar on the Lamborghini, saying, why would you do that? It gets rid of our decal layer. We've got our sponsor in the middle. And it's like, this is the sort of thing that you need to... this is the sort of thing you need to accommodate for, isn't it? But, yeah, it's nice to have those options, so to be fair. It's not something that we've really seen before within iRacing, having those sort of different configurations, and to be honest, it just adds to the variety a little bit more, doesn't it? From a visual perspective, you know, whether we're commentating on it or being just a spectator. And I think that adds even more to the immersion of the event as well, because a lot of the time in real events you do get these cars, some teams choose to put more lights on it, some teams don't, and yeah, I think that's it's a very welcome addition from iRacing. I look forward to seeing how people use that going forward.
Would have loved if we had the endurance lights package for the Porsche GT3 Cup car, because they put some stuff in the bumper and all like that for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, which of course I'm also looking forward to later in the year. Shout outs to our guy Hugo Lewis here on the production. He's got this beautiful picture-in-picture and side-by-side that we've been enjoying, and I could not help but notice from Urano that they are using the clutch in some places. For example, going into turn 1, you saw all of the rev lights dip immediately, and that is a very telltale sign that Sebastian Schmallenbach has been using the clutch as he coasts into some of those corners, just not trying to pass Biela Racing, but using them to extend his stints a little bit further, put some strategy plays on with 11 hours and a half still to go.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've always been told that you only really worry about strategy and pit stops when it comes to maybe the last 2 hours of the event, especially when you're not in the position to sort of calculate where people are around you, what sort of stints they're on, whether they've saved fuel, whether they've saved tyres. But in obviously this higher level up in the top split, away from me in lower splits, it's really quite intricate, the calculations that need to be made. And like you say, good spot on the rev lights dipping, because that's exactly what they're going to be doing right now. Just makes life easier, doesn't it, over the long run for these guys? They just get their chance to sort out what they want to do later, and if anything, it's gradually clawing them time back in a later stop, which is just brilliant, because obviously they get the extra lap out of it, but at the same time, the main aim around here is to spend as little time in the pits as possible.
I was yelling at my teammates earlier today because I was putting all the data into our spreadsheet, and it was telling me that if my teammate kept doing 23 lap stints instead of 24 lap stints, it was going to force us into taking a pit stop with 2 laps to go. Oh. And with 18 hours left in the race, I was telling him that I'm not letting that happen. So, when you're in an early... That was a control freak from me, but I was just making sure, if you want to look a hero in the last couple of hours, you've got to start teeing it all up a little earlier.
Yeah, save it for the last few hours, boys. Save it for then. But yeah, I totally get you on that. If you've got the opportunity to stop any sort of extra pit stops needed in the race, even from that early stage, if you've got the ability to calculate that, then fair play, and you've got to just do it. Now we've got the Urano Esports BMW going around the outside now of the Lamborghini. Schmallenbach deciding that maybe he doesn't want to stick behind him for all long. You've got to balance out whether it's worth the time you may be losing if you quicken the car in front, and around the outside through the tri-oval, nice and smooth onto the brakes into turn 1, and through he goes. Urano Esports, a team that have been really sort of doing very well in the public eye. They've actually got a team in the virtual Belcar Winter Series as well that I've been commentating on, and they've been absolutely dominating that with the likes of Fabrice Cornelis, Thomas Stockmans, Cone Klopman behind the wheel of their Radical. Actually, they're racing in the Radical, and those boys handle that car so well. They really do, but they are absolutely dominating that championship at the minute. Reigning champions as well. They won the very first season of the virtual Belcar E-Series, and now doing a grand job here at Daytona as well.
They had a great run in Sports Car Open at Silverstone a week ago, because they came from 10th, 12th on the grid to, I think, finish on the podium, something like that. They didn't have great qualifying pace, but they're just pace in the race, and their strategy came good. Draw to your attention that while he was doing a great job saving fuel, I was expecting Schmallenbach to press on with the job eventually, because he's got the newer tyres than the Biela Lamborghini. If he was going to ride behind forever, then he'd never get the chance to use those new tyres to their best effect. He'd be, with new tyres, wearing them down, but doing the pace as if it were old tyres.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, you've just got to balance out whether it's worth saving the fuel sat behind a slower car, or whether you've just got to go for it and crack on. We go on board now.
I'm dizzy.
Oh, gyro.
Took the stage.
In the Biela Racing Team Euronics Lamborghini Huracán GT3 EVO, a wonderful sounding machine. We all love the 5.2 litre V10 that we get to witness in the Lamborghini, and of course in the Audi R8 LMS. Another fantastic sounding machine. But the Lambo's been a really welcome addition for me in iRacing. I've not actually got a chance to drive it yet, but in terms of just spectating different sessions and leagues that have been running it, it sounds amazing. It's got its own pop and bang sound on the overrun, which we all love from the Lambos. It's just a great bit of kit, and riding on board now is a real joy with Nicholas. And you can just see the size difference. So, I mean, we're in the low slung Lamborghini, but you can tell just how tall that BMW M4 is. Now, I'm not sure if you're going to agree with me on this, David, but don't you think it looks like a later iteration of the Lexus RCF GT3 car from the back?
The tail lights match, the whole body shape matches. Yes, I'm absolutely in agreement with you. I don't know about you or some of our viewers, but I've got 5 iRacing credits coming my way, so maybe I'll go and pick up a Lamborghini. I don't own either of these GT3 cars featured. In fact, this is when I realised I was, not hip to it. Is when I went to register for the session. There's 7 models of car in session, and I only own 2 of them. That being one of the GTEs. Which of the GTEs do I own? And the Dallara P2. So I haven't kept up with the brand new GT3s. I haven't kept up with some of the GTE models.
I think I only have the BMW M8 and the Ford GT. Actually, no, that's a lie about the Ford GT. But I only own the M8 because I had to paint it for somebody, and there's a lot of real estate on that BMW. I nearly ran out of pixels on my screen. But I'm in a similar boat actually. I don't own either of the GTE cars. I do not own the Dallara. I've driven it on at my brother's house pre-lockdown. But there's not really many cars in this session that I have either. I've only ever really put time into the Ferrari, and I did 1 season in a league in the Ford GT, but me and that car don't get on. We don't really speak anymore, to be honest. But yeah, it's interesting that the variety creeps up on you that quickly, though, isn't it? But it just shows you what a great job iRacing are doing it, giving us new content. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I love a good surprise as well.
Yeah,
the M4 GT3 really came out of left field, didn't it? And is that still very much an iRacing exclusive as well?
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I'm pretty certain. I'm just thinking because other sims that are solely based on GT3 cars do not have it yet. I don't think anybody else really does. Not in a.
So think about this. This right now is the first ever Daytona 24 of any shape or colour for the BMW M4.
And that is why iRacing is one of the most sought after sims in the world, because they do things that, they do it on such an accurate level as well that, we only would really prefer the real life counterpart over it as race fans, I'm sure. But even so, great to be able to see the car in action in such an accurate form and probably get an insight as to how it's going to behave. We do sort of overlook how accurate iRacing can be sometimes. I'm very guilty of that myself as well, just because of the amount of time that you spend in the sim. You can sometimes look past it, but yeah, it certainly is an interesting eye-opener to see this car. And as I said before, when you see the size of it and the shape of it compared to something like the little Lamborghini behind it, and if you weren't really a motorsport fan, if you didn't know the cars very well, and somebody told you that those things are very equal in performance and in the same class, they'd probably tell you where to go. But it is awesome again to see that BMW have created such a competitive car already. And I must say, from a real fanboy perspective and a visual perspective, because I'm an absolute swine for aero, that rear wing with just the slightly curved front plate on it, absolutely love that. And obviously, it's a BMW with chunky arches and a fat wing on it. Who doesn't love it?
There you go. Looks like they are going to catch a little bit of traffic here.
Another little Lambo.
Yeah, and then is that even about to be for position here with the SRC Squadra Corsa car. Also on some older tyres like Dallara Racing are. So, battle for 6th in GT3. SRC Squadra Corsa, then 7/10 to Urano, then 2/10 to Dallara. But in the middle, must be Pure Sims? Getting out of the way now, though.
Yeah, potentially.
There's marbles out there. Honestly, you can see how ridiculous the marbles are on the outside of Turn 1 and on the outside of the horseshoes, but you can feel those when you're you can hear those when you're driving. You get in a bit deep into Turn 1, for example, and it is so easy to notice how little grip there is wide.
Yeah, indeed, and you're right, it is the Pure Sims machine. My mate David Baker behind the wheel, Dr. Baker as we call him. in the Pure Sims Esports Lamborghini. Those guys running number 116. Of course, Pure Sims very much affiliated with Ash Sutton, reigning BTCC champion. So he's got the boys are into the top split. I think this may be the second or third time. It was the first time they've raced this race as Pure Sims Esports, but previously CQR Club. I believe they were in the top split before. But they've added some new yellow flashes to their livery recently. They often run predominantly white and, as we described it before, baby blue liveries on their cars. And they are a sim racing components retailer, essentially, like a sim provider.
By a wide margin, my favourite BTCC driver is Jack Goff.
Fair play. I can see why.
We've tried so hard to get him to do a race with us at Team Huge Ass for the banter, and it hasn't come through yet. So anyone got any contacts? We need to make the combination happen. Don't make me say it, but we need to make the combination happen.
That's fair play. Well,
a little bit of three wide almost there through turn one, and we talk about the traffic both within the GT3 class, but for the GTE cars, sure, they're faster in a straight line, they're faster through the middle of the corner, but only a little bit, and only in a couple places, so that was a bit sketchy. So while the battle continues for GT3, we saw one of the Altus cars trying to come through, and there was also some other GTE traffic as well. You really need to get a good run out of some of the corners, use the slipstream off the GT3 to be able to even vaguely cleanly get past them in some of these places. And hello, here comes an LMP2 filling up that very, very well placed rear vision display for Gabriele Rizzo.
Yeah, it surprises me that no other cars have had that up there before. I mean, it does seem it's a little bit garish because of the size of it, but at the end of the day, it's functional over everything else, isn't it? And having it on the dash may be a good thing because of the fact that, you're keeping your eyes at a similar level to where you're sat, but at the end of the day, you don't want it constantly in your face, and just like having a normal rear view mirror, being able to look up and see what's going on behind you, big advantage. As there we go, another P2 down the inside into the bus stop, and just look at the speed it carries through there. It's just a sight to behold, isn't it? Really does do a wonderful job, and then just absolutely clears off round the banking. But this is still your sixth place battle in GT3. It's opened up a little bit now, of course, but they're still very much within touching distance as we continue to look at the Urano Esports BMW M4, the number 16 machine. Certainly suits that colour scheme as well, does that Beamer? Absolutely loving that.
Yeah, in the dark when you can't see the grille.
Yes, I totally, I think that's one thing I'm very grateful for right now, is the fact that we get to commentate on it at night. We don't really get to. I think Hugo's probably trying to give us as much of a close-up look as possible at the front of it, saying, here you go, here's something to open your eyes in the morning. But no, it's at the end of the... Oh, thanks.
Oh, no, Hugo.
He had to, didn't he? He had to.
I praise all of your great work and your side-by-sides and your very careful and brilliant selection of camera angles, and then...
You go do that.
Then you have to go and do that. I mean... Honestly, if they don't demonetize this stream for that and that alone, then what's the point? What is the point? That is the most vulgar and offensive thing I've seen on YouTube in a long, long time. But to wind it back a little bit, back in 2011 or so, when some of the creature comforts that we take for granted in the modern cars weren't quite so common, my dad had a hire car for about a week. And in about the fourth or fifth day of my dad having this hire car, I said, it has a rear vision camera, like a reversing camera, right? And he's like, it what now? Because it was in the dash, and every single time he put the car into reverse gear, he was looking in the mirrors. He just wasn't looking for the fact that there was a backup camera fitted to that car, and he'd never driven one that had one before either. So, different placement for the backup cameras. Some have it sort of in the dash in these race cars. It's interesting to see one that has the display up top. I know a lot of road cars used to have the mirrors where when you engaged reverse gear, it started occupying sort of a section of it.
Yeah, I've never really trusted those cameras just because of the very wide FOV they give. There's a friend of mine that had a Golf GTI, And he loved the fact that whenever we met up or whenever we went anywhere, we used to visit a lot of aviation museums. Whenever he'd turn up, he'd always reverse into the space, and he'd always turn up last to make sure we were all watching, just to see his little Volkswagen badge, just do that stupid little raise up thing and just poke it into a space. And then, obviously, over time, when we got used to that, every single time we went anywhere, he'd just get the mick taken out of him. We're into 7 hours completed now, by the way. 7 hours, 1 minute and 40 seconds. So, no, actually, apologies. That's because it's the local time. Shut up, Chaz. I'm too tired. 7 hours completed.
I'm with you. I can never trust. I can never trust the rear. Yeah, I mean, every time I look at it, like, am I about to reverse over an object or a bollard or a small child or an animal? And then when I see that there's nothing there, then I'm back to just, relying on the mirrors to fit in, or perform whatever maneuver I'm attempting in reverse gear. It's a nice thing to sort of look at and eliminate one of your blind spots, but it's got to be a really fancy one that draws the lines on and all of the whatever before I can actually trust it.
Yeah, it brings on the sort of discussion of, are we getting a bit too much done for us now in day-to-day driving? Because I kind of feel that we are, personally. I've seen there was a post recently about a screen dashboard that goes across the whole of a car, and it's just like, it's almost like the height of the screen that you get in the middle of a Tesla, but across the whole dash. It's just, I think it's getting a bit much now, because people are relying on automatic sensors and automatic lights and things like that too much now, and they just don't know what to do. They don't know what to do about it. As Tommy Osgaard certainly knows what to do. That was not the longest pit stop in the world, but also not the shortest. So these guys at VRS Coanda Simsport chucking another car back out on circuit, second place at the moment.
I'll tell you what 33.8 for a pit stop time tells me is that they are hitting their fuel numbers perfectly, because it's a 75 litre tank in this car. If you refill 74.8 litres, that's about how long it's going to take. If you had, half a lap of fuel left in the car, that's when you see these pit stop times that are more like 33.2 seconds, 32.5 seconds, and it does look like the last 2 stints from Erstgaard have been 25 lap stints. So if you go out there and do no fuel saving whatsoever in the prototype cars, you're going to end up doing about 23 laps to a tank. So the fact that they're hitting 25 and hitting 25 exactly, they've got a strategy in mind for that number 18 to just try to, on strategy, keep them ahead of the number 5, because on track, it's very close.
Yeah, indeed.
Half a second, I think.
Yeah, it is. They've got to do a very, very strong job of consistently hitting the mark with pit stops and timing, and that's the thing. It makes all the difference. If you're doing a stop and you're a little bit complacent with it and you just go, stuff it, let's just put this amount in, or let's just let it take as long as it takes, or you're not quite pushing it on the way into the pit lane. Half a second can make all the difference. Now look at that from Sasha Gole down the inside of the lapped traffic there into turn 1. Really gains quite a lot of time, and I think we're going to see a move anytime soon here from the Movano sim racing machine. Look how close they are on the brakes. Into the International Horseshoe, back on the power again, down towards the kink. Scary little corner in itself. But it's great to see.
Gole has the fresher tyres in this situation. He took some 15 laps ago, and then we've just discussed that the Coanda car in Erstgaard is trying to hit a fuel number, and quite an aggressive fuel number as well. So for the Coanda strategy to work, they want to keep the Movano car behind, but for Movano to make good use of their new tyres and not end up getting sort of overcut on the strategy by Coanda, Sasha Gole, I think, is very much looking to get on past, get ahead and get clear rapidly.
Yeah, indeed, that's it. If you've got somebody that's just come out of the pits, no, he's actually holding back a little bit there. Very
I'd wait till after the bus stop, honestly, because if you pass them on the way into the bus stop, they're going to get you back before turn 1. Whereas if you've got those fresh tyres, you can be quick through the infield. A good run out of the bus stop here, pass them into T1. Hope you can put a bit of traffic between you with the horseshoes and the kink, and turn 6 back onto the banking. So what does the run look like from Gole now?
Beefy.
Going to go high up the banking. The speed difference quite severe. 380 20 for Movano, 300 for Coanda as they try to use the sizable draft of the BS car and then have to go around the outside as well. So this is a great opportunity for Movano to try to bolt 1 second clear and just try to keep that contest for P2 alive in the prototype class.
Yeah, through no fault of their own there, the BS competition M8, which, let's face it, it's like driving into a different postcode anyway, trying to get round that thing. It's actually helped out the Movano machine very, very greatly there. I don't think that Tommy's going to be too pleased with that, but at the end of the day, it happens. You're at Daytona. We've already discussed the traffic. And now, like you say, that battle for P2, very enticing at the moment, but of course they are some 1.5 minutes off your race leaders, VRS Coanda SimSport and the number 8 machine currently. A little bit further back as well in that class, it's pretty close between 13th and 14th place. Racecraft Esports Gold only 1.1 seconds ahead. Oh, they were actually. R4R Motorsport, sorry, are actually in the pits now. I didn't pick that up for a second there. It's just the time didn't update. But yeah, the whole class, other than those second and third place cars, is pretty spread out. There is Scott Michaels in the R4R Motorsport machine. It's not, now you probably won't believe me if I say this, but it's not the only P2 I've seen so far with a white livery with spots on it. My brother is actually running in the event for TechSense Fitstyle Motorsport in a different split, of course, and he's having his first ever 24-hour race on iRacing. But they're in a Fight CRC, a Fight Colorectal Cancer special livery, which is white with loads of chrome dots all over it. And it certainly does look nice and fun on the little Dallara, especially when it's clean as well. There's a nice little look at it as well from what we would call the drone camera. Certainly catches your eye.
Boom camera, could be on a wire.
Yeah, we're gonna. I was thinking, are we gonna get into camera technicalities now? You like a good camera, don't you? Oh, he's actually.
Oh, he's going to park it immediately out the exit there. That's probably looking like a problem of some kind. Got to reset a steering wheel, check something else out. Just parked it before rejoining the track. Cost a bit of time here for Scott Michaels.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, that. It's always the intriguing part of motorsport, isn't it? When you see a car or a driver do something that you don't expect and you think, well, that's out of the ordinary. You want to just know straight away, like, what happened there? Like, why did he stop? And to be fair, your first stab at obviously thinking, you know, could be a wheel reset or could be a bit of hardware. It's very true. You know, we have to do that quite a lot in sim racing, maybe a little bit more than we'd all like to, but I always say this in any sim racing broadcast, that we tend to attribute hardware failures, you know, Wi-Fi disconnects, things like that. We tend to attribute those to real life mechanical failures. They don't get simulated within iRacing, but I think the fact that us lot tend to build our own PCs, and I think they leave the mechanical issues up to us, don't they?
It's still possible to blow an engine if you damage a radiator or something, but you're never gonna just be trundling along and have a random failure. Here's another possibility. What do you think? Maybe he had to let the cat out? Yeah, potentially. I've heard of that before. To be fair, I commentate on an oval racing league, and we were behind the pace car not too long ago, and somebody just stopped at the side of the road, came back in, and then rejoined the queue in where he was, and then took the restart. He just parked it on the apron for a little bit, and in the interview afterwards he said he genuinely had to go and let the dog out because he was scratching at the door. So it could well happen. Off track there, trying to go around the outside of the West Horseshoe, given no room by BL Euronics in 6th, and maybe didn't deserve to give them any room there as well. Energy SimSport lose out big, and VRS Coanda, the number 13, one of their several efforts in the top class, gets ahead. How long is that gonna last?
I was just about to say how much I love that livery. Anybody that knows my branding knows I like white with blue gradients on it. But that Energy SimSport machine, really got caught out there by the Lamborghini. Not even running wide, was he? He was just making the most of all the circuit. Maybe just expected him to be a little bit more patient off the corner and getting on the power, maybe just going to the right. But yeah, like you say, the VRS machine now going through and trying to break away.
Just thought he was going to get VIP treatment, and you know, arrived at the door, and his name wasn't on the list. No one recognised him. Yeah, I mean, there was no overlap coming to the exit. It was really hoping he was going to get left room. They've both gone in deep into turn one. He used up all of those marbles, and that, for Jon Jens, dropped him behind. Energy back up into 11th. Wow.
It's great.
One lap, struggles for both of these cars there.
And that's the thing, it's one lap in a 24-hour race. You know, if a couple of those moments add up, it can make such a huge difference come the end of the race. And I think that you really have to be so dialed in an event like this. And it is great to see the odd chink in the armour here and there, the odd little moment. Because at the end of the day, as much as people want to disagree, and they do call them aliens, these drivers are all human. You know, we do make mistakes. We all have different judgment calls. And I love seeing that in a race like this. You know, you get those little moments that just open your eyes and you think, oh, hello, that's not quite how you'd expect to go around there. But yeah, doing a fine job at the moment in the number 29 machine, Eduardo Bourget, I must say.
What was the name of that driver in the Oval League?
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was.
Okay.
I
was
know
just
that,
wondering who let the dogs out. Who?
Well, I know that I commentate for a good friend of mine, Alex Sedgwick, who's been testing at Daytona recently in real life. He's going to be racing in NASCAR ARCA series this year over in the States, bless him. And he actually did the same. He stopped on a pace lap and then just parked the car on the apron. It was rolling a tiny bit, and then he got back in and then joined the queue and took the restart as normal. But apparently he just wanted to go for a wee. But that was it. He just thought, well, I've got the chance. Stuff it. See you in a bit. Off you went. But yeah, I can't remember which of the other drivers it was. It was someone a bit further down the order that's not usually getting much airtime, unfortunately. So it doesn't stick in my head. So if you are that driver,
that's one of those decisions where you'd toss it up in your head beforehand, but when you go through it, you'd know you made the right call.
Yeah. You've got to take the risk.
You're not going to regret it.
No, definitely not. I'd rather wait and do that and try that than wet myself during a race, to be fair. But I'm sure we've all come close in endurance races like this, especially, I mean, you mentioned before, quadruple stints in these P2 cars. I don't know if I'll be able to last with that, the way my bladder is. I'm getting old.
I'm going to take a look at some of the Coanda cars in the prototype, because I get a feeling like they might be doing some... Is the word sextuplets?
Yeah, it would be, yeah. They are.
That would match what we've been told their tyre strategy is. Where they're only putting a full set of tyres on the car every 6.
You've got to be mad, haven't you?
6 stops.
You've got to be mad, but at the end of the day, if it works, it works. If they can make it last, then fair play. Here is your race leader then. Mac Backham in the number 8 for ERS. Coanda Simsport P2. P1 for P2, you could say. Just doing what they do, aren't they? We've seen this so many times before from Coanda.
Rogers did 6 stints in this car before Backham got in. What was it, 150-ish laps? And so 6 stints would be, well, the thing is, because they're doing basically exactly 40 minutes to each fuel run, it fits very nicely as 3 stints is 2 hours, so that's 4 hours. That's 4 hours in the car. So it's a bit, but 4 hours at Daytona is very different to 4 hours at the Nürburgring.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, to be fair, when you put it as 4 hours rather than 6 stints, I mean, in my head, a lot of the time, I always just go off what GT3 stints are, and they're usually about an hour. So that would be almost a quarter of the race in one chunk if you were doing that in a GT3 car. But I suppose with more frequent stops in the P2, then you know it makes sense to be able to push it that hard, doesn't it? It's pretty amazing that they can do it either way, because I know a lot of guys that are running in the P2, and in all honesty, I don't think that they even dream of doing that.
Almost an hour into this segment of the broadcast, we are at the iRacing Daytona 24 for 2021. And, well, we've definitely seen some interesting moments, but no real race-changing moments in this last hour. There's been a couple little battles forming up, particularly GT3. That's one of the places we've seen it get very, very interesting. Slower the car, the closer the racing sometimes.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this is going to probably be a massive change of image right now in terms of what people are watching, because we've got these exciting P2 cars, we've got GTEs, GT3s, at one of the greatest racing circuits in the world. But look at things like the over in here in the UK, we've got something called, greatly named, the BRSCC CCC, which is the City Car Cup, and they run using the Toyota Aygo, Peugeot 107, and the Citroen C1. And honestly, the racing in that, because they're so about momentum, those cars, the racing's unbelievable. It's absolutely fantastic, and I totally agree that the slower the car, the better the racing a lot of the time. It really is awesome. Really is.
This gives you, more time to think about what you're doing, more time to, try to balance the car in the middle of the corner, because you spend more time, through the corners. And of course, the effect of the draft in a slipstream becomes more prevalent the less horsepower you've got. And this is your leader in the prototype division. Look at the traffic Mac Backham has in front of him. Well, it is busy as Lego City.
It is indeed. And this is the beautiful thing about Daytona, is sometimes you can have those laps. Like you said before, you got one of the golden laps where there's just no GT cars around you at all. But then other times you could be in a P2, you'll come up on another slower P2 in front of you, while also getting around some GTE cars that are overtaking GT3 cars as well. There's this horrendous overlap period that, if you say you've never had the Daytona 24 Hours, you are absolutely lying, because everybody's witnessed it and everybody hates it. But it's just part of the beauty of the racing. It's what tests these drivers to the best of their capability. Love that shot there through the bus stop. It's a hell of a corner. Certainly is the scariest part on the track for me, especially if you're running low wing. But yeah, there's so many aspects here in this race that really test these drivers, isn't there? Compared to others as well.
The only time you can say, wow, it was so exciting waiting at the bus stop.
Oh yeah,
that camera angle.
Yeah, very true. I'm not a fan of riding a bus, but yeah, I agree. It's not often that you can genuinely mean that, but yeah, Daytona does strange things to you, doesn't it?
Sure does. Sure does. Gosh, there was something on my mind 30 seconds ago, and then it's gone away.
Welcome to
with the wind.
Welcome to my life. I'm getting old now. I'm starting to forget things. We've got Sasha Gall in the Movano Sim Racing. I'm not even going to pretend to pronounce the last bit. Just stopping in the box there from, well, where would they be? Third place before they came in.
Second, I thought we saw them get ahead of that Toanda 18, and we were talking about how when the pit stops cycle through, Movano are definitely going to want to have gotten ahead and punched further ahead. And again, they were helped a little bit by the traffic. For the first time in this segment of the broadcast, the traffic clumping.
Yeah, indeed. And I do apologise, everybody. It is still early in the morning here in the UK, but the Movano machine gets back underway. Love what they've done with their livery, by the way. I must admit, and I know that Dion Fallow is in the chat, but the last one wasn't as striking as this, and I'm glad that they've gone for something like that, because it looks a lot better than the previous iteration. Sorry, boys, I had to say it, but certainly is nice. And it suits that P2 as well. There's a lot. The one thing that, I mean, I'm sure you probably know the same as well from doing the huge ass cars. There's, when you get a plain massive area of car like the fin down the back of the P2, it's just painting heaven, because you think, oh boy, what can I do with this now? There's so much room for activities, you could say. It's great. Love that sort of stuff.
Got an idea. Maybe for one special event livery, we can put like a checkers board or tic-tac-toe or something on it.
Yeah, maybe BS Competition and Williams Esports could play Connect 4 on the back of it or something. It's not like that's happened.
I love Connect 4.
There's actually a fantastic, I don't know if you've seen, there's a meme that goes around every so often. It always comes up on my Facebook of all the
Connect 1.
Yeah.
And Connect 20. Connect 0, the game for people with no friends. Or
yeah.
Oh, yes.
It is absolutely mega. And then there's one that's called Oh, it's just a picture of the game board on its own on the table and nobody else. Neither of the kids are there. It says, the kids have gone home, go away, or something like that instead. It's just amazing. But there's one that somebody came up with that's like Connect 8437 and all the pieces are really tiny. And I don't think that it'd be a quick game. That'd probably be a 24-hour esport, wouldn't it?
The mind boggles. Battle for 7th in GT3, so it says. Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, easy to spot. They are Vendaval, and they are very blue, and they've got the endurance lights fitted and ablaze to their car. Fordzilla 1.2 seconds back, and then within a pit stop comes Marlow Racing Team, and then Urano, who we've been keeping an eye on as well, and their little battles they've had with some of the other Beeler cars, for example, in 10th. But here's the look from Fordzilla, 1.2 seconds back. You just get the faintest whiff and the taste of a slipstream, but not enough to help you close up too much. You get within a second, and then it becomes quite powerful.
Yeah,
Alex Pello, we're going to talk about you. That's a name that rings a bell for you, surely.
I'm actually going to surprise you here and say I'm afraid not. I've been very.
Or is it? It's not. That's not the IndyCar driver, is it?
I think it may be, actually. You're right. I've been very sheltered in a lot of recent motorsport stuff. I won't lie. I've been in a bit of a shell trying to figure out what colour I want my RGB lights to be on my PC. But no, in all fairness, Hugo's confirmed it as well, so I can pretend that I did know that.
Do you want me to
ask again? Go on, Hugo. Love it.
Chaz, I'm just looking on board with the Team Fordzilla car, and it's a bit of a memorable, an interesting driver to see in this race, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Of course, it's Alex Palou, the IndyCar driver. Obviously, we all know that, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely we do. Glad to have him in this race.
I'm sorry, I try to be a good commentator, but I just can't do it.
No, honestly, I'm with you. Sometimes in a broadcast, I'll see a name, I'm like, oh, that rings a bell. That guy ran battery tender MX-5 Cup in 2017. And then other times, you're staring in the face of, an IndyCar driver or an F2 driver or, for example, the owner of Creventic and the 24-hour series, and the name doesn't ring a bell. It's amazing what does and doesn't make a connection. But he's making a little bit of a connection to the slipstream on Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. This last lap, he got within a second, and look at the closing speed.
Yeah, it really is making a big difference now. Even having a look down into turn one, he's actually going to go for it as well. Late on the brakes. Oh, lovely stuff. Lamborghini does go for the apex. Just squeezes him that tiny bit down the inside there. But Palou goes through. Beautiful stuff from the Team Fordzilla machine. And now he's going to try and break away. The endurance lights certainly are bright on the front of that car, but I suppose that's the point. But now he's just going to have his foot down and crack on. But that's the best sort of overtaking manoeuvre to do in a race like this, isn't it? You don't get held up by the car that you're chasing at all. You just get on with the job, make the move at your first opportunity, and then clear off over the horizon.
Yeah, we were talking about how you kind of don't want to make a move going into the bus stop when it's between class, because then they're right back at you heading down towards turn one. But if you can get a good move into turn one, time it with a bit of traffic, you can be able to break away like Movano did in their battle in LMP2. You're in GT3, I'm just not quite sure Alex Palou is going to be able to pull that one off and drop Vendaval Sim Racing Blue too much, but it is the case that Fordzilla got fresher tyres than Vendaval here. Oh, and the prototype sneaks in.
That was very nip and tuck there. That was very close indeed with the P2, but that's the thing. When you're in the two very, very different cars, you either think, oh, the P2's got the capability to do that, or please just wait. You've got the capability to do me on the straight or on the banking, so you may need to just hang back a bit here, mate. But you know what P2 drivers are like. Beep, beep, coming through, see you in a bit, and they just fling it all around the outside and, off into the distance again.
If you weren't meant to send it, why would Dallara have given you headlight flashes?
Yeah,
it's
true.
Just, work with what you're given.
Well, I always joke that the amount of people that I see flashing the headlights in a lot of iRacing leagues, I always joke that it gives you 15 brake horsepower more for a couple of seconds when you flash the lights, because you'd think it did with the amount that people do flash them. Yeah, and the thing is as well, it's difficult to know whether it's an angry flash or whether it's just a quick hello, because I often flash my lights at people meaning for it to be the latter, but then people at the end of the race are like, why were you flashing me? I didn't even do anything wrong. And it's like, no, I was just being nice. I was saying hi.
Well, that's why I pick when and where I flash the headlights, right? Because if you're right behind someone like this, you flash the headlights, that's angry. But if you've pulled out to one side and you're going past, you flash them as you're going past, I think that's friendly. I've got Ronald Grossman, Sports Car Open administrator in my split, driving a GT3. He's been flashing his headlights at us every time we come past, and I'm not sure if it's because my teammate dive bombed him once or he's saying hello. So yeah, again, not sure. It's not like a horn where you can decide is it an angry beep or a happy beep by how long you hold it down or what kind of, beep 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 beep, it is. The headlight flashes, it's one button and that's it.
Yeah, I'm with you on the horn beep as well. You can either hold it down as a beep and just like, that's an angry noise, but if it's just a quick beep beep, it's like hello. But yeah, with the lights, you press it and it does flash consistently, so it's either get out of my way, you idiot, or hi mate, but there's no knowing. So Dion Fallow, give him a nudge to make sure. Well, yeah, you could do that, I suppose, but you might break your lights in the process. But at the moment, we have the battle for 10th in the P2 class very much in our face. That's Syandra in the VRS Satellite Racing red machine. Not too much red about it at the moment by the look of it, but certainly the day glow yellow on the front of it is certainly quite menacing, and it's closing up to the back of the VRS Commander SimSport machine, number 88, with Jon Jens at the wheel. Now very much in the slipstream down towards the bus stop. I doubt we're going to see him go for it this late here. You can hear him backing off a bit. You can see the difference open up again. He's going to focus on getting a good run through the bus stop. Clip the left, clip the right, get on the power, make sure it doesn't step out. Now, interesting little moment there, because Jon Jens has had to go around the Lamborghini, so he's taking a different run out the bus stop. Certainly got a good run out of it, though. And it doesn't look like Syandra is going to be able to do anything about it at this point. Car behind them is the number 12 machine, just going, not into the pits actually, just going down the inside. That is Jeffrey Reitveld in the Team Redline Ice Blue machine. Nice and easily down the inside.
Blue, not baby blue.
Very true, very true. Now, do you think here, at this point, David, that we've got now Syandra sat behind Jeffrey, and he's going to try and hope that Jeffrey opens the door when he laps the number 13 machine?
You can live in hope. Yep. Especially we've seen that a few of these places, like this horseshoe, like turn 1, if you do get put wide, it is very slippery with the build-up of the marbles. So there are a few places where if the 13 does get shuffled a little offline, it might be possible for the satellite car to swoop on through. They're one of the few naughty boys who didn't submit their paint on time. I think AAA might be guilty of that. I'm not saying name and shame, but shame on them, and I have given you their name.
And that's the joy of being a commentator. You can point stuff like that. Get your words out, Chaz. You can point stuff like that out. Such as, I told you I was going to mention this, if we looked at the Fordzilla BMW M4 GT3, you'll all see something that has really been bothering me recently. There's somebody that does help run a number of leagues in iRacing and commentates on them, sorts the paint packs out. You will see the massive pain that is the number boards. Now, within iRacing, if you all didn't know this, welcome to Paint Time with Chaz. I said I'd do this. We've got basically a number of sort of pre-selected liveries within iRacing. You all know that you can do the iRacing paint shop, choose what colours you've got and a basic design if you've not already got your own livery sorted. But some of the very first ones, which are the, let's just say the BMW promotional liveries for when the car was launched, they have white numbers stamped on the side and BMW's very own number boards, as it wasn't already in a series at that point. You'll see it there. The number just pokes out of the side of the number board. Now, I've had so many people come to me in the last 2-3 weeks and say, why are my numbers not showing up on the car? Without realising that the number is there, it's just that it pokes out the side of the board. So if you want your numbers to be black on the BMW, so they show up against white number boards, as I would have hoped that Fordzilla had done, Then you need to choose, there you go, thank you, Hugo. You can see the number 9 just poking out the side of the board there, on the right-hand side of it. You need to choose one of the other basic iRacing liveries, one of the basic designs that you can recolour if you want that to work. And then, hopefully, if people do see that and hear that, they'll stop coming to me and moaning about it.
You packed away your soapbox?
Yeah, the salt and pepper shaker's still on the desk.
Okay, just put it to the side and you can bring it back. You can bring it back later. I'm not saying you've got to get rid of it.
That's all right then. I'll keep it contained for now. We'll put the lid on that for now. Later, everybody. We'll do another public service announcement later. There you go. As mentioned before, down the inside and through past the number 13 machine. That was, of course, Andra and the number 67 VRS Satellite Racing Red machine. And he did use Jeffrey Reitveld as the sort of the doorstop there down the inside. But I'm sure, of course, the VRS kind of SimSport machine of Jorn Jens probably not too disheartened by that at this point, because at the end of the day, we've still got 10 hours and 51 minutes to go. Plenty can happen in that time. We all know that. There's plenty of oversteer there through the right-hander. Lovely stuff. But that's the thing that you don't always see. You know, the body language of these cars, they always look so planted. I mean, from a visual perspective, the P2s just give you a great amount of confidence in what the car is doing. But on board, they really do slide them around a lot, don't they?
They certainly do. Part of it, oh my gosh, take a look at this traffic for Jorn Jens. Decisions, and none of them are great ones. You've got GT cars side by side on your way into the bus stop. He's going to have a Delta in his dash that says pain after that particular one. But you're right, they do slide them around a lot on the rears. Part of that comes down to the traction control system in these cars is very much to get you out of trouble when you're already way too hot. I don't know anyone who's managed to work out how to reliably lean on the traction control and still go fast. But one of the things you do have at your disposal that I've been playing around with, and maybe we'll get some word from some drivers on this one at some point, is you can adjust the throttle shape from the cockpit. So you've got new tyres on, the linear throttle shape is great, very responsive, and you know how much power is how much throttle you've got. But as you wear them down a little bit, the S-shape throttle maps become a little useful because it just lets you roll into the throttle a little more gently when you get to the apex, and then you put in 20-30% throttle. That doesn't give you quite the same bark off the corner initially, and it rolls on a little more smoothly if you haven't trained your right leg as well as I'm sure a lot of these drivers have.
Yeah, it gives you that little bit of leeway, doesn't it, to just be... Maybe you don't even have to start to feel like you're more patient on the throttle. You can just do what you've been doing, but just get that bit of forgiveness, let's say. We've very much got red versus blue on our screen at the moment. The Urano Esports BMW M4, number 16 machine. Just in pursuit of the number 25 R8G Esports Junior 2 machine with Quentin Violate at the wheel. They've got a P2 car coming up right behind them right now. Well, never mind. Through it goes. But I believe, yes, the R8G Esports Junior 2 machine has just come in the pits. So once again, as we saw earlier, as soon as a battle starts to commence or starts to shape up, it is gone. And now upon them is the battle that we saw earlier with Andra in the P2 battle with VRS Kind of SimSport, the number 13. Hopefully not unlucky for them this evening, or today, let's say. Now look at this, he's trying to find a way around the BMW. Wasn't too pleased about that. There is obviously a lot of chat about what lap traffic should do, and be interested to hear your thoughts in the chat, everybody. Whether, if you're in a slower car, whether you stay on the racing line and be predictable, or whether you make a conscious effort to get out of the way of faster cars, because as we all know, we see different approaches by different people over the course of a race like this. It certainly makes life difficult for the faster cars as well, because when you're trying to judge that and you're doing a higher speed, it's not easy to get it right every single time, and that's why incidents do happen. But up here in the top split, I mean, the driving standards obviously pretty amazing, to be fair. Everybody knows exactly what to expect. They've all got pretty level heads on them in terms of going for moves and where to hold back, when to push. Wonderful shot there from the helicopter.
There's more retirements in this top split than there's been in my split. So while I would say that the rating and the speed and the car control of everyone present here is very, very good, I think the car control and the racecraft steps up one notch. The aggression steps up two, and it actually leads to more incidents, more retirements. Then I think deeper into the fields and the splits, there's still some talented drivers who just aren't playing quite the same stakes. So two ways to look at it there, but I definitely think here everyone in all classes would say just hold your line and we'll all work it out. Consistency, predictability is key. Do you think he had the flash of the headlights going on because he knows we're watching him?
Maybe his team are like, oh, you're on the broadcast, do it quick. Do it. He's flashing everybody, it seems now. But you are right, actually. Some of the names that have already retired are big names in there. I mean, we've got obviously previous winners, Logitech G Altus Esports in there, two of the R8G teams, one of the BS competition teams, one of the VRS Coanda teams. There's a massive list of retirements further down. I hadn't delved into that too much at the minute, but even Porsche 24 driven by Redline, 2 laps in the book, and that was it. It's just a massive shame that they have that go on, but at the end of the day, it makes you feel even more, doesn't it, to the drivers and teams that do this in the real world. They put a lot of money into gaining sponsorships and getting partners on board, and then actually traveling to the event, putting the physical work of staying fit, get used to the car in a physical sense, driving it as well, putting all the exertion on themselves like that to do 2 laps and have an accident that's not repairable. It's just, it beggars belief, doesn't it, really? Because, I'm sure you've been in a similar situation to me, is in an event like this, when you have an accident or have a major setback, it's so upsetting and so frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt. That's these sort of team races, these endurance races, the highs are high and the lows are lower. If you have a great result and a great finish and everything goes well, then it was a team effort, everyone put in their bit, you all get to celebrate together. But if you're the driver that puts it into the wall, you got to live with more than just you've thrown away a result, but all of those teammates who trusted you and put in work for you that you have let down. So in both of those ways, it's a tough world. But then that's why everyone does it, because when you do get a great result, you can ride that high for a while.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's do a fan immersion now, Chaz. We'll ride on board some laps with a car, and I don't have one in mind. Do you have a favourite? We rode on board with the Lamborghini earlier when we had the seasickness camera. I think we go with GTE.
Yeah, I agree. If it was that we were going for a GT3, I think I'd have to be a little bit biased to my mates at Pure Sims Esports. They are currently down at the bottom of the pile in 40th position overall, but still David Baker plugging away in that car. But yeah, GTE for me. I think, do we do the dangerous thing and let Hugo make his mind up on which one?
No. I think we should have
Sorry, Hugo,
Veneti Racing GTE number 20.
Yeah.
I reckon. Honestly, they're not doing a whole lot at the moment, but they're right plumb middle of the field. About 11 cars still running in this class. They're running in 6th. They've got a special, maybe potentially nighttime looking paint on their BMW.
Oh, yes. Bit of chrome. Love that.
Oh, yeah, there's some metallic, there's some sparkle in that. Great in the nighttime. You should never be seen with sparkle or sequins in the day. But whatever. Oh, there's a plane coming into land in the background as well. That is it's a 5 a.m. arrival. Goodness, probably a red eye from the west coast or something. But on board now for a little bit with the number 20, Johnny Verhoff. driving the Maniti Racing GTE BMW M8. Some laps on board there with the Maniti Racing GTE. Where do they run in class at the moment? It was 6th or so. I don't think a whole lot changed in that time. Still 6th place for them. While we're on a little break there, Chaz, I went and took a look, and Daytona Beach International Airport only has 2 permanent scheduled destinations. They are Atlanta on Delta Airlines and Charlotte on American Eagle, which is basically, you know, the feeder airline there. So not a whole lot of permanent year-round destinations from Daytona Beach, which is why it'd have to be a Delta 737, because they're the only mainline carrier flying year-round into Daytona Beach.
These are the important updates that we love to bring people here on RaceSpotTV here at Daytona. But yes, I'm glad that that was brought up, actually, because me and a friend did have the heated discussion, and he was saying it was too big to be a 737. But let's face it, iRacing isn't really a flight sim unless you're deciding to chuck the cars very, very hard into one another. Anyway, we are here, of course, for the Daytona 24 Hours. Absolutely amazing to be a part of this once again. Of course, my circumstances, rather unfortunate with the fact that I was meant to be racing, but after the time shift, it just wasn't feasible due to outside of the sim commitments for some of us. But I get the joy of working with David and Hugo, and of course Connery later on RaceSpotTV. But we've got a very interesting race so far, and it's at that point now, isn't it, where things are nice and chill, as my son has just joined me in the office. Good morning, mate. It's only 10 to 8. What are you doing up? He's actually here to say hello, bad luck of it. But we're in that point of the race now, aren't we, David, where it's a little bit chilled out. People are just in their rhythms, and this is where the hard work comes in now to set themselves up for the last few hours.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, you're looking forward to sunrise within the next 2 hours, hour 40 or so, and then the complexion of the race changes there with the tyre strategy a little bit as well, with the track slowing down a bit again. And at this point in the race, you are definitely trying to count backwards with your tyre strategy, with your fuel stints, with your driver allocations, etc. as well. A little bit of traffic in the infield, as there always is. GT3 proving to be, as we mentioned, just a little more compressed, a little more competitive than some others.
Yeah, you often get this, don't you, in the different classes. They have sort of like prime time within their own class as to when in a race is going to be the busiest sections. And a lot of the time, because of the different stint patterns that you get, you know, some of them overlap one another, and the different pace that you get from each class as well. You know, there's a wider spread in each one. And I think that obviously contributes to some of the bunching up that we saw earlier. I mean, we were on board with, was it Jon Jens, where we had like all three classes represented right in front of him. And it was just like a sea of different cars. You've got to be able to judge which car is quicker than what, who might be braking earlier, who's got the capability to get the run out of the corner. There's so many things that go through your mind when you're dealing with all of this traffic. It's not easy to do, and that's the thing. People overlook that sometimes, is how difficult it is just to run a race like this and just consistently get through traffic successfully. It's mad.
So 10 hours, 30 minutes to go. It's been an hour and a half in this commentary segment, so it's time to do another rundown. Take a look at where everyone is running, at least in the top 10 or so of our 3 categories. And of course, once again, we'll start at the very tippity top, our fastest and overall class, VRS Coanda SimSport. They're number 8, still your leader, 18 seconds ahead of Movano Sim Racing, everyi.it. And the VRS Coanda SimSport 18 back in third at the moment, as second place keeps chopping and changing. The two are off cycle, pit strategy wise, with each other. Sometimes the 18 gets back into second place, and then for a bunch of laps, the number 5 will be back into second. But as you can tell, well, our top 4 still here within about 40 seconds or so at the moment, because in fourth place it's Williams Esports number 6, picking up a little bit of a slipstream, a little bit of a draft, and following along with the number 18. I think Williams Esports it's a pit stop in the next 1, 2, maybe 3 laps if they're stretching it out as well. So Josh Thompson looking at third place, but very shortly Pit Lane is going to cruelly snatch that away from him. And in fifth, it's Team Redline Ice Blue. Sixth for Team Redline Purple, so Ice Blue before Purple, and then VRS Satellite Racing Red. Naughty boys without their paint should have gone to RaceSpot.media or checked out the RaceSpot Discord or even on the forums in the special events category, where Arjuna Kankapati had a very comprehensive and detailed thread. Really, there is no excuses. There's been a swap there for the third, though, because Williams Esports aren't going to be content to wait behind even with a pit stop looming. Chaz, these prototypes, they get quite noticeably faster as the fuel burns down. They're under a ton, so the fuel weight, even not a big tank, very noticeable.
It's crazy to think that a car that, from a mass perspective from the outside, is under a ton. It's just amazing. It just shows you how modern day engineering really is a marvel in itself. But look at this through the traffic now from the number 18 machine, Tommy Usgaard, doing a wonderful job. We'll run through the GTE class as well, just to go through the order there. Mark Perez currently leading the way for MSI Esports Red, doing a wonderful job in their BMW M8. Second place, we have Jackson Suslin Harlow for AAA Esports White. And then in third position, we have the BMW Team BS competition machine, Phil Denez at the wheel of that. Kova are in fourth ahead of Max Benecke in the BMW Team Redline machine. We then have Maniti Racing GTE, Johnny Verhoff, who we were riding on board with earlier, ahead of Sami Matti Trogan in the BMW Team GB car as well. Astro Gaming Alters Esports are in 8th place in class, ahead of AAA Esports Black. And rounding out your top 10 is Sport Team Competition with the number 28 machine, Fernando Borda, at the wheel of that. Hopefully isn't too Borda behind the wheel.
And I cannot stress this enough on that top 10 in GT. Do you know what? Give it a top 11, because Alpine Eagle Racing in 11th are the only other GTE running. So there was 16 in class at the start. 11 are running. Let's not leave out Alpine Eagle Racing, because they are in 11th and on track, 8 laps off the lead. Let's flick across into GT3, where Team BMW Bank are still leading. Underneath the skin, this is sort of BS competition, isn't it? And then in second, Biela Racing Team Euronics, Sven Haase. So I think that's a BMW leading from a Lamborghini in second. The balance of performance quite interesting then in GT3 to see that after all this time, 21 seconds separates them, and that really comes down to strategy and the drivers and the tyre life more than any appreciable differences between the two makes of car. Well done, iRacing. I guess it's a little easier when there's 2 models in class rather than 4, like there is in GT3. But third in this class comes Vendaval Sim Racing Red. Oh, you've done me proud, Hugo. I didn't know we had that graphic and the emblems and the badges. Sim RC Carbon in fourth. Marla Racing Team in 5th. Of course, BS and Marla and Team BMW Bank and Redliner, ones we expect to see in a BMW going forward, that's for sure. But in 6th, Biela Racing Team Euronics and Urano Esports HKM. Wind your watch back about 70, 80 minutes or so, and I swear this is what we were looking at in the very recent past as well. So 6th and 7th, it's just crazy how there is absolutely nothing between a lot of these teams and these cars after 13 and a half hours of racing, with 10 and a half still to go. You throw in traffic, you throw in tyre wear, you throw in the day-night cycle, you throw in driver changes, everything, and you just can't separate them. In 8th, but I think to cycle forward a little bit soon when Urano and maybe Biela and some others pit is Team Fordzilla and our Spanish friend Alex Palo. And then in 9th, Vendaval Sim Racing Blue 142, make it rhyme, and Oris Racing Team in 10th. I tell you what, there's 14 running in this class. We've got the time. Let's do them the pleasure. SRC Squadra Corsa Black in 11th. RHG Esports Junior 2 in 12th. Side by side, here goes Urano though. And then Core and Pure Sims. But another easy little swap. 6th and 7th becomes 5th and 6th as the Marla Racing Team car is on the pit. And we've got the countdown on the ticker as well.
Yes,
worth
big
every
fan.
penny.
Yes, indeed. I was really looking forward to seeing the new graphics package. You know, in our wonderful Facebook group, some of the guys have been getting really excited about it, showing even us just little previews here and there of stuff, and I couldn't wait to see it all come together. And it really is fantastic. So we do hope that you are all enjoying it, of course. Don't forget to indeed smash that like button as well for this particular section, where David and I will be talking you through the ins and outs of everything going on here. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to RaceSpotTV as well, and you will never miss a broadcast going forward, especially if you hit that little notification bell icon. But yes, I agree with what you were saying, David, with the fact that this Urano car and the Biela car, completely inseparable after so long in this race. It is beautiful to see. It just shows you how competitive it is and how little is in it between teams like this, with all of the factors included. And to be honest, you've got to think that, I mean, I'm sure you as I have experienced it in an event like this, where it gets a little bit frustrating when you go through the same cycle again and again. You know, you overtake a car on track, you pit, they're in front of you again. You overtake them on track, you pit, you're behind them again. It can happen, and you can get into this loop, but you only know that you've really succeeded in the race and taken a big step forward when you suddenly break that loop and you stay ahead of them after the pit stop or something like that. It carries with it this massive sense of relief and sort of reward, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes in these long races, you know who you're battling, but you end up off cycle strategy-wise with them. And for hours and hours on end, it can be like watching the tide come in or watching the tide go out, or watching the tide come in and hoping that when the checkered flag is out and time is up at the end of the race, well, you're standing dry above the high tide line there, I guess. You can try to calculate it backwards, how many pit stops you think they're going to need, how many you're going to need, and hope that that is enough. But it can end up like that. You know you're battling someone, and it just ebbs and flows in either direction. Really tough to gauge who really has the upper hand.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that the main thing for a lot of the race, I've always thought anyway, is just go for it. And just change tyres when you need to, take fuel when you need to. But in a much higher level like this, with these guys that we're watching now, they do have strategies. They know when they're going to pit, how long the fuel's going to last. I mean, you yourself earlier said that it's pretty much, if you are going to fill the car in the P2, you know, you've got to know things like how long does it take to put the fuel in, how much time will you lose on tyres, how long are you in the pit lane for, what's the best way getting into the pits. You've got to save every single tenth of a second in every little operation that you're doing. And it's interesting to see now, actually, that the Biela Racing Team Euronics machine closing back up to the Urano Esports BMW, very close under brakes.
Biela car, and I love that we're far enough into this that the graphics and my timing tells me is on its third stint for the tyres, whereas Urano's coming to the end of a second, so quite worn tyres for both of these cars. Hello, Racecraft. Goodbye, Racecraft. Yeah, this the third stint on these tyres for the Lamborghini. They've done 76 laps. That is an amount of kilometres, but basically 2.5 hours, and they're holding on to them very well. What I was reminded of with the triple stint, quadruple stint sort of stuff out of the LMP2s, though, is how durable the tyres used to be on the iRacing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. It was possible to do triple stints at the Nürburgring, for example, on a set of tyres. Sure, they get a little loose, a little sketchy at the end, but it was possible. Now, you kind of got to change them every stint. So what I hope we get going forward, and this is my turn with the soapbox, thank you for lending it to me, you're very, very generous, Chaz, I assure you I'll return it in good condition, is different compounds for something like the 911 GT3 Cup car. They can have a sprint compound for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, and maybe an endurance compound for races like this, for the races where that car features in the endurance format, which I think this year is really only the Nürburgring 24. We've lost it from the Bathurst 12-hour, unfortunately. I swear there was another race in the special events calendar that used to have that Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of which one it was now. I think you're right. Could it have been the Petit Le Mans? Did they run it there?
In years gone past, we used to have the Roof GT3 Cup car. It was called C...
No, the C-Spec one.
C-Spec. We used to have that in the Watkins Glen 6 hours, for example. But, of course, we got newer and shinier cars, times moved on, and, of course, what races in the real IMSA WeatherTech Endurance Cup thing changed as well. We no longer had what used to be the GT America, or something it was called.
Yeah, there's a massive array of very, very interesting car combinations that we see all over the world, and I absolutely love stuff like that. You know, it's one thing I really enjoy about GT3 racing is that there is such variety in the cars, and even now, I mean, even when you watch things like the British GT Championship, which I'm a huge fan of, you do see so much variation in the cars that go out there. And the fact that they're all close together in terms of performance as well just shows how fantastic the balance of performance can be and how close it can be as well. But, yeah, it's a shame to lose certain cars from it. But obviously, you know, hats off to iRacing for what they do. I must admit that with the issues that happened in the original running of this event earlier on, I must admit, I think that some of the backlash was a bit too harsh from people. You know, iRacing do a mega job with the servers alone and just how it all runs. You know, considering how much goes on iRacing, the fact that we've never really had an issue like this until an event as massive as this, that I don't think anybody could have comprehended. I think they do a wonderful job of it. And the fact that they are limited to how many cars can be in an event, so what? You've still got 7 fantastic cars to choose from. You know, I think that the accuracy of the cars we have, the way they all behave as well, and when you look at watching these broadcasts, the way the cars move, the way they bounce around, they move so naturally compared to any other sims that I see, and the way that the cameras are as well, the natural move of the cameras, you can tell that it looks like it's human operated. I adore what iRacing do from a visual perspective as well, and just from a broadcastability, if that's even a word, just a broadcastability way of looking at it, it just looks right. You know what I mean? There's just... I think we really are spoiled with iRacing, and I think when one thing goes wrong like that, people are very, very, well, easily too quick to jump back on. As here's another flight coming in, David. Hugo,
ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Shortly we'll be arriving into Daytona Beach International Airport. At this time I'm going to ask you to put your tray tables up, and someone is off the circuit in the West Horseshoe there. And they're going to go side by side here in GT... no, that's not GT as well. That's AAA getting past the Marla GT3. Someone was off... A Lamborghini was off the track in the background there, right? Very recognisable because they've got the LED light strips that form hoops over the roll bars. Let's look back. Gabriele Rizzo, was he in a battle here with Marla? Was that for position? Oh, there's those marbles.
Oh, just...
He's lost his marbles, hasn't he?
He has indeed. It's like someone's put a magnet on the fence on the outside. As soon as he touched them, away you go. So look at this. He tries to go late on the brakes around the outside, just turns in, and then once he gets mid-corner and hits the marbles, there's just nothing. You can see the wheel having a real wobble around. Now, Jordan Diablo has challenged me on the visual aspects of iRacing, and I will tell you, my friend, that I have commentated and broadcast a lot of ACC. I even...
yes, that other set.
Yeah, that other
the
one.
licensed one with the GT3s, yeah.
Yeah, that one. But in all fairness, the main difference is things like how the cameras move. You know, everyone says that it's a very pretty sim, the other one, but there's a lot of things that I could pick apart from it. But we're not going to get into the whole, oh, this sim's better than the other sim battle now. But in all fairness, just what they call camera dampening. When you watch the cars from a TV camera, you know, the car moves around in the shot. The camera isn't perfectly fixed to a car. You don't get that in real life. And the way that the cars bounce around and stuff, in other sims, they just don't do it as naturally, considering the fact that all these cars are connected to a similar server, and all the data of how that car is behaving, what it's doing on the track, and even just how it's moving, you know, from a visual standpoint as well. The fact that all that data can be represented so well and so smoothly within iRacing is one of the real beauties that people overlook.
You can talk vehicle dynamics, and you can talk, you know, shaders and lighting and everything, but yeah. I'm absolutely in agreement with you that nothing I have seen comes close to the pitch and the bounce and the roll and the external appearance of the vehicle dynamics. You can just watch these pictures and it tells you so much about who's pushing, how close they are to the limit based on the slip angle, based on how the nose dives when they hit the brakes. It looks like what you're used to seeing out on a real track. And just to wind back a little bit, it was for position between Marla and the SRC Squadra Corsa car that went off the track as well. So trying to make a move for position, trying to dive around the outside of the horseshoe, in a little bit hot, car starts to slide a little bit, you get out onto the marbles, the problem exacerbates itself, and then you are Florida Lawn Care Company.
I've not heard of that one before, but I like that. But yeah, just coming back to the marbles a moment ago as well, that's another part of it, isn't it? The fact that it's not just like someone's drawn marbles on the circuit. They do affect the grip. They do actually, they cause you to run wide. You know, they have very similar properties to how marbles react to the cars and how the cars react to the marbles in real life. You know, they genuinely do drag you wide. Like I said, it's like someone's put a magnet on the fence when you go near them. But it's great to see that it does affect them that much, because that's the sort of limits we're talking about here. You can see the rubber on the banking there as well, as the Urano Esports BMW comes in the pits. That's a friendly flash. That's, bye mate, have some fun in there.
Yeah, that's it's a little see ya mate. And here comes Sebastian Schmellenbach for his pit stop. Now, this is the end of a double stint on the tyres. So we're going to see a driver change. Are we going to see new tyres go on this car? Or are they going to have to follow and copycat the Biela strategy of triples? Not that they're the only team out there trying to triple stint some tyres in GT3. Not seeing Schmellenbach give way. So we might still have him as company for another stint in GT3. Pit stop time carries on, and then shortly the fueling's done at about 41 seconds, and then he'll probably have that BMW engine roar into life and not have the car go up on its air jacks. 42 seconds, sure, near enough, close enough. Away goes the Urano car, separated from their dear friends Biela, Racing Team Euronics, but probably to be reunited some point later in the race if what we've seen is continued.
Yeah, the nerves set in a little bit when you come out of the pit lane as well as a new driver. So the fact that Sebastian's been in the car for quite a while now, he's just going to be in his rhythm. And this is the main thing, you know, sometimes it is worth leaving drivers in for the extra time, isn't it? Just so they stay in their rhythm bit by bit and just chip away. You know, if you've got somebody in the car, even if you've planned to do a driver change, I've seen it before where people don't change drivers. You know, they just think, well, so-and-so is doing really well at the moment, we're taking chunks out of the gap ahead, we may as well keep them in. It's not often that you get that, but, you know, it's good to have that versatility, isn't it? To be able to switch up the whoever's in the car at the time on a whim is what makes a great team, I think, in events like this.
Yeah, it certainly does. And with the way that the iRacing splits work now, a depth of talent to your team is absolutely required. It's not just about one star, one gun, because you could have the best highest rated driver possible, but they need to be followed up with another set of drivers of at least equal or close caliber. Otherwise, you won't find yourself in this top split. And then when the race rolls around, you can't rely on just one driver. You need some depth to that well. GT3 continues to be where the action is. Biela Racing Team Euronics 451 ahead of Fordzilla with not much time back behind to Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, and the Marla Racing Team, it's now up into 8th. They were in 10th when we saw SRC Squadra Corsa try to take a bite at them, so there is all sorts of spread to the stint lengths and the strategies.
Look at this.
And the pit stops.
We've got the two P2s still battling away as well there. I think that was... Actually, sorry, that was not for position. I think it was previously... Obviously, Syandra was fighting with one of the VRS Quanta Sim Sport cars, but it was the 13 they were fighting with. That's the 18. Pretty sure I can be forgiven on that one. Tommy Osgaard just putting another lap there on Syandra in the... Actually, I quite like the livery they've got on it now, to be fair. It reminds me of like a 90s Minardi sort of livery, but look at the closing speed there. Even just at the end of the straight here, it's just bonkers stuff how close they do get in the slipstream. But these cars, obviously, they are heavily dependent on aero, so it does affect them a lot more. But not doing too bad a job at the minute, are they, really, in the VRS Satellite Racing Red Machine. Top 10 and the top split is a mega effort, no matter what you're doing.
This is what reveals your age a little bit, maybe, is you see those colours in that proportion, and you say 90s Minardi instead of 2009 champions Brawn GP.
It's very true. There's too much black on it, I think, for it to be a Brawn.
Some fella who drove that Brawn in 2009, I heard he might be racing today. Fellow, I don't know, speaks Portuguese. Maybe a little on the short side. I wouldn't say that to his face, though.
Yeah, and due to a previous video that I've seen recently, he really likes golden retrievers. But yes, he is racing today, and this is one driver that I can pick up on the name of. But I was just about to say, I didn't know Jensen Button spoke Portuguese. But he's, yeah, Jensen was considering doing it, as far as I know, actually. He's part of Zancho Simsport, who I race for, and they've got a 7-man squad in their P2 car, so they've certainly got all bases covered. But of course, Jensen revealed the very interesting news recently that he's joined Williams for the coming few years as a senior advisor. I'm not sure if he'd be happy about having the word senior in there, but we'll have to have a chat with him. But either way, yes, Rubens Barrichello is in this race. Obviously not this one, he's not in this split, but he is teamed up with Fernando Alonso. He's actually racing against some friends of mine in Project Dynamic. Shout out to the boys, who are very pleased, as one of our lads, Josh Rayfield, actually overtook Fernando Alonso and drove away from him, apparently. So he's absolutely laughing his head off, because at the end of the day, that's one of the real beauties of sim racing, is that you get to go up against your heroes like that. You know, you get these real life racing drivers that have been in the public eye for so long and in such prestigious sport, and you get put on track in a level playing field with them, and you get to race properly and just race hard against them as well. It's fantastic, isn't it?
And if you're lucky, you get to stick a clean pass on Fernando Alonso. Does that mean Button's going to have to become a Williams esports driver or something? How deep do these contracts run?
I'd be lying if I said I didn't know, but I'm not sure if that's as far as it's going to go. I think it's just in this case, as with many cases, as I must say, because some people do sometimes forget to draw the line between the two. I think that there will be a very bold line between the real world and the sim racing world in that respect. But of course, I'm not like a spokesperson for Jensen or anything. It's just that I've been in the same team with him for a bit. You know, it's not even like I'm a long-standing member of Zancho. I've been with them since August last year. I'm very grateful for them having me, and they've got some fantastic names in there as well, such as the likes of Andy and Seb Prio, and even Enzo Fittipaldi as well, who was racing in the LMP2 car for us. So they've got a fantastic lineup, and Al Buncombe as well.
Enzo Fittipaldi's got a 100% finishing record in Formula 1 at the moment, I think. That's... Yeah. Pretty sure. I'd take that statistic. Even if it was 1 from 1. That'd put you in some rare company.
You mean Pietro Fittipaldi?
Yeah, that other one.
To be fair, I did the same thing. When he came in, I was like, oh, what was it like to drive a Haas? He was like, what? But he races in Formula 3 at the minute, I believe.
This is always happening. So there's still time. There's still time.
Yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Let's not rush it. Let's not rush it. Maybe I'm just from the future. I don't know. Shaping up here, though, and it hasn't been quite worth saying too much about, except now it's starting to get a little more like that. Biela Racing Team Euronics 451 in 5th, Team Fordzilla in 6th for GT3. Vendaval have dropped back a couple of seconds actually, because it wasn't long when they were about 12 seconds off this, now 15 seconds off this. Into the bus stop they do go. That's one of those kind of corners that would actually separate the different characteristics of the GT3 cars, and you saw Biela Racing Team Euronics have a little bit more of a wiggle, looking not quite as planted as Fordzilla. Remember, we talked about not third stint on the tyres with a 451. They've actually gone and changed them in the last 5 laps. So that doesn't make sense. Fordzilla is actually the team with the older tyres here.
Car that's going to handle well during the high speed stuff. You want it to be stable, but you also want it to have punch out of a corner as well, because with the bus stop, especially in GT3 cars, you cannot take it flat. And I've seen people try, trust me, but it's the fact that you need to just keep it balanced, keep it stable. You need a bit of everything out of there, really. And some of the cars just have that extra punch at the top end, while others don't. We've got 2 GTEs coming up as well, just behind. Is that your class? It's not the class leader, is it, in GTE? Looks very similar. It is the class leader in GTE. Mark Perez in the number 1 machine for MSI Esports Red. Just behind him is the Astro Gaming Altus Esports machine of James Scott. Currently
and then here comes AAA Esports White, who are now within a second of the GTE lead as well. Only 3 laps difference on the fuel as well between our GTE class leaders, so that one snuck up a little bit as well as they are going to bisect the fantastic GT3 battle. And then, sure, throw the Altus car in the middle as well. They're trying to battle their own class. And this is what AAA didn't want, because they'd gotten within 1 second of their class lead, and now 3 lapped cars between themselves and their class leader. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Now we're going to have 3 wide on the banking.
We are indeed. All 3 classes represented in one little 3 wide there. Love to see that. But yeah, the AAA Esports machine, not very pleased with that there. I'm surprised not to have seen more flashing from the lights, but at the end of the day, they're running their race. The GT3 cars are running theirs, and we continue to watch this now as the Fordzilla machine puts the pressure all over the back of the Biela car. There is Bosch, as he's known. Bosch Thompson around the outside in the Williams Esports P2. A little bit deep into turn 1, but manages to collect it all up. That's, of course, one of the beauties of the P2 machine. You can get away with quite a lot as he goes down the inside of the AAA Esports BMW. Now, another little setback for them, and as we were saying before, there's the flash of the lights. He says, "Hey, Bosch, have that." As Josh has seemingly let him back through. I wonder whether he got slowdown.
Yeah, I mean, you can get an off-track cutting the first horseshoe there. I believe that one's the International Horseshoe. But I've never heard anyone getting a slowdown.
Yeah.
From cutting it. I'm not sure where. You would have picked that one up. Not great to do that.
I think you can sometimes get it on the exit if you go really, really wide. There's like 2 layers of curb almost on the outside. I think if you really overdo it, you can get it from the outside there. But I can't imagine that line would gain you much time to then give back, in all fairness. But yeah, unfortunately, seemed the way for Josh there, because in this sort of race, you know, you don't, if you sort of lapped somebody a bit abruptly, or even if he got a bit close to contact, which is why the AAA Esports BMW was flashing his lights, you don't let them back through to then lap them again. That's just not how it is. So it must have been a slowdown. But yeah, hopefully that's not done too much to damage their charge forward. But I want to keep my eye on that GTE battle at the front, because it's now 2.4 seconds between AAA Esports White and MSI Esports Red. So Mark Perez has opened that gap up more as the Fordzilla BMW now overtakes the number 451 Beeler Racing Team Euronics Lamborghini.
So he did. It was pretty straightforward in the end. It looked, the BMW at that point just looking so much more stable through the bus stop. But that is the GTE Ferrari off the track. Very aggressive trying to get past the GT3 cars. He got in too hot and couldn't rescue it. And that's one of the precious off tracks used up, but also just not great for your tyres, not great for your confidence if you try to dive down into turn 1 and the car's not doing what you're after. So up the position did go for Zilla. Beeler, I think the Lamborghini just looks like it at the end of the tyre run must be struggling a little more with the balance, just a little twitchier. And the bus stop is always a corner that is going to reveal that, because you've got to bounce across 4 curbs. There's 3 changes of direction. Any weakness, any twitchiness at high speed going to be revealed when you try to bomb it through the bus stop, clip all 4 of the apexes and carry as much speed as possible.
Yeah, it's not easy to get right lap after lap, especially on tyres that are wearing out. And to be fair, the International Horseshoe as well, it's so painful trying to get round there without holding off the power for too long. When the tyres start to go, I mean, I was testing in the Ferrari 488 GTE. When the tyres start to go, it's just you waiting to get on the power. Fraser Williamson has just updated us, by the way, in the YouTube chat, saying it wasn't a slowdown. The wheel just didn't shift, just didn't go up a couple of gears, which is a real shame, because it's a large heck for Bosch. Here is Bosch down the inside of the number 18 Tommy Osgaard controlled VRS Commander SimSport machine. That's for position, of course, now. Up into 3rd place, Go Williams Esports. But for how long, David? Because we know Tommy Osgaard, he's not going to be holding back now he's come out of the pits.
Yeah, indeed. A little bit through the traffic there, getting boxed off the preferred line. But that is how it goes. You can use the traffic to your advantage occasionally. Commander SimSport rejoining behind, but they are carrying more fuel than Williams Esports. So if by the end of this race in 9 hours, 59 minutes, 14 seconds time, Williams Esports are going to hold on to that 3rd place, they need to work something out, because they're either headed for an extra pit stop compared to Coanda or a longer final pit stop compared to Coanda. Either way, the on-track pace has been very similar. So they either need to pull out some more speed, need to pull out some more fuel saving, which is something we've seen a lot of from the 18, or get lucky.
And get lucky is something you need to do a lot over the course of a race like this. You know, even just one moment overtaking a bit of traffic can just upset your race so much, could even cause an incident, could hold you back for half a second and mean that you lose out on a position that you then don't get back. There's so many different factors in an event like this. I absolutely love it, and it's always enticing to see. What we are going to do in just a minute is go for another fan immersion, I believe, David.
Yeah, exactly. It's about time. That'll also enable and allow. I tried to put those 2 words together, and that's not how language works. Okay, I find myself doing that sometimes, you know. Enable and allow us to tweak a couple things behind the scenes here as well, so we can keep bringing you uninterrupted pictures of the iRacing Daytona 24 hours for 2021. So for a couple laps here, as this enthralling battle unfolds, we're going to ride on board with Tommy Osgaard as he hunts Josh Thompson. Cracking little scrap. Let's watch it from the number 18 car. Well, a reshuffle in the production truck and a bit of a kerfuffle out on track, because I'm sure you were watching that one, Chaz. Serious miscommunication with one of the R8G cars coming up onto the banking. Put a little bit of a stunt to the momentum that Tommy Østgaard had in catching Josh Thompson. What was just a couple car lengths suddenly expands out to a couple of seconds, and a lot more work for Coanda to do.
Yeah, it's easy for it to happen, you know. Sometimes it's just a case of stay on your line and do what you're doing. Other times, you know, you try and be helpful and get out of the way, but we just see different effects from different mindsets. You know, I asked people in chat before what they'd prefer, and a lot of the consensus was stay on your line, but in my opinion, it's not really the same thing every single time. You know, I'd prefer it to be, but we all know that it's very situational, isn't it?
Yeah, and the situation there was a bit of a code brown, and you get this. It's what I like to refer to as the sort of awkward hallway double step, when, you know, you go to move one way and the other person trying to get out of your way at the same time reacts to step one way, and you do that little awkward two-step, which I've done a lot less of in the last 12 months for some reason, but used to be a big thing when there were lots of people together indoors. But yeah, the same thing happens out on the track sometimes, where one car, you know, tries to react to what the other is doing, but it's at the same time, and then they both react in the opposite direction. And the same thing happened for a little bit of confusion there as well.
Yeah, and when you've got the cars that are going very different speeds, you know, they've got very different capabilities. We were talking about it earlier, weren't we? The slower the car, sometimes the better the racing, because you've got more time to think about what you're doing, less consequence potentially, and when you are going slower, you know, if you are going to have a bit of contact or have an accident, usually it's not as severe. On board with Max Benecke in the BMW Team Redline M8 GTE, Goliath of the machine, currently in 6th position in their class. 63-second pit stop, of course. That says to me that they're going to be popping some tyres on that M8 as well and giving it some fresh rubber. Plenty of capability now as they come out of the pits, and I'm sure Max now getting into a rhythm, really pushing to see what he can get out of that car, because if he looks ahead, he'll have a gap of only about 3 seconds to Sami-Matti Trojan.
Yeah, in BMW Team GB. Someone will tell me if I'm wrong, because that always happens and I love that, but it looks like with those brand new fresh tyres that either at the stop before they also took tyres and those only went 30, or when Benecke got in, he inherited the old tyres of someone else, and only now at the start of his second stint have they given him a brand new set of the 4 round rubber things, and he's got them. He can use them to attack his fellow BMW team, and it is a couple seconds back down the road, but the new tyres help you in oh so many places. We've seen people struggling with slowing the car down from the immense speed of the banking into turn 1, and, you know, braking and turning at the same time there. More grip helps you with that. Through the infield it helps you, and through the bus stop as well. All of those are places where he's hoping he's going to be able to go faster than Sami-Matti Trojan.
Yeah, a lot of the time it just gives you the extra confidence, doesn't it, to really push the car and go for every single opportunity where you can carry a little bit more speed. I do like the livery on the BMW Team GB.
You know,
M8.
I hate to do this, but you remember earlier we were having a dig at some of the teams that didn't submit their paint on time or whatever, and therefore are appearing in some default liveries. From the front of this car, it's the BMW factory livery, which is a default livery that you see very often. But then at the back, you're like, oh, wait, no, it's just they've infused that with, you know, the Union Jack or whatever it's called, and together made a unique and very BMW paint. But there's a second in your mind where the people who spend a lot of time racing, you know, BMW fixed or whatever the, you know, the championships and the official racing were, where you see so much of that default customer racing colours. There's a second in your mind from front on where you're like, do they not have a unique paint? and then it hits you. So it's sneaky in that way. BMW Team GB, BMW Team BS competition are on the lane in class at the moment as well. They are also getting some brand new tyres. Car is up on the jacks. Now it's not. Now it goes.
I must admit, I do love their livery. I recently followed them on Twitter after the VCO Simi Awards, and I was made aware of their presence even more. And I tell you what, they certainly do have a very strong social media game, but they have a very strong race team as well, and a good-looking livery. It's quite interesting actually, because not to sort of take anything away from the teams that do it, but a lot of the time, a lion is a car. Well, there's a quote from Chaz. Brilliant. A lion is usually the sort of animal that you see on racing cars, because of the fact that, you know, it's a wise but aggressive and feisty animal. Interesting that they've gone for almost the complete opposite, but a zebra. But it works though, doesn't it? As we have a nice little bit of team formation flying here from Vendaval Sim Racing. Two of their cars together on circuit, both of the Lamborghinis. We're of course looking at the 142 Vendaval Sim Racing Blue machine at the moment, and their teammate Vendaval Sim Racing Red are right behind them, and that's for position as well. So it's not even as if they're on separate laps or anything. This is genuine formation flying right now.
Wyatt, Dakota is faster than you. I don't know how it works at Vendaval, but it is for position. Dakota Fripp is on 2 new tyres as of the last pit stop. I don't know. I'm seeing 49.4 seconds, which is long for a fuel-only stop, but short for tyres. Regardless, just 2 laps out of the pit lane for Vendaval Sim Racing Red, and Vendaval Sim Racing Blue owed a pit stop, I'm going to say, in the next 2 or 3 laps. We've seen GT3 cars going somewhere between 31, 33, somewhere around that, if they're stretching it out. So just out of pit lane is Vendaval Sim Racing Red. Owing us a pit stop soon is Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. If they're smart, if the left hand knows what the right hand is doing, if the blue team knows what the red team is doing, then Wyatt Gooden's not going to hold up Dakota Fripp too much.
Yeah, it's great to see the two of them running together, and I always love this sort of thing, because when you see 2 teammate cars like this together, same livery, I always love that. You know, it's a uniform thing about a team, but they have the tiny little differences. The wing mirrors on the second car there in red. They've got the little strip along the rear wing as well. It's none of this whole, oh, we're teammates, but we're running liveries that look completely different situation that really gets to me. But yeah, these 2 cars looking very, very wonderful together. They've even made sure that they've both got the endurance light bar on the front as well, which is very, very bright indeed. It certainly works. But yeah, you've got to be thinking at this point now, they've obviously got team communications going on, but if it was your 2 cars together, would you say, oh, stay behind them and save fuel, or would you say, well, just go for it and get through, you know, just make sure that the car in front makes your life easy?
Well, overall, you've got to say that the podium chances for Vendaval Sim Racing are best being served by the red car. So what you do for your team orders, for your strategy, is whatever's going to work out best for the red car. At the moment, it seems like early in the stint, that is the much lighter car of Wyatt Gooden, towing him around, helping them save fuel for Vendaval Sim Racing Red. If the red car was much faster at the moment, you'd get the blue car out of the way, but it seems like it doesn't seem like the blue car's holding up the red car and just helping the red car save a little bit of fuel at the moment. So this is how they're best serving the interests of the team as a whole, is helping the red car with whatever help it needs, which at the moment is a nice I tried to do the 2 words together into one thing. A nice tow and a draft. A nice taft, apparently. Goodness me.
Sounds like a posh person in the UK saying about a tuft. Oh, well, there you go. He's not helping him with anything now. As into the pits he goes.
Said he owed us a pit stop in a minute, and I'm sure the fans get a great view of that LED jumbo screen for a second. From the angle we had, it wasn't helping this fan tell. Driver swap for 142. That's probably gonna preempt a tyre change for Vanderval Sim Racing Blue, because it's now Dominic Ferraris in a Lamborghini.
I was going to say, it's a bit of an unfortunate name for a Lamborghini driver, isn't it?
Australian Dominic Ferraris, I have commentated on in several other championships across several years now, and if I had $1 for every time I've made that joke, honestly, I'm not proud of myself on that one. But we are going to see the Vanderval Sim Racing Blue car rejoin in not too long, and with a new set of tyres for Dom. Your leader in that class, though, is Team BMW Bank K Kashube at the minute. He's got a bit of traffic. We saw it's going on 3 hours ago how much traffic this car was having to deal with against some cars in their own class that didn't want to go a lap down, against all of that.
Yeah, they've certainly got everything stacked against them behind them right now. Obviously, we've got the M8 GTE, and then, of course, the P2. We're going to get another potential 3-wide situation now. The P2 being very patient at the moment. It just looks like he's holding back so much, though, because look at that. Gets on the loud pedal, and we will see you later, boys. Off he goes around the GTE machinery. Obviously, take about 3 to 5 working days to drive around the outside of the BMW M8, as we all know and love it. The number 707, currently 3rd in class, Valtteri Alander for Kova at the wheel. Now there is a pretty car, and there's another one, the Mahler BMW number 9. Absolutely stunning looking bit of kit. Andrei Bocep for the Mahler Racing team, currently down in, well, I say down, currently 4th in class. He's further down on my timing screen, obviously 30th overall, but still been a grand old job in the GT3. But that, of course, right behind is the Sim RC Carbon Daytona 24 machine with Jamie Moon behind the wheel. Very apt name for a driver that's behind the wheel at night, eh?
Yeah, indeed. I guess they're going to have to swap him out in about an hour when the sun rises. And it is a cracking little scrap again in GT here. We've seen the Mahler car going back and forth. With SLC Squadra Corsa, for example, around about 10th. And I think in 8 laps' time when Mahler pit, we're going to see them back around there in 10th. And that speaks once again to what we've kept hammering home, how close it is in GT3 that you take a regular pit stop, and that's enough to drop you from 4th back to 10th or so. Much closer margins than in GTE or LMP2, where you see we've seen 2nd and 3rd, 3rd and 4th, swapping around through the pit cycles, not huge swings of 6 or 7 positions.
Yeah, it's interesting how we do get these battles just develop and then suddenly they just dissipate once again. Whether that's down to traffic, whether it's down to the one car getting past the other. It's interesting to see how they do open and close up around a circuit like this, especially when considering the amount of banking that we have here at Daytona. They spend a long old time on the throttle around there in the slipstream, but the battle can just disappear because of traffic on the infield. It can just kill a fight very quickly. Speaking of a fight, we're looking at the number 6 machine here of Josh Thompson, the Williams eSports car, Movano Sim Racing EveryEye.it. Number 5 car of Dion Fallow behind him. Of course, interesting one to watch this because Josh did used to race for Movano, didn't he?
Well, what a silly season of driver swaps it's been even lately, and then you compare to going back over previous seasons where they have been plenty of drivers. Plenty of drivers moving around. There's always, at this kind of level, drivers driving for a team and then driving against a team that maybe they know a lot of the drivers in that team or they were once part of it. Here's side by side to the bus stop around the outside. I think that one was given up. They know when the goose was cooked from Williams, and up into 3rd goes Movano Sim Racing.
I like to collect phrases that commentators have said, but they know when the goose was cooked.
I say that all the time.
I obviously, I've never heard that. That's fantastic. I like that. I'm a big fan of that one, to be fair. And it's very true. It's a very apt phrase because Josh knew that there's no point fighting it, staying down the inside to the bus stop and compromising both of their lines through there. You may as well just crack on, let him through, There's still over 9.5 hours of this race to go. You've got plenty of time to make the time back up, or hand the car over to your teammates, or, you know, just get into the rhythm. And Dion's in his, Josh is in his. The cars are just at different pace levels at the minute. Whether that's down to tyres or not, I'm sure David can tell us, but even still, you've just got to assess the situations like that, haven't you? And sometimes just not be the bigger man about it, but just, you know, be level-headed and just be calm. And if someone wants to go through and you're risking something by trying to hold them up, then yeah. But apparently we have an update from David. Is that down to tyres, mate?
Yeah, a little bit. Racing driver is a very selfish profession, but occasionally in these kind of races, if you let your ego stop you from doing the smart thing, playing the long game, then it's not going to help you. All of the teams and the drivers and their spotters and their crew chiefs have access to pretty much the same information that I've got here. So that would help them in, you know, their decisions about these battles here. They would know, as I know, that Movano Sim Racing are 5 laps onto a brand new set of tyres. Williams Esports are 55 laps into their set. You could hold them back for a couple laps. You couldn't hold them back forever. And in all that time, you would just be, as Williams Esports, losing time in the battle that they're really trying to have as well against VRS Coanda SimSport. We've seen battles on track between the 18, between the 5 here, and between the Williams Esports 6. You know, it's a Mexican standoff of sorts, because if Movano Sim Racing and Williams Esports fight each other, then they both lose to VRS Coanda.
Yeah, that's it. You've always got to think bigger picture. I think that's the phrase I was trying to come out with earlier when I decided to eat my own mouth. But yeah, you really have to think long-term gain in this rather than short-term gain. If you just want to overtake somebody for the sake of being like, oh, look, I've overtaken somebody, that's not how to run this race. You need to think, I'm going to sit behind this guy, we're going to save fuel, we're going to do an extra lap on this stint, and then that'll give us a little bit more time potentially, or, you know, it'll just mean that we've done maybe an overcut or something. If you can just try and outfox the teams that are around you in the race, you need to assess where they are, what they're doing. I mean, these teams, they have people all over the place, don't they, all the time, looking at who's doing what team is on tyres for how long, how many laps they've gone on fuel. I just can't even begin to imagine the amount of work that goes into it behind the scenes here. I've seen the amount of work that goes into it on a very amateur level with me and just a couple of mates running this event, but when it's so much on the line like this, in such a high-profile event on iRacing, it just scares me how much effort goes into it. But you've got to admire it, haven't you? It's incredible.
Yeah, there's 4 drivers in the session, for example, for Williams Esports, and that doesn't even tell me who they might have registered as crew, and they don't even take up the spectator slots on a session. So there's 50 or so spectators in the top split here, plus a lot of the teams would have crew, plus, you know, drivers doing double duty. Very common, especially in a race like this. If you've got 4 or 5 drivers get out of the car, maybe take a little break, and then they're back, you know, spotting for the driver, keeping an eye on what the other teams are doing, advising them on, this isn't our battle, let them go, or this guy's going to pit in 2 laps, you know, let him through or don't let him through, whatever the case may be. So you got a dedicated crew for a lot of the teams here, but then also drivers also helping to perform that duty.
Yeah, that's it. Just having the support there is just mega. And to be fair, that brings me back to one of the reasons that I unfortunately couldn't race in this event over these 2 days, is that we were a 3-man team. And yes, we had support. I mean, Zancho have always supported everything we do, but it's just the fact that just on pure manpower, the 3 of us, you know, it wouldn't have been feasible. We always like to make sure that when you're in the car, you've got people with you. You know, there's at least somebody there in your ear just talking to you that can just help you out. You know, you've just got little bits here and there just to remind you of what's going on. Just having that chat can really help when you're out in the car, especially at night as well, because a lot of people really underestimate how lonely it can feel when you're out there in the night, in the sim, in the dark. It's pretty amazing, really, how immersive it can be, isn't it, when you're going through these long stints through the night.
I remember, because for the 6 years now that the iRacing Daytona 24 has run. From the beginning, we didn't always have the beautiful day-night cycle that we enjoy now. There was a time where it was 24 hours of running with the sun fixed in the sky. The first time we had that, and I drove, and I think commentated, basically the entire race. I didn't do anything else for 24 hours. I was just indoors in the session, and I forgot that the real solar time in the real world was different to what was in the sim. It was night, it was day in the session, and then it was night in the session, and then it was day again. And then at the end of the race, I actually looked out a window, and it was night. And that confused me for a couple seconds because my body clock, everything had been completely immersed into it. So whatever they say about the real endurance races of 24 hours, at Daytona and Le Mans and the Nürburgring and others, where, weird things happen in the night and your mentality shifts and all of that. It sounds dumb. It kind of is. But it's like that in the sim as well, if you let yourself get that deeply immersed.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, the first two runnings I ever did of it, one in 2016 and one in 2018? Yeah, the 2018 running of the 24 Hours of Daytona. Both of them were completely at night. And, it'd get to like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun would be going down here in the UK. But in the sim, it'll already be dark. Even for the start of the race, it's dark and, it's lunchtime almost. It's pretty crazy how it can affect you like that. It makes you feel tired. It gives you this sense of, right, what time is it? And you, like you said, David, your body clock just goes into what mode? It's just like, it's hard to comprehend. It really is. It's difficult to explain when someone hasn't experienced it already. But yeah, the day-night cycle has been fantastic to see in iRacing. But even so, I think the true OGs know what it was like to run in just one daylight setting for the whole thing, right?
Yeah. Remember those times. It's quite a while, but I'm so glad we have what we have now, but never forget your roots. Fabio Docamo. That was a pretty slam dunk pit stop we witnessed there. Just fuel only, no driver swap from what I could tell, no tyres or anything, just approximately 75 litres, please, sir. And back out into the race they go. Not for position, these two cars behind, well, at least not with energy. Which is the Coanda car there, because all of them don't have quite the same level of flare colour as we were appreciating from Vendaval.
I think that's the 18. I think that's the second place car of Tommy Usgaard in that machine. We'll get a closer look. It is, yeah, it is. There he is. And the car behind is, of course, Brian Lockwood in the Racecraft Esports Gold machine, who are only 5 seconds behind the R4R Motorsport P2. But then the next car after that, ahead of them, is the Energy SimSport 77 machine that we were... Actually, sorry, that's the number 77, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it's number 29 in the race. There you go. That's why I was confused. It's like the VRS Coanda SimSport number 88 team, which are actually number 13 in the race, because, as we all know, we don't always get the number we want, do we?
Yeah, you write a big list, and then Santa disappoints you.
One way of putting it, definitely. But we've got, who's that just come into the pits? Number 707 in the GTE class, Valtteri Alander in the Kova machine. BMW Team BS competition just going past. And it's going to be a driver swap. Antti Ahola getting behind the wheel of that car. It looks very menacing at night, doesn't it, the M8? It's got such an angry look about the front of it. And it's such a bulky car as well. I really do love it. It's another sort of definite showing that BMW can make really big, beefy GT cars work.
A menacing paint scheme as well from Kova, who are sort of black on black with all of their paint schemes. Maybe add some chrome accents to it as well and some other things in places, but it's always the bulk of their livery black. Ahola is going to get some new tyres, which is going to delight him for his little stint now. Battle continued to rage between the two BMW teams. BMW Team Redline versus BMW Team GB. But I think that the Redline cars managed to put a little more gap on this.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. There's these little gaps that just move gradually. It's like tectonic plates. They just slowly open up, and you don't realise till you think, oh, hang on, what happened there? And I think that Red Line at the moment are just trying to eke it out, but it just seems to be fluctuating a tiny bit here and there. But of course, the BMW teams as well, which were recently announced, it's great to see that involvement, isn't it? Obviously, BMW already have a fantastic involvement with iRacing, but to get on board with teams like this as well and give them such fantastic support, it really does show. It sort of highlights even more how sim racing has become so even more important over the last sort of 12 to 18 months since the original COVID outbreak.
Yeah, exactly. Great to see more teams, more series, more championships, more professional drivers, more amateurs, more everyone getting on board, either taking it very seriously, as BMW obviously do, or less seriously, just enjoying themselves. The iRacing subscriber base, they could be very, very happy with the growth they had in 2020, and all of those different people are going to have their different aims for what they want to race, how seriously they want to take it, how many hours they want to put into it. Definitely many of them do take it very, very seriously indeed.
Just watching the sorry, go on.
It's newer tyres on the Red Line than on the GB of the two Bimmers, so that probably contributes to the fact that Beneke is getting away from Sammy Matty Trogan in this case. All things being equal, the newer tyres would be doing at least something to get the 71 further away. Last pit stop times on the left-hand side. Another great graphic that we've got in the new graphics package and the vertical timing column. You see a pit stop of about just over a minute, and that is fuel and then tyres. GTE cars on iRacing, as in the World Endurance Championship, not allowed to do them at the same time. That's why we see all these tyre strategies come to life, because it takes extra time to put on new tyres. You've got to weigh that against how much the old tyres you're replacing might have dropped off. And then you see about 34 seconds, that's the fueling time. So you can tell from that, in our GTE field, Chaz, who's on fresh tyres and who isn't.
Apologies, I just had a little bit of a blink in and out there with my my wonderful internet. Just let me down for a second there. You're going to have to repeat that one. The joys. Sorry, mate.
Well, just talking about the pit stop times in GTE, where you can see your leaders on some older tyres. AAA Esports White being scored in the lead at the moment. MSI Esports Red on the newer tyres. I'm sure I'm going to be hoping to catch them. I guess I wasn't paying attention to that, as R4R have a big old sideways moment through turn one. It had escaped me that this back and forth between AAA Esports White and MSI Esports Red had seen the shorter, more recent pit stop from Jackson Suzlin Harlow nab the race lead. So we'll keep an eye on the respective lap times and gaps on that one. Do we have a graphic for that, Connery? Because last lap, MSI Esports Red took a second out of AAA Esports White.
Yeah, I get what you were saying there about the impact it has in terms of pit stop time. You know, you don't get the luxury of doing both at the same time as you would in something like Formula One, for example. We have some... Look at how consistent they are, though. I mean, it's almost like an alternating pattern, isn't it, with how much they go up and down. We saw it earlier, though, didn't we, with the some of the P2 cars. You know, you get that difference just because of the traffic as well a lot of the time. Some of the actual laps where you get a bit of a clean run, though, these cars, I mean, they're doing... To only be a couple of tenths away each lap on a lap as long as this, I think that's massively impressive, in all fairness, especially at this level with the pace they're doing. Because our car earlier, even in like optimum conditions, even in optimum conditions, we could barely get a 141 out of the thing. For these to be doing 139s and only a couple of tenths either side, is that... Oh, it was someone off there, actually. I think, was that the P2 that had just gone through? It wasn't. Who's that's just gone back to...
Yaz Heat?
Was it the Yassi? Yeah, because they've just suddenly popped into the pits, haven't they?
Oh, they're on the pit lane at the end of 24 stints. That's normal for Yaz Heat. I didn't quite...
Yeah,
did not quite catch it.
Someone definitely overcooked it in the bus stop there, though. A big plume of smoke and a car in the wall, unfortunately. I've got Perez asking for Fernando Alonso's position. He's not in this split, my friend. He's in a lower split down. Thank you, Connery. Here we go then for a replay. Oh, he's given us a guess at what the replay is. But you can see the number 15 P2 goes through there. And it's already in the wall there. Someone's spinning around a little bit. It's a Lamborghini, or is it a Porsche? It looked like a Porsche, potentially. It is a Porsche with a very bent rear wing, I'm afraid. We'll have to try and
Alpine
see.
Eagle, I'm guessing, they've got about 20 seconds off pace on their last lap. 25 seconds off pace, and that is their car. Already there was some damage on it. So let's wind the replay machine back, see what we can discover potentially for the Alpine Eagle Racing 27. Jan Sitkowski is no slouch, not a bad driver. So either he had some help or, he got dive bombed, and then he, cutting across the grass, has gone and looped it. I think he has kept that off the wall though for the main part, and then loops it again. Oh dear. And that's tough. I reckon that they are 113 laps on those tyres for Alpine Eagle Racing. When you wear them down, they get thinner. The temperature changes in the tyre are more dramatic because there's less mass behind it. He's been dive bombed there, gone wide, cut across the grass, looped it. That will have very rapidly overheated those rear tyres, even a little spin like that, and then the flick spin to get it around. When he's come onto the banking, try to pick it up again. Those tyres, there's not a whole lot left of them, and what's left is looking very, very molten. So you feel for Jan Sitkowski there, not happy with his treatment on the way in, but it's been less than graceful getting it going again on the way out. But props for no damage.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, when you have an incident in the bus stop and you keep it out of a wall, you've done a good job. There's no two ways about that, to be fair. But yeah, it was a bit late from the P2 down the inside there, but we were talking about it before, weren't we? You have this sort of trust in the capability of the cars that are coming through, the trust in the drivers that are going to be lapping you as well, especially in the P2 cars with the closing speed they have, even on GTE machinery. But in all fairness, I wasn't expecting to see him go for that late, and at the end of the day, I don't think that Jan was either. We've got one of the Lamborghinis in the pits. That's the number 451 Biela Racing Team Euronics GT3 machine. Gorgeous looking car indeed. They're running third in their class at the moment. And in all fairness, we're nearly at 500 laps now for the GTD class. And with 9 hours and 21 minutes to go, that shows you just how long this race is, doesn't it?
Yeah, that prototype that we just saw that, dive down the inside of Alpine Eagle Racing was the number 10 R4R Motorsport. And they were in a little battle with Racecraft Esports, but Racecraft have ended up on top. And I'm trying to look and work out and find out if R4R picked up any damage, or if they maybe went too long on their fuel or something.
Yeah, it's like a strange break in the system there, isn't it? Maybe something to do with... Maybe they just lost... Well, I was going to say that they lost a bit of time during the dive bomb, but I don't really think they would have lost that much from it, because they seem to have the optimum line on the way out, so...
I'll confirm for you that R4R Motorsport did not come into the pit lane under its own power. They towed from somewhere on the back straight, I think that is. Yeah, that's on the way into the bus stop. They towed, and my graphics have changed and updated. Not my graphics, my data and my timing screen changed, but I could have sworn they were 24 and a half laps into their stint. I think they were trying to stretch the fuel out to 25 and might have run out of fuel. No revs on the engine, slow, trying to bring it back around to the pit lane. R4R Motorsports shot themselves in the foot and in the chest on this one. I think they have forgot to pit and run out of fuel.
Do you think that might have been as a consequence of the almost incident with the Porsche as well, where they might have gone through it and then been discussing what happened, maybe saying, whoa, that was a bit late, mate, or just saying, I just thought I'd go for it, having that discussion, and then didn't think about the fact they needed to pit that time round. It's not completely out of the question, I'd say.
One time, and one time only, I forgot to pit in an endurance race like this. And about 10 meters past the pit entry, I realized what I'd done. And just managed to squeak it back around with the fuel that was left. But that lap was about 20, 25, maybe 30 seconds off pace. And I've never done it again. I'm very, very conscious to count down, you know, pitting in 2 laps, pitting in 1 lap, boxing this lap, and make sure it's very clear with my teammates and back and forth, so that we don't get distracted and miss that pit window. Other people have alarms and alerts set up, for example, that will, you know, let them know, an automated crew chief to tell them, you know, while I have a fuel left, you've got to pit now. And I've got a big red light in my dash. When there's less than a lap of fuel in the tank, big red light comes on, and I normally don't miss it. But that's a peculiar one to see happen this deep in the race. There had to be some kind of distraction, and I think we pinpointed it.
Yeah, definitely. When you've got so much going on around you as well, your main focus is obviously on driving the car just as is, rather than worrying about how many more laps you're going to be out there for. But we've got a nice little battle going on here. Let's not lift the back of that Lamborghini off the floor, shall we? Again, how many times have we seen that now? That's at least 3 times in just the time that we've been on air, David, that we think, oh, look, a tasty battle, and then suddenly one of them goes into the pits.
And not even that. It's the minimum 3rd time we've seen this Urano BMW and that Billy Euronics Lamborghini together and thought, a bit of a battle here, and then one of them has to pit. Valentine's Day is not far away. I wonder what they're going to get each other, because they seem entirely inseparable on track.
I always, whenever there's 2 inseparable cars on a circuit, I often just say that we'll be looking at venues before too long. When you cannot separate, you do get it more often than you'd think as well in motorsport, where you just cannot get cars away from each other. And speaking of, perfect timing, thank you very much, Williams Esports, right behind VRS Commander SimSport number 18 at the moment. This is for 3rd position overall in the race. Josh Thompson at the wheel of the Williams Esports machine, and at the wheel of the Coanda car is Tommy Østgaard, the Norwegian. And they've got another P2 ahead of them as well. Now, we've seen this before, that you can use those to your advantage if you're trying to make up a position and lapping them, but I'm wondering whether Josh is going to go for that now, whether he's on the fuel-saving tactic. Never mind, of course he's not. Down the inside he goes towards the bus stop. Tommy thinks, okay, not going to fight that too hard. I'll try and get the run back as we go around the banking once again over at the start-finish line. They go past the 707 machine as well, the M8 GT. Now look at that. Josh pulls down to the bottom of the banking as soon as he can to break that slipstream slightly to Tommy. And we'll see now the effect of said slipstream, because the closing speeds have been massive so far, hasn't they?
They are. I've very much experienced it. You get to about 315, 318 kilometers an hour coming into turn 1 all by yourself. I've had a draft pull me up as high as 340 or something. It's ridiculous, and it's not all at once. It just keeps going, keeps accelerating in 3rd gear, and you've got a slipstream. And I wasn't surprised to see that happen, what we just saw happen, because both the leading number 8 car on the pit lane right now and this number 18 have been religiously hitting 25 laps to a stint. That requires some pretty heavy saving, as evidenced by R4R falling half a lap short, not even being able to limp it or coast it around, coming to dead stick halfway around the lap. So to see them rolling out there and deciding that they want to use the slipstream of the Williams car to help them hit their fuel number wasn't a surprise. One of those strategies where once you've committed to it, you kind of got to keep going with it, hoping it swings back around in your favor, because if you are saving the fuel for the first half of the race and then give up on it, a lot of your effort then in the first half might go to waste if you then end up needing to make an extra stop anyway.
Yeah, that's it. You need to just, like I said before, for a lot of it, you've just got to push, change tyres if you need to, take fuel when you need to, and just get the most out of the car even until the last 3 hours, you know, that's when the real strategies tend to overlap one another. There are, of course, as we spoke about earlier,
overlapping one another there.
I was going to say, yeah, definitely an overlap there. I was just going to say that we obviously know that there's teams that are trying to pull off a strategy for the entire race. It's getting a little bit messy there behind us. Tommy Usgaard down the inside. I believe the 707. No, it's not the 707. It's number 1 class-leading BMW. Or it was, second place at the moment, MSI Esports red machine. Confused me because it's blue. What's the longest stint a P2 has done so far, says Daniel Neese in the chat. Now, that'll be about, what? You said it was 24 laps earlier, didn't you, David, on the fuel?
I think you go absolutely flat, chat, and don't look at your numbers. You're doing 23. You use a little bit of the draft, a little bit of the traffic, roll out here or there when you're catching some traffic, play the traffic smart. You're doing 24 laps, really, without much effort or much problems. It's to get to 25 when, you know, the stints are only 40 minutes. It's not like the GT3 cars where you squeak out one extra lap in a 1 hour stint. You know, to find an extra lap when the stints are already that short, very tough for the prototypes. So looking up and down the timing screen, I can't see anything longer than 25. I have to assume that 20... What is this? 29? No, that's not accurate. That was a 23 and then into 7 from VRS Commander Sim Sport. So I don't think you can maintain pace and sensibly make a 26 lap stint work. It's just, you have to get out and push at that kind of stint length. 25 is serious management, but we're seeing from Coanda that it can reap some benefits. They spend a little bit less time on pit lane, and they're hoping that in this battle going back and forth for second between Movano, Coanda and Williams, that Williams and Movano are each going to need one more stop somewhere to the end compared to this number 18.
Yeah, we've just got to wait to see. Again, the word overlap comes back into play. Just got to see where it overlaps. We've got the Altus Porsche there just trying to get past the Sim RC BMW M4 GT3. We've got one of these, another overlap again, as we've got a wonderful 3 wide. P2 around the outside of GTE, around the outside of GTD, or GT3, whichever you want to call it. And there, of course, is the GT3 class leaders, the Team BMW Bank machine. As through goes James Scott in the Astro Gaming Altus Esports Porsche. Always been a massive fan of their liveries. I'm quite intrigued, actually, to see. This is another sort of Chaz getting nerdy about paints and liveries thing. I'm intrigued to see if they make the change to actually, rather than sort of, I don't want to say the word pretend, because I don't want to sound harsh on iLivery's beautiful work on those cars, but I'm intrigued to see if they ever actually go to doing a spec map on that car that makes it actually metallic on the orange and blue sections, because that's what I was expecting when we first saw the spec maps. But iLiveries really makes that thing work, doesn't he, with the fact that it is just a normal everyday glossy spec map on that car.
The details are something insane on them as well. You know, it all of the elements that make up the paint, if you describe them individually, it'd be super messy and cluttered, but somehow in proportion, in the colors, in the way some of the colors aren't, you know, a solid color, they've got little wiggly details and textures in them in a way that somehow makes them tasteful and proportional. He's a wizard. Congratulations to him on his child recently. Meant he had to spend a little bit more time away from Photoshop, but I think everyone can say that when he does spend his time in the graphic design and in the paint shop, he does a fantastic job and therefore thoroughly deserves a break. I am going to pick a car for us to go race spot immersion, and I thought I had something in my head, but now it's drawn a blank. Chaz, you got any great thoughts?
Well, Connery has just put in our little chat that the number 25 car at the moment with Vialate at the wheel has been in the car for... Oh, sorry, he was in the car. It's me being an idiot and just assuming things. He was in the car for 10 hours, 16 minutes so far. He's actually put in the longest amount of driving So I was going to say we'll go on board with him, but stuff it. I'm going to pull out the bias that I mentioned earlier, and I'd quite like to go on board with the team that unfortunately are very, very bottom of the pile at the moment, but Pure Sims Esports in the Lamborghini Huracán GT3 EVO with David Baker, my good mate, at the wheel.
And a great name he's got. Let's do it. Thank you for your suggestion, Chaz. The 116 Lamborghini on board with David Baker. Listen to the 5.2 litre V10 around Daytona as there's a little bit of light in the sky. Lamborghini Huracán GT3 EVO, very recent addition to iRacing, making its first start in the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, and it's popular. And the Pure Sims car, well, they're still running and they're in 14th, but some of their stable mates, and I guess you can say that for a Lamborghini, are doing quite well with that car as well though, so it's definitely holding its own in the GT3 class as well, Chaz.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a very welcome addition recently to iRacing. Nice to have a little bit more variation within the GT3 ranks, which is what I know a lot of people, including myself, have been crying out for a long time. The tease that was posted on Twitter originally about it, though, was a little bit too obvious, I think, and then we all knew it was coming, and then it was announced. But to be fair, they made up for that with the BMW as well. That really did come as a surprise. So we have been well and truly treated to fantastic GT3 cars. There is another lovely look at the Vendaval Sim Racing Red Lamborghini Huracán GT3 EVO. Fantastic sounding car as well, as David mentioned before. 5.2 litre V10 in these cars. The same engine that goes into the Audi R8 LMS GT3, of course. And what a wonderful, wonderful noise it makes. Now, if you had to be asked the million-dollar question, David, between a V8, a V10 or a V12, turbochargers excluded from this, because we know that they make V8s make a weird noise, what would it have to be?
I'm gonna take my inner Goldilocks and say that the V10 is just right.
I like that analogy. I do like that. I have to agree. I do love a V12. I don't know anyone that doesn't like a V12. The noise that a V12 can produce is just something else. But there's something about cars with either 5 or 10 cylinders that just make this very different mid-tone. It's almost like it's got 2 notes to it. Some of the old 5-cylinder Volvo engines used to sound phenomenal on their own. Of course, Audi Quattro S1s used to have 5-cylinder engines as well. When you double that up and make a V10, you get some beautiful, beautiful sounds. And some very quick cars as well, of course. A lot of very, very fast V10 powered machines in the world. Everyone would have noticed, though, as we mentioned before, David, a little bit of light in the sky now here at Daytona. There you go. We're getting back into the daylight hours here, so hopefully we'll see some very interesting conditions changing once again soon.
Of course, on iRacing, when you select the time of day and the time of year for the race, it gets matched to real-world conditions. So we have a true local sunrise time and a true local sunset time. And that's meant we have had and endured 13, almost 14 hours of darkness in this race. And now, well, that is looking very, very beautiful indeed. Just 5-10 minutes ago, there was just a hint of brightness in the sky. Now, some of the beautiful hues, some partly cloudy conditions there as well. And just mentally, for the drivers, I think that's a huge relief that there is now 9 hours to go, and you can see a new day dawning, and a day where the checkered flag will be waved eventually for a class winner in each class. Let's take a look at those class leaders and those classes for the moment. Mitchell de Jong, whose roof we're on, very generous of him, is your class leader in the prototype class. He's been cycling back and forth between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There at the moment it is 18, the VRS Coanda SimSport sister car, but we have seen at times Movano in 2nd and Williams Esports in 2nd place as well. That is definitely not decided. See if we can take a look at the total P2 standings, as Mitchell de Jong has a bit of traffic to navigate.
Let's have a look then. 3rd place, Dion Fallow at the moment for Movano Sim Racing Every Eye IT. Doing a great job at the moment and sticking around with those guys. We saw him go past the Williams Esports car before. Obviously not too much of an aggressive move or anything, not too difficult, but at the same time they were at very different parts of their own stints. Moreno Sarica in the Williams Esports machine is currently 4th, ahead of Patrick Schneider in Team Redline Purple. They have their stablemates Team Redline Ice Blue just behind them, not Baby Blue, Ice Blue. Then we have Delta Sport U4K, the number 33 machine. In 7th position, we have Alexandre Gravois at the wheel. Behind them is Yassi Richard Mill in 8th position, with VRS Satellite Racing Red, Alex Gall at the wheel of that car in 9th, number 67. 10th overall and 10th in class, of course, is Fabio Docamo in the Energy Sim Sport number 29 car, just coming around to start his 561st lap, I believe. And then we have the other, well, one of the other VRS Commander Sim Sport machines, Ricardo Castro Ledo at the wheel of that one, number 13, 11th overall. Matthias Wittikainen is at the wheel of the Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC.com car, 12th in class at the moment. Kane Halliburton, Racecraft Esports Gold machine, it's 13th overall. There it is, wonderful looking car. Scott Michaels is 14th for R4R Motorsport, the white and red spotty machine. And then, of course, behind them is Obsidian Racing with Pedro Sanchez Albert at the wheel. Currently last in class out of those that are running, but at the end of the day, you're 15th in class in top split, doing a wonderful, wonderful job. Now, in the GTE class, we have the number 89 car, which they are right with on track. As you see there, BMW Team BS Competition leading the way. Ryan Barneveld at the wheel of that one. We have MSI Esports Red, who have been leading a lot of this race. Car 1, P1, with Alejandro Sanchez at the wheel. Gorgeous looking, gorgeous sounding car, of course, the BMW M8. Behind them is AAA Esports White, the number 210 machine. They are just starting their lap. Kova in 4th place in the 707 car. Good place to be if you've got a number 7 in your car's number, because BMW Team Redline, number 71, are the next team back from them, with BMW Team GB in 6th place. We were looking at those two cars a little bit earlier, just coming out of the pits now, actually. BMW Team GB. Astro Gaming Altus Esports in the number 43 Porsche are currently 7th, highest placed Porsche in the field so far. They're just ahead of AAA Esports Black, the number 4 car. There it is. In 9th position behind them is Sport Team Competition in number 28 Ferrari, just coming into turn 1 there, 9th place in class, ahead of Alpine Eagle Racing, who we saw, of course, have that moment earlier. Maniti Racing GTE are in 11th place, just in the pits. There they are, with DV1 Triton Racing, RHG Esports, Team Redline Orange, Logitech G Altus Esports, and Porsche 24 driven by Redline. Unfortunately, out the race, David, and we do have quite the list of departures, don't we? Unlike Daytona Beach Airport.
I knew you were going to do that. I knew it. I could feel it in my soul. I was like, he's going to say, unlike Daytona Beach International Airport, where you can only go to Charlotte or Atlanta.
I was going to recap that one.
But, you know, if you needed to go from here to Road Atlanta or to the Charlotte Roval, 2 places that IMSA also races at, then American Eagle and Delta respectively have you covered. I think enough of that, but look at the hues in the sky, very orange around the horizon, very much brightening up above that. And the beautiful lights on the Ferris wheel are soon going to be less impressive, unfortunately, but the racing, of course, will continue for our leader in GT3, Team BMW Bank, and the great little time that they have in their back pocket ahead of Biela Racing Team Euronics and Vendaval Sim Racing Red. Some of that a little confused by the pit stops, I think, because you can't really be 2 minutes 25 back and not a lap down at a track where their lap times are in the 1 minute 40s. But then Vendaval Sim Racing Blue, so reunited again in the order, the two Vendaval cars and their team orders we were discussing. Sim RC Carbon in the top 5, Marlow Racing Team in 6th with their BMW, of course. Would it be GT3 if we didn't have Urano Esports and the 452 Beulah Racing Team Euronics car line astern in the order? It would not be. That is inseparable. Inseparable. Team Fordzilla in 9th, SRC Squadra Corsa Black and their BMW in... BMW? I meant to say Lamborghini. I knew it was a Lamborghini. It's a Lamborghini in 10th. Aurus Racing Team in 11th. R8G Esports Junior 2 in 12th. Core Sim Racing still running 2 laps down in 13th. Fuel Sims Esports and their Lamborghini that we rode on board with. Thank you for the lift, fellas. In 14th. Retirements are AAA Esports Green, BS Competition 91, Manidi Racing GTD, Urano Esports HP, SimRC Titan, Daytona 24. So quite a few 2-car efforts across a couple of these as well. We've got 2 cars from Beulah, 2 cars from Vendaval. Maniti only had 1 in this class. They've gone and lost it. Urano had 2. SimRC had 2.
BS Competition have got the 2 as well, haven't they? Effectively
isn't
BMW.
their other car in GTE?
They've got Team BMW Bank as well, haven't they? Current class leaders.
Okay.
They've got the duo there, but yes, they do have a car in GT as well. There is the current GT3 class leader. But like you say, though, it is one of the most impressive things about this is not only, I mean, getting into top split is like a massive thing within iRacing. You know, everybody strives to be there. They want to be in the top split. And for those of you that don't know what that means, basically, when you get an iRacing official race, say there's 15 grid slots but 30 people register, what it'll do is it'll split the grid into 2. It'll just order every single person that's registered based on their iRating and split the races into 2 separate events that run on different servers. They can't see one another. It's in the same session as such, but you all get ordered based on your iRating, so it's as close as possible. That happens even in these events as well. When you get a team, it's changed recently, but iRacing basically gets you to set up a team, and you choose which of the drivers in that team will be driving, and it takes your average iRating, puts all of the people that are registered into lists, and then, of course, splits them up. So to get into top split like this, based on average iRating alone, is very impressive. But the fact that some of these teams, David, have 2 cars that do that, it's just like, it just shows the caliber of the background of these teams as well, doesn't it? Because, like I say, to get 1 car in is impressive. To get 2, sometimes even 3, that's just mega, and it shows the real high quality field that we've got here and the fantastic quality that we have just within iRacing.
Yeah, exactly. To get your car into here, you've got to register with an even lineup, a lineup that has a lot of depth to it. Gone are the days of, you know, having your Max Benecke and being able to put any old driver on his coattails and coast them into the top split. I mean, if it was you, me, and Max Benecke as a 3-driver lineup, by the time you've averaged all of that out, we're not going to be in top split with Max Benecke as our teammate. So it forces them, all of the teams, to put forward equally balanced teams with a lot of depth to them. And then even after all of that, when you've got to put 3 or 4 or 5 of your very best drivers in one car, in one entry, to still then find another 3, 4, 5 top split worthy drivers to fill out another entry as well, and sometimes co-ender 3 cars, for example. It speaks to the behemoths that are some of these teams now, that they can look down their roster and not just see, oh yeah, here's 3 or 4 drivers that we can guarantee would fit into the top split, guarantee would make that cut as the best 2%. They've got to look down their roster and see 14, 15 drivers, all above the cut line.
It really is mad. And the planning that goes into it as well. I mean, at the end of the day, you could just sort of stick any of the drivers together if you've got 12 at your disposal, but it's the fact that you need to have that one driver that's like your Alan McNish that'll start the race and push hard and really crack on and hopefully not crash. And then you've got all the guys that could get going through the night, really get into a rhythm, your most consistent drivers, the ones that are like the mathematicians, you know, that manage to work fuel out on the fly while they're driving the car itself. You know, they don't need anybody else to tell them what to do, how to work the stint out. You have these fantastic personalities and these characters within a team. It's not just 3 drivers pushing a car as fast as they can all the time. There's so much calculation, there's so much thought going into every single corner that they put these cars around. It really is a beautiful team effort, especially when you get to see that dynamic working in such harmony as well. I've had the joy of being a part of even a number of just amateur teams, as there's the party bus there with the BMW M8 flashing its lights. But I've had the joy of, you know, on an amateur level, being part of teams that just work so well together in events like this. And it gives you that fantastic sense of immersion, because at the end of the day, a lot of us do this because we can't do it for real. And this event and the way it feels when you're out there in a team as part of an event that is as big as this, I don't think you could get any closer to it other than doing the real thing. It really is beautiful. It's amazing.
iRacing event bring together everything that you would need in a real event, between the teamwork, between the planning, between the preparation, the strategy, the racecraft, the traffic.
Apologies there. Seems like we have a little issue with David's connection for just a sec. But we're currently looking at the number 1 machine, MSI Esports red car, Alejandro Sanchez at the wheel. A big beefy BMW M8. Now this is a car that has obviously been retired from real world racing, but of course, thanks to the beauty of sim racing, continues strong as well. There's a number of BMWs doing very, very well in this race at the moment. As we said before, the Altus Esports machine is the highest place non-BMW, I believe it is, yeah. And then of course they have the Ferrari not too far back as well. And I've just been told BMW is still doing IMSA Endurance Cup. I did not know that, actually. Thank you, David. He's correcting me once again. Just shows the different knowledge that you can have in this world.
I'm back in the land of the living. I'm going to blame my router, because it's not random packets dropping. It was packets dropping in one particular direction. But enough about the technical woes. It's about the racing. Yeah, indeed. So BMW had dropped out of WEC in a previous season, and they had, I think, recently in the last week or so, confirmed they were only going to be doing the endurance events in the IMSA calendar. So they're going to be at Daytona. That looks like a lot of fun. I always get scared on the Chairplanes, but it's such a rush. Yeah, so we'll see them then at Sebring, at Watkins Glen, and at Road Atlanta as well. I love these large cinematic shots. Thank you, Connery, because they let us know that we've made it through the night. We're into a brand new day, but the racing continues. I believe they spoke to in a previous segment of the broadcast, but he is back again. Syandra, Satellite Racing, the number 67. Definitely did see him out on track. Sy, through the night, into the day, what's new?
Well, we've been slowly but surely working our way up. We are solidly within the top 10, which was my goal for this race. Starting outside the top 15 was a little bit intimidating, but with a little bit of attrition and some pace through the night, comfortably top 10.
Quick question. Fond Metal Minardi or Braun GP?
Braun GP.
Oh, Braun GP. Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll get a nursing home for you soon, Chaz. I swear.
Oh, mate.
Sy, obviously, any endurance race, tyres is the word of the day. All of the classes are always looking at, managing their tyres for a double stint, a triple, going even longer. How's that going to change if and when the track heats up?
Oh, it's absolutely going to get, the tire dig is going to get much worse as the track heats up. we were able to triple from the start of the race, but it was a difficult thing. Or the rear tires, the right rear especially, was getting down to about 50% tread left. And people who've driven know that once you get below that magic 50 or magic 45, the tire goes away really quickly. It's falling off that the cliff you hear about in F1 so much. It's similar here in iRacing, and especially approaching the quad stint, it's theoretically possible. But when you do the math, sort of what you were talking about earlier in the middle of the night, it doesn't work out. You lose more time than you'd gain by saving that 20 seconds at the pit stop. You'd lose it all on track.
3 drivers in the car for you, yourself, Dallas Pataska, and Alex Gell driving right now. With the way the registration works now and how prized and competitive the spots in the top split are, does it actually put some pressure on you guys to register with fewer drivers?
Oh, absolutely. If we had the old method of registration, we would have a 4th member, Alex Ellis, in my car as well. Unfortunately, he's been a bit of a bum and hasn't gotten his rating up as high as it should be. But I think for Sebring and for Le Mans later in the year, it's definitely lit a fire under him to get his rating up and join us in the top split car. It absolutely has limited us. But we have, from Satellite Racing, a record number of entries this year. We have 6 cars competing across different splits. We have one car in top split, 1 car in 3rd, 1 car in 5th. So almost everybody's going to be trying to get their rating up, trying to get into the top split car now that we know it's possible.
Guess that's got to be the goal for future upcoming special events. Maybe they won't be as difficult to get into as this Daytona 24 has been, but at least partially the iRacing special events calendar going forward to about the middle of the year has been announced. I don't want to, count chickens too early, gaze too far into the future, because it's all about Daytona right now. But is there any coming up that suits Satellite Racing or that you're a fan of and you're keen on?
Absolutely, Sebring. That's one thing that we're targeting immediately after Daytona, considering it's only a couple months, and also it's a track we performed pretty well at in SEO, considering how little time we had to prepare for that. And I think that experience is going to be invaluable, especially with the way the car has been changed recently. Getting setups ready for that experience will be pretty useful, I think. And I think, like I said, we'll have more drivers there. It's a shorter race, so I think we can enter more teams. So 2 driver cars, 3 driver cars, easily done.
Team Redline Purple don't want to let you get a lap back here. What's Alex going to do about it?
Right now, I told him that if he finds people with the same pace as him, save fuel, but otherwise go like hell. So I'm going to see if he goes like hell or not.
We watch and we learn. I've been driving the LMP2 today in a much lower split than 1st, 3rd, and 5th. So I want to know, throttle shape, brake bias, are we moving that around? What are we playing with from the cockpit?
Throttle shape is absolutely as he goes for it.
I think they might have seen the pace and given up on that one from Redline Purple. Good run from your driver, showed the nose, gets rewarded for it.
Yeah, and back to what you were saying, brake bias, sort of the traction control settings, the throttle shape, that's all driver preference, but I think we've all settled on one setting that seems to work just about right for everybody. And very little deviation from that. Some of the members on my team are right foot brakers, so they prefer a little bit more forward brake bias compared to the left foot brakers, which is the majority of us. And I keep trying to tell him to switch to left foot braking, but he refuses. And besides that, traction control is actually rarely used in this car. If you get into the traction control, you're doing it wrong. So we actually have it set quite low and just have it as sort of a safety barrier to keep the car from spinning out, not necessarily something you want to lean on.
Traction control is a lot like being a 16-year-old and ringing your dad at 2 a.m. in the morning to pick you up from a party. Sure, you can do it, it'll get you out of a pinch, but you'd probably rather not.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, we've spoken to you before on the broadcast. They've obviously picked your brain on plenty of things about Daytona. Chaz, what are your thoughts here?
Well, I just wanted to ask really, Si, when we mentioned it before about the fact that when the sun comes up, it literally is light at the end of a tunnel when you've been in the darkness for that whole time. Just in your words, just try and explain to people, if you had to explain to people, how does that feel when you start to see the sun come up again at Daytona after a successful run through the night?
Well, the main thing is relief. Right now, I've just gotten out of the car for what was my third triple, I believe, and you can feel the eyes start to burn a little bit. You can feel your hands and fingers start to get a little bit tingly, and you feel like you want to go to bed, but you just have, what is it, 8.5 hours left to go, so you can just keep pushing on. Grab some coffee, grab some soda, whatever you need to get inside you to keep going. And then see if you can sneak a couple naps here and there. It's something I had to do in real life as well when I did endurance, when I engineered for endurance racing and did endurance karting as well. It is a skill to kind of keep yourself going for that long and not crash, but it is a pretty valuable skill. And looking at Daytona with the sun coming up, that's something I've seen in real life. I actually went to university about 5 minutes away from the racetrack. And what Chaz and David were talking about earlier about the airport not connecting to anywhere important is true. It was so frustrating not being able to get a direct flight home. But it is familiar, and iRacing got a lot of things right despite this being an older scan of Daytona. A lot of things are the same. Some of the grandstands have changed, of course, and I think they've updated it to match, but I've actually spent a night out in those stands before, and I've spent some time on the infield partying, both for SCCA runoffs and the Daytona 24. So a lot of good memories.
Yeah, I can imagine it's a wonderful thing to be able to relate the real-life antics to the actual sim itself as well. But it certainly has been an interesting transition from the night into day, and from previous experience of doing it myself, I can totally agree that you do get that relief. You just think, right, we've made it, it's going to get easier now, hopefully, but you know that when the track starts to warm up again, this is just it's like a seesaw of conditions, isn't it? You've got a lack of visibility but a cooler track that's a little bit easier to work with, and then it goes the other way where you can see more what's going on, but you can see how much you're into steering off because the conditions have got worse.
Oh, absolutely. It's the most dangerous going from night to day in terms of not driving during the transition. The last time I was on track, it was super grippy. It was like driving on driving on glue, basically, it felt like. And the next time I get in the car, it's going to be around, I want to say 10 o'clock in the sim, and it's going to be hot out. The track's going to be slick. All that rubber that we put down during the night is going to heat up and get like basically coat the track in sort of a layer of I'd say oil almost, and some of those dark patches in the track. It was bad during the night, and especially those marbles, but during the day you're going to go off if you get into that.
Yeah, like you say, that layer of rubber that goes down, it's like when you compress snow and it becomes slippery, isn't it? You know, you've pressed all that rubber into the circuit and then it's just going to heat up from the daylight. It is just going to become slick in itself. So, yeah, it is a dangerous transition, like you say. But great to speak to you, though, Si. And obviously, before we let you go, is there any more sort of final words or any sort of extra hopes other than a good result that you have for the race?
Well, not really. I think I've had all my shout-outs today. So for the third time, I'm just going to shout out to the guys in the third split. They're, I believe, third and fifth split, actually. I believe they're all in the lead, so I'm just going to keep rooting for them and hopefully bring home a good result in top split as well.
Brilliant stuff. Mega to speak to you, Si. Thank you very much for joining us.
Appreciate it.
Si Andra there of Satellite Racing. What a guy. Top bloke, isn't he?
Yeah, I was trying to poke and prod to get some tips for when I've got to get back in my own car later on, and he's not wrong. It's gonna be quite a lot different once that track heats up than it was all during the night. The rubber and the marbles and all of that firm when they're cold, but then they might heat up a little more. From Satellite Racing, though, we'll grab a word with a team that did load the correct paint. We'll go to Josh Thompson from Williams Esports, and his teammate's on pit lane at the moment, but before the pit stop he was flying. Josh, what are you going to have to do in this car to battle against Movano and the Coanda 18 for second place, because that looks so tightly poised between those three different teams there?
Yeah, At the moment, we're not too sure because I think we're all on different strategies. We think Coanda are hiding a bit of pace, like they're sat at fuel mileage the entire stint, and then when they need to, they can pop a few laps out to bridge a gap. So I think Coanda, will keep second. So it's between us and Mavana for P3 basically. So us, I think we just got to go full beans and hope for the best, really. I think Mavana have got a bit more fuel advantage on us because obviously we had damage early on in the race where we had to do an extra stop, which was an extra 40 seconds to gain. So we've been flat out, having to come back from like 9th to come back up to where we are. So that's not been a real help. Obviously, we've had to burn a lot more fuel than other people. So we'll have to see how it plays out. At the moment, we're going to give it everything because we still believe we can get P2 if things fall our way with 8 hours to go still.
Everyone who paints the nose of their car white has shown up a lot of that track grime. That must be above your pay grade, though.
Oh yeah, I said that after like the first stint, it was literally covered. So it's been fun though. Like for the LMP2 for us, like even though it might not look as nice at the end of the race and all that, it's been a really good experience so far.
And on that track grime, though, I've been finding, and I'll take your opinion on this, that while a lot of it seems to be on the nose, taking the windshield tear off at every pit stop hasn't been a necessity. I mean, I haven't actually noticed so much of it on the windshield of the P2.
No, to be honest, it's one of the cars what's not really affected by it. Obviously, GT, you do a stint and you can't see anything. P2's not been too bad. I had a few. There was one stint, I think it was my first stint, where I had like a chip or something like right in the middle of the screen, which was really annoying. It was like kind of tripping me out a little bit midway through the stint. So little things like that, it's a bit better. So we just get used to it along the way.
I was just going to say, Josh, that in my personal opinion, I think that used race cars, when they're all battered and covered in grime and muck at the end of an endurance race, I think that's when they look best, to be fair, because they've done their job, they've been used for why they needed to be used. And to be fair, I think that what David said about not seeing it on the windscreen of the car shows how good the aero is, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you though. I 100% agree. I think the car looks better at the end of the race with all the battle scars on it. It shows you've actually done the job what it needed to do. So
it's like when you see all of the cars that have ran Le Mans, they obviously get shown off in museums with all the muck and bits still on them, and it's just wonderful to see. I was obviously, as people that follow my social media know, I was lucky enough to do the Nürburgring 24-hour and then went to see the cars in Parc Fermé afterwards, and it was just to see them, especially after a wet run of the 24 hours as well. Commentating on that was fantastic fun, but having the cars there just sat doing nothing, fresh from the race, all battered with scrapes and muck everywhere. You could barely even read the number boards. It was brilliant. And I think that the fact that that's simulated as well, it really does add to the event. But over the course of the race, though, rather than just stint to stint, when you're, say, running the tyres down or running lower on fuel, how do you feel that the car develops over the whole 24 hours? Do you think that at the end of it, it feels that much different to the start?
Obviously, the track, obviously with testing you do, like offline, maybe IMSA race this week, because obviously we've had the opportunity to race a few of us have. The track's always going to be evolving in a 24 a lot more than what you can predict. So obviously you have to set the car up a little bit different. So Michael, obviously it's his first event doing iRacing, coming from a F1 esports side. So obviously he found it a bit weird having to do an IMSA setup to the 24 setup. That was like a bit more different philosophy. But for us, to be honest, we think the cars got better and better through the race. We struggled a little bit at the start of the race, but we were in a good enough position to capitalise when through the first runs of traffic, we managed to go with the top 5 or top 6. So that really helped. I think through the night, I think the car's been probably one of the fastest. I think Coanda's had the best car pace overall, but to us, the cars felt good. I've not really had any issues. The last stint I did, the car felt really, really good. I had no issues at all. It's just a shame that we couldn't eke out a little bit more of the tyre strategy compared to what others are doing, where we're doing 1 tyre per stop. We're doing no tyres, going for 4 stints, 3 stints, then taking full tyres, just doing normal. Because obviously we're not used to that, because we've not really had time to practice that, because obviously we're new to the car. We had 5 days basically.
Well, it's been a hell of an effort already. The fact that, Morgan Butler, good friend of ours, has put it in the YouTube chat as well, saying the Williams boys have barely driven the P2 before, and they're looking at grabbing second at the end of it. It is honestly a fantastic effort so far, mate, and you and the boys should be very proud of that. But like you say, the overlapping strategies that you get and the different ways that people are running their race, it just all makes it that little bit more intricate. But with what you were saying about the car feeling better and better as the race goes on, do you think that may be also down to just the drivers getting used to it that little bit every single lap that you do?
It's better for us. That's 100% the correct answer. Obviously, from our first lap of the stint to the end of the stint, we're improving every lap. So, be it fuel mileage, obviously for us, having to pull the clutch in this car because of the engine braking is something what's completely alien to us. Because obviously, we're used to GT where I normally just lift off the power fully. Yeah. So, getting used to that, like the stopping distance because of that into turn one, caught me out for a good few laps of the first stint. I think same with Diego, trying to get used to it. Obviously, we're capitalising and like trying to get as much as we can out of it, and obviously now we feel like we're kind of getting there, but obviously you wish you had that knowledge a bit earlier on. So for us it's like that. Obviously looking after the tyres as well, this car's very easy to overheat and overwork the tyres in the second stint, which then hurts the third stint. I fell foul of that in the last stint. I overworked the tyre too. I was trying to push to catch up to, we were trying to take the gap back to Mavano, which we lost with the damage early on. So little things like that, but end of the day we all end up at the same point. There's 3 cars within a few seconds and all on different strategies, so it shows no matter what you do, you can be all close.
Coanda are going very hard on the fuel saving, and it doesn't seem like a lot of other drivers in class want to match that. Surely you've done your sums on that one. What are Coanda able to do to keep the speed up while they're saving fuel that other teams just aren't capable or willing of doing?
We got to give them props. I think they've just done the best job so far of executing the strategy. Obviously, at the start, both cars managed to get away, which really helped. As you saw, they were swapping over, taking turns doing the fuel mileage, and that sets you up. For us, it's been really hard because obviously we've had nearly 4 or 5 hours where we were having to go flat out to catch the time we lost back up. Plus, then in the stint I did then, for instance, I didn't have actually anyone to tow off. And the issue is, if you don't have anyone to tow off, it's really hard to gain any sort of fuel mileage back. And I think that's what's helped them, boys. If I tune into the VRS stream to have it, like, try and figure out what they're doing at some point through the night. And they're doing the same thing as us, but because they started it a lot earlier than us, they've managed to just keep that progression through the race, so it just stacks up by the end. So I think they can basically not do an extra stop, whereas I think we've got to commit to a splash and dash by now.
And what are these 2 tyre changes that I'm hearing rumour of? It's been something that never used to happen a whole lot that I recall in, competitive leagues and top splits of whatnot. It wasn't a particularly competitive strategy, but I've seen it on GTE cars. I'm hearing it's happening on the LMP2 now. What do you make of that, where occasionally they're just taking 2 tyre changes?
It's a really bold decision, and it pays off very well. Obviously, we've tried it before. A while back, it was in GT at Barcelona. We took the left side tyres because they were taking a pounding through turn 3. So you used to replace the left sides because the right side would be fine. Same with GT3 at Monza, it used to hurt the left rear, so you'd take the left rear only. I'll be honest, we kind of chickened out of the idea of taking 2 tyres really early on. We wanted to do a call on the second stint. When RSO did it at the start of the race, they took rears only. So we were going to do it, but when we kind of chickened out of it, because for us, we don't know what the car's like. GTs, we can kind of read what they're going to do. This car, we don't know if we do that, it's just going to be absolutely awful. We're throwing away a good result straight away, really, and having to work back through it. So it's kind of smart.
Preparation comes in.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Isn't it?
Yeah, 100% of the preparation.
Seems like the Coanda guys do put in all of their work on that, and I understand the hesitation to not copycat someone else or see what they're doing. Take a big gamble on your strategy when you don't know and you haven't tested it. If you had your time again, what would you do differently? Not just in the quantity of the preparation, but in what you tested for, what you evaluated for this race.
I think for us it would be trying to keep sort of rear the car out. We're really strong with traction in the stint 3. Compared to like you said, Coanda can go nearly 6 stints just taking 1 tyre each side. Even if we tried that, I don't think our pace would be anywhere close. So I feel like they've put a lot of time into having to set up what actually works with that system. Us, we've gone for the classic. You do 3-4 stints, all new tyres, and then space it out over the run. So I think that's something we need to test. I think if we go again, obviously, this is probably our last World Tour for a long time, till probably Le Mans due to the Porsche. So obviously with the Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. So obviously that'll probably be the next time we go out at Le Mans. So hopefully by then we kind of figured some things out and we can actually sort these little bits out and be a bit more competitive.
Josh Thompson. I was going to say, Josh Thompson, thanks very much for joining us, mate. Good to speak to you again, and good luck for you and the boys for the rest of the race.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Always good to have a quick chat for Josh. But like I said before, David, you know, these guys have put in a mega stint considering that they've got such little time in the car, not even a week. It's just mad, isn't it?
Yeah, and then interesting to hear about what the very dense and compressed schedule of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup means for preparation time for a lot of the drivers in this race. I mean, 3 of your top 4 right now are black stripe in the prototype class: Mitchell de Jong, David Williams, and Marino Sarica. And we've definitely, I mean, we've seen Rogers, we've got Beneke. I mean, those have been some very, very busy people so far this year. And again, from what Josh says, it sounds like all the way through till June or something, they're not going to have a spare moment to wipe the sweat off their brow.
That's part of what keeps them ticking, though, I think. You know, with teams like this, they're always that busy and they've got so much going on. I think that's what keeps the adrenaline going, you know, with no break from doing massive events and fantastic racing calendars that you get and all the schedules that you have to plan. If you don't take your foot off the gas, yes, there is the risk that sometimes you might burn yourselves out a bit, but a lot of the time it does keep you motivated. You know, there's always something coming up, there's always something to work towards. I think I've seen it before personally with a lot of teams within sim racing, that if they have that break, if they have that time where they don't have much going on, getting back in the saddle again every single day that you're not back in it, it makes it more difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, racing, all sorts of sports, it's a muscle memory, it's creatures of habit kind of thing. The floor is lava, or at least the track is in some sections, because it's one thing to see the sky lightening up and, you know, starting to get a little bit of hue in it. It's another thing when the sun actually pierces the horizon, pierces the clouds. It looks like the stands at the start-finish line are in direct sunlight now. So if you were sitting there, oh, Connery, you spoil us. You spoil us.
Yes,
if you were standing in any of those, if you were sitting in any of those seats, you could probably pack away your mittens now. And we also were just seeing, maybe for some of the first times, that shot where the light and the sunlight was starting to directly hit the track. Lake Lloyd, that what it's called?
I don't know.
Sun reflecting off it there. We've got aircraft. We've also got the iRacing blimp, and these are some spectacular shots. iRacing did in the last couple of years, last 1 or 2 years, rework a lot of the infield buildings, the pit stands to match the real Daytona. And when you're driving, when you're racing, you only want to use the racing surface. But when it comes to these broadcasts, when it comes to the atmosphere and that feeling in your gut that we have as race fans, all of that little stuff around the track, even 20 polygon 737s, it all adds to the Daytona atmosphere, replicating what you have in the real world as best as we can to give you the same feeling here in the sim world. Are you guys okay?
I love the sentiment, David, but that just topped it off for me. That was fantastic. I was going to say that when we had that beautiful sunrise shot, I could hear the start of The Lion King just cracking on in the background. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, to be fair. We do get this wonderful immersion out of events like this. And you know, even from a commentator's perspective as well, you know, you could all sit there and say, like, look at shots like that through the bus stop. You could all sit there and say, oh yeah, but surely racing gets more exciting. But when you love doing this and being a part of a broadcast side of things like we do, as much as this, it just puts a smile on your face to be a part of such an event. It really is mega. And hats off to Connery again for those for bringing us those shots in such good time there. Mega stuff. Now we have another wonderful thing to look at, which of course is the number 43 Porsche, the Astro Gaming Altus Esports machine, with James Scott still at the wheel. He's been at the wheel for the whole time that we've been commentating on it, I believe, David.
Bo was in that car.
Oh, he was, yeah. Shut up, Chaz.
I don't know exactly when he gave way to James Scott, but it has only been the two drivers that we've seen. They've been leaving the drivers in a long time to marinate in the Porsche, and from what I just read on Twitter from Bo, leaving the tyres on a long time to marinate as well. Seriously, I don't know if they're just trying to play some silly games here, but he said 160 laps on one set of tyres in this car. I mean, surely the track's going to heat up soon and they're no longer going to be able to do that kind of nonsense. But all the talk from, the prototypes about double stints, triple stints, changing two tyres or whatever, and some of the GTE teams just want to make us look silly on that. Those tyres have been around and back. I'm trying to work out. Okay. No, that's not quite close to going 500 miles and then driving 500 more.
No, not quite. Not quite. But still, some of the stints that we've seen so far have been absolutely fantastic, in all fairness. The fact that these teams can make the tyres last that far while also putting in that much pace as well. That's what I really can't get my head around. I could push the car for a stint and a half, and then the tyres would really start to go off the cliff that we've had some drivers speak about already. But how these drivers do it lap after lap after lap and still come in at the end and manage the tyres to such a great extent, that is one of the main highlights for me of how great these drivers are. Not just the pace they do, but the management that goes with it. And I think that again is just something that we can all strive for and hope to one day be at a level of. But yeah, it seems quite out of reach for me at the minute, but I don't mind because we get to watch them do what they do best. It's beautiful.
It's also interesting with some of the cars where as you get really long onto the stint and you've got durable tires like that, where the pace doesn't drop off so drastically, or the pace drops off a little bit from the best and then stays at a plateau for a long time, where the speed of the car doesn't change a whole lot, but it just feels like it gets really loose. The slip angle increases a little bit, and you check the delta and you're doing the same lap times as ever, but the car just feels different underneath you on those old tires. And I think that's where a lot of the preparation comes in, to be able to adjust your driving style, adjust your expectations across the stint, so that even if the tires are still giving performance, you don't go and loop the car or get surprised by its behavior.
Yeah, that's it. Having the predictability of what the car is going to do underneath you is one of the main things. If you can just work out a time or a sort of part of the stint where the car may start to go away from you, or maybe a bit more slippery, or just a little bit more unpredictable. If you know what that point is, then you can adjust your driving yourself to just take that little bit off. Like you said before, maybe the throttle shape, just changing that from the S shape, or changing it from a linear shape to the S shape, I should say. Little things like that can make all of the difference in how well a stint pans out and how quickly you can get over little changes like that. We've seen it before where drivers, they only need to push the throttle that little bit harder just once in a different place coming out of a corner, or just do it a little bit earlier, and it can be a spin, and then they can get collected by another car, and then that car's race is ruined as well. All of this is on such a fine line. That's what makes it so enticing, really.
Exactly, and at a beginner level, you try to sort out the big things of car control, of setup, of strategy. You get to this level and it is all about the little details. Once you've put all the big things in their place, then what separates Coanda leading from some of the other teams that are on average 0.5 of a second slower per lap is just nailing down on all of the tiny little aspects of brake bias, of the setup, of throttle shape, of tire management. And we are able to slightly subdue the waxing lyrical, because battle is shaping up over 10th and 11th in the prototype class here. Feels like we haven't seen a lot of the foxy Finnish friends of inertia sim racing in this segment of the broadcast. They've been all by their lonesome, putting away, but 10th place is under threat at the moment, it looks.
Yeah, it's another one of those battles that just crops up, isn't it? It's just popped up out of nowhere. And gradually, bit by bit, it's all about chipping away at those gaps. Chipping away and doing everything that you can. But of course, Ricardo Castro-Ledo now in the VRS Commander SimSport 13 machine. Just behind Matthias Wittikainen in the Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC.com car with the team name that rolls off the tongue very easily. Whoa, sideways stuff into shot there from Ricardo Castro-Ledo. Beautifully done. And that's the thing, I was saying this before, wasn't I? That these cars, they look so planted 99% of the time. But then when you go on board, you see all the tiny little adjustments that these drivers are making to just keep the momentum going out of corners and on the way in. And may I just say, white wheels, big fan. What do you think?
I think they know at Inertia that I'm a fan. They, you know, it looks fine on the prototype, on some of their GT cars, and on the Porsche Cup, for example, with their livery, the white wheels really do work even better than they do on this one. And to your point about how on the limit for 24 hours a lot of them are, particularly in the prototype class, though I think I remember seeing it on board with some of the Lamborghinis as well, is just the way the drivers just constantly managing the traction and the slip angle off some of the slower corners. You see them come into the horseshoe, bunch of steering angle, get to the apex, steering angle still loaded on for the hairpin, then they open up a little bit of the throttle, the rear wants to step out a little bit, and they're just managing the wheel all the way to the track out point. Sometimes you see the car's still rotating, but the steering wheel's almost dead straight.
Yeah, it's just having the confidence again, isn't it, to know what the car's going to do. Sometimes you can get it out of shape, and as long as you've got the wheel straight and the car is having that slide, some of these drivers know it that well that they'll eventually realise the slide is going to stop and the car is going to punch forward the way I want it to go. And just having that confidence in the ability in something that can be as fickle as a P2 car. I mean, we know how much they rely on aero. As soon as that grip breaks away, it can be the difference between a little slide or a massive accident. But the fact they have the confidence to do that and push it that much is just wonderful to watch. And again, just shows us the quality of the drivers that we're looking at, especially in corners like this at the bus stop. I've seen footage of some of these cars going through there in testing when I was doing some screenshots the other day. And people are chucking that car to the right, and it is literally doing a four-wheel drift to the right before it then just suddenly launches forward out of the bus stop and cracks on. But it looks like right now, the number 13 machine is going to close in.
There's a tiny subtle bit of elevation in the bus stop, hashtag laser scanned. I've had the car's perfectly balanced going through there, and then after the third apex, the little right-hander, the track drops away minutely, and what can be a perfectly poised car on second or third stinted tyres, the rear just wants to crack loose as you come back onto the banking. Ricardo Castro-Ledo, again, another Coanda SimSport car, and we heard from Josh Thompson just exactly how committed they are to their fuel saving. He's not really closing in inertia as rapidly as I would have thought, but I'm sure he's enjoying the slipstream like Josh Thompson has complained he wasn't able to do. Fair whinge, I'll take that. I'm just wanting to compare the tyres and the fuel at play here. Inertia, older tyres, but carrying more fuel. So I think they're probably in the slightly better strategy position for 10th and 11th here.
Yeah, I think sometimes you've got to be, you've got to just have the confidence of where is the team that we're battling, where are they in terms of their stops, and there you can see, thank you once again Connery, for how long these cars have been out on their stints. So Yasheet, VRS Commander SimSport in the number 13 machine, 22 laps in the books, so surely next time round will be another pit stop for them. Same again for the number 18 as well. They've only got a couple of laps left in their current stint. But it is interesting to see, based on the fact that we were talking about earlier, that 23 laps, definitely doable. 24 laps, if you save a little bit, definitely doable. 25, pretty much not. But still, after the amount of pit stops that we've had, there is a big difference in how many laps they've got left to go, isn't there?
Yeah, everyone starts with a full tank of fuel in these events normally, And then bit by bit you see things happen. You know, some team goes a lap longer, some team needs to take some repairs slightly earlier, and they all end up randomly scattered in terms of when their pit windows all happen, where their stint lengths are lining up. There's not many teams that actually are going to be pitting on the same lap next time from the prototype class, despite the fact that their stints aren't particularly long to begin with. And one thing about the graphic there on the left is that is a stint as in when they last came down pit lane, so it normally would refer to how much fuel they got on board. That is not how many laps the tyres have done, which, as is often the case, is a number far bigger than the number of laps they've done on fuel.
Yeah, definitely. And I was actually surprised when I first realised how short the stints are in these cars compared to something like a GT3 car. You know, they do make the tyres last a heck of a long time, but you've got to consider the fact the stints are shorter. We've got a lovely little battle there between one of the M4s and one of the Vendaval Lamborghinis, I believe.
I'm going to tell Biela that Urano are cheating on them with a different Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. They've been caught literally red-handed. Or red mirrored, whatever you want to say, because the Lambo's got red mirrors as well. But that was the Vendaval Sim Racing red machine that they were just having a little dice with there. I'm not sure, that's not for position, is it? No, it's not. The Vendaval Sim Racing red car, second place in that class. Of course, the number 16 Urano Esports BMW just unlapping themselves there, but doing it in style, of course.
Yeah, we saw quite a bit of management going from the Vendaval Sim Racing red car, particularly when they were being towed around by the sister blue car. And so we've heard that that happened in prototype. It's happening in GT3. More bullets you have in your gun, the more teammates you have around, I think the cleverer you can get with some of that strategy. On the lane though, MSI, one of the GTE cars that we've seen in the lead in a bit of a tussle with AAA Esports White. MSI Esports Red leads some laps and then needs a pit, and I think that then gives it away to AAA Esports White. AAA Esports White, I think, are going to have to pit in the next 2 or 3. And then I'm thinking that's going to give the... Well, it would give the lead back to MSI Esport Red, but BMW Team BS Competition are in between, but also on a similar fuel strategy to AAA. So MSI coming down earlier than BS and AAA. Better make sure that they count backwards correctly on how many laps is left in this race, because if they end up having that checkered flag wave in that 5-lap window between when MSI pit first and then AAA pit later, they are going to end up looking foolish.
Yeah, that's it. You need to keep a real close eye on it. And at the end of the day, all you can do a lot of the time is push. I've said this before, that you can do what you can in a stint. Push the car as hard as you can. It doesn't matter if you know that the car ahead of you could come out in front of you. It doesn't stop them doing that if they're going to anyway. Whether you know about it prior or not doesn't make a difference as to whether it happens, unfortunately. But I suppose sometimes it can give you a bit of a boost, can't it? It changes your mindset. It makes you think, oh, we could have these guys here. Let's go for that. Let's see whether we make it work. But yeah, most of the time I'd say that knowing about it, knowing whether a team's going to come out at a different time to you or not, it doesn't really change that much. But I suppose at this higher level, it's obviously worth knowing, because at the end of the day, it makes a big difference to your race. And I just want to point out, I'm going to go back into Chaz being nerdy for a second. There's an interesting weathering, well, I think you call it weathering. We're talking about the cars getting grimy before, basically. The BMW, you'll notice here, has a large grey area on the front of it when it's a little bit further away. That's a strange weathering bug that I noticed a long time ago on iRacing, that it looks like someone's just painted a grey section of the front of the car, and it gradually fades into being mucky as it gets closer to you. Well, that's just the weathering effects being strange, in case you wondered why that looks so odd.
Unlike some of the other white painted cars, I think it suits. It looks from a distance with one eye closed and your head on a little bit of an angle. It kind of looks like it suits the gradient of the AAA car. Is this going to be the lap that JSH takes pit entry when he does, relinquishing the lead to BS Competition, who are then going to pit 3 laps later and relinquish the lead back to MSI Esports Red? All will be revealed in a moment, but that's not looking like it just yet. I always thought that the GTE fuel stints were just a little shorter than GT3, but it's looking like they're able to extend it quite well.
Yeah, it's another one of those battles that we do see it open up a little bit here and there, and then just suddenly for a couple of laps, maybe just down to traffic, you'll see it close up again, really. But I've just realised, we have 2 hours left in our stint here. I can't believe that we've done 4 hours already. It just shows how much fun it's been already, the fact that we've got so much going on track. And, you know, we've had a very, very important part of the race covered here, where we go out of the night and then back into the daytime. These teams will be just feeling that bit of relief, but now it's going to get more and more difficult, as we spoke earlier to Sai Andrea about it. That little transition from nighttime back into daytime, when the circuit heats up again, it's going to catch a few people off guard here. I think this is only going to get more exciting now as we get into the latter stages of the race with just over 8 hours to go.
Yep, the tyre saving, the tyre life, the car balance, all of that about to change on the way to the checkered flag, and we do so much of a percentage of this race in the darkness. It feels like that's all the race is, and then 8 hours to go, sun rises, begins to heat the track, and it all changes once again. Still watching the GTE leader, AAA Esports White, and beige and grey and mud and grime, apparently. And that's looking like a pit entry now. So 34 laps on the fuel for this BMW. Look at their pit stall. About in the middle of the pit lane. And this is probably going to be fuel only, because the previous stint they did 131 laps on a set of tyres. They're only 30 into this set. I imagine if they keep that up, there's still a little more life left in these tyres, if AAA believe.
Yeah, they may just push it that little bit more, and we've seen some very, very heroic stints so far on the tyres. I'm really pushing it. But if it's just fuel, then we know it'll only be a couple of seconds more. But if not, yeah, there you go. That surely wasn't tyres. Obviously, by the giveaway being the car didn't go up on the jacks, really. I should probably point that out first. But yeah, back out there then. Just a fuel fill up for...
So...
Sorry, go on.
Instead of no tyres, so it was jacks off Suzel Harlow.
Wow. Yeah, you know what? You've delved into that more than I thought that either of us could. But yes, very much so. Jacks off Suzel Harlow.
When he does come for a tyre change, then he'll be the jacks on Suzel Harlow. Like, we've left Daytona and now have 8 hours left of Daytona. That one's not original. That one has been used to death and used before. So I'm just the bearer of bad news on that one, inflicting you and all of our dear listeners on that one. Pit lane's always a busy place, but it seems like a little busier than normal as a couple of pit stops are sort of lined up with each other. There's David Williams in the 18th, and his job is to make life hard for your friend Josh Thompson.
I'll tell you what, the pit lane's busier than the airport. But yes, Josh Thompson will be, ruining the fact that him and his team have to endure this even further now, with that battle continuing to go on. Moreno Sirica, of course, in that car at the moment. I had the joy of commentating on Moreno Sirica winning the World GT Championship, which is a league on iRacing that I've been having the pleasure of commentating on with Paul Smith, fellow RaceSpotTV broadcaster and commentator. And we actually start that season again. Well, tomorrow. Today's Sunday, so Monday night we start that championship again. I'm not sure. I don't think Moreno is back to defend his title, unfortunately, with commitments elsewhere, of course. But yeah, it's going to be a wonderful championship in GT3 machinery. But yes, the Williams guys very much up against the Coanda boys at the moment. And there's been a very interesting switch, again, just showing how close all of these drivers are to one another. After, what, 16 hours of racing? You know, the fact that they're only, well, they're all within, I'd say, half a minute of each other from third back. That's just amazing pace and amazing consistency from all of them, isn't it?
It is just freaky how close it becomes when you take thousands, no exaggeration, thousands of teams, and then skim the best 55 off the top for this race. That just mathematically how close they're all going to be, how competitive they're all going to be, how close all of them are to achieving the mythical, almost unreachable 100% performance out of the car. Two class leaders on the pit lane together at the same time. Thank you, BS Competition, for alerting us to your presence there. They are going to give way to MSI Esports in the lead of GTE, while no one is close enough to trouble this BMW bank car in GT3 at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like they're a little bit untouchable, you could say, for how consistent they've been, how quick they've been. Just a very, very solid performance from them, to be fair. And we hope they don't change their stripes anytime soon. And yes, we have actually lured a Dylan into the box. I'm not sure if he wants to pop on and have a quick word. Dylan,
hello.
Hello.
Good morning. It's 5:26 where I am, Eastern Standard Time. We love that.
Oh yeah, we do indeed. I was up at 5:40 in the UK, so not too far apart. But it's been a mega race so far, hasn't it? There's so many enticing battles. I mean, people may be like, yeah, but they're not right together on track. But to be, as I just said then, about within 20 seconds of each other after 16 hours, that's some incredible stuff, isn't it? So
here's the thing. You're going to have to include me in on what's happened over the past 3.5 or so hours as I'm trying to reconnect to the production feed. I believe is Connery right now, but it's timing out. So I'm not sure. Act as if I'm just tuning in.
So we still have VRS Coanda Sim Sport, not Spin Sport. That's a commentator's curse in Lou. With Mivano Sim Racing in second place. Williams Esports and VRS Coanda Sim Sport, their other car, the number 18 machine, right up there as well. And to be fair, they all just keep swapping around with their stints as well. They're all slightly out of sync here. So we keep having this bit where they'll come together on track a little bit, and then they'll spread out again on track, and then we'll have a pit stop and it'll bunch them up again, and they all just keep overlapping. That's been the word, overlap. There's just constant overlap between all of them. It's been great to watch because you get all this swapping around and you just don't know what's going to happen next time they meet each other on track.
Yeah, and it looks like the VRS Coanda SimSport 8 vehicle is heading down pit lane, the overall leader. Now, for the Hours 6 to 12 session that I was a part of, it was always the 1-2 punch. VRS Coanda 8 and 18. It looks like 18 has fallen off a little bit. How come?
In all fairness, I don't have a full-on answer for that. It's just maybe traffic, maybe just meeting things along in their stint. It just doesn't seem like there's one definite incident that's caused it, really. I think maybe just an accumulation of a few seconds lost here and there.
I'm stretching my brain, and you can only stretch something so far before it snaps. But I might have seen there was one stint that they had to bring in early or something at some point on the 18.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. It's much different looking at the sun coming in over the horizon here at Daytona Beach, because usually I'm always doing the Hours 6 to 12 range, and it's always dark. It's nice to see Daytona a little bit brighter, I will say.
Yeah, it's nice to have that change. We were talking before to Sai Andra from the...
Oh yeah, he joined us
Satellite.
too. Good guy.
Yes, it was
Yeah,
Satellite,
it's his third time knocking on the door. You think we've got like catering or coffee in here or something? No, he just likes us.
I mean, I don't understand why he would like you, David, but you know what? Things happen. Things come up. No, you're a good guy.
You come into my commentary stint, you disrespect me.
I do.
Dylan,
Yes.
You've broken my heart.
I'm sorry. David, we all know that I love you, man. And apparently you don't love me enough to marry me. According to your...
Less said the better. Less said the better.
This has been a good race though so far, and I guess yeah, it's not my broadcast. I'm just crashing the party, so please. I'm just your pawn. Use me as you will.
Well, here is the satellite racing machine that we mentioned a moment ago, or I tried to mention a moment ago before I forgot the name of the flipping team. Alex Gal in the car at the moment, just partway through a stop. We'll see any second now, and yes, it was just for fuel. So no tyre change this time round. One of the talking points for me, really, Dylan, has been the fact that these LMP2 cars, they can make tyres last so long if you work them right, can't they?
Yeah, they can last very long. Now, if we talk about stints on fuel, it's around 40 or so laps. I'm not loaded in right now to the session, or 40 or so minutes. Excuse me. Again, I remind you, it's 5:30 a.m. I've been up for the entirety of this event, and I've only missed the last 4 hours. So please...
And whose fault is that?
That is my own doing, and I own up to it.
Can I just point out this tiny little ha that just came from Connery in the background?
Okay, I have a bone to pick with Connery, and I'll get to that in a moment. No. Oh, yes. But, you know, every 40 or so minutes on fuel, give or take 25 or so laps, I think what we're seeing is, because the race is in January in the winter, even if it's in Florida, it's still cool temperatures through the middle of the night. At least, yes, here we go. 18 degrees Celsius, both in the air and on track. I'm not sure exactly what that translates into Fahrenheit, but it was 69 degrees Fahrenheit on track for the majority of the night sessions. It's getting a little warmer, but that's not any temperature that's going to be really cutting the grip down and the life down on the rubber.
Yeah, when Sai was saying before how dangerous it's going to be with this changeover, and I think I don't really envy the drivers that do it. I've been in a position to do this part of the race before when I was racing for Beast Racing, the team which Drew Adamson of iRacing runs. And yeah, the grip just starts to disappear. You suddenly feel like the tyres have just got nothing, and it's like the track, you can see it. You get that, like, there's the golden tint to everything that's going on as well, light-wise, and it just feels like you're worn out. You know, you've got this warm tint, you've been up for hours, you're all in somehow still cold but still sweating from the fact you've been up all night. You know, you've had a tough time doing it. You're still pushing the car to the best of your ability. The track doesn't want to give you anything. It wants to ruin the tyres, which then they don't want to give you anything. The traffic doesn't give a damn, and everybody's got that bit of fatigue setting in. When you combine all of it together, it really does make for a tough time, I think. As soon as that sun comes back up again, while it's a relief, as we discussed earlier, when, you know, you can see again, it just gets more difficult. It really does.
Yeah, and I feel like it's, you know, hours 6 to 12, Lorenzo Bonder likes to refer to them as silly hours, where things just happen and you kind of just learn to accept it. Now, especially with there being under 8 hours to go, strategy also comes into play, and that combined with fatigue can be kind of a dangerous prospect, and it can lead to some incidents, as we have seen throughout, or at least the 6 to 12 hour. We saw Arhuit G come down, and I don't know if they were stopping on racetrack, the prototype car, and collected another prototype. Big incident there. I mean, I know the Team BMW Bank was, well, they almost lost, actually, their cool, I should say. I forget who was driving, but they were up against the Van de Waal, I think, blue team, trying to get their lap back or trying to keep on the lead lap. And the Team BMW Bank car would not allow that to happen. They were not okay with, or the Team BMW Bank car couldn't get by for multiple laps, flashing the headlights. Soon it got to the point where literally pushing out of the way, slamming on the brakes once they got through. It was ridiculous driving at the time, and I know it was in the last hour of our broadcast session, so I think within 13 hours to go before 12. That was interesting. Kind of lose your cool at moments like that. When things are just kind of going well, you lose focus a little bit. Yes, it definitely has.
Yeah, this is the battle for third place in LMP2, which Slick 2000 Tiscali in the YouTube chat asked for, to which I responded, no, this isn't BBC Radio 2. We don't do requests.
With a kiss face.
Well, yeah, I have to make sure that he knows I'm joking. If you chuck an emoji on the end, it means that you're joking, obviously. But in all fairness, though, you know, we've got a mega battle developing in front of us here. We've seen this a number of times over the course of the race. Williams Esports and Mivano Sim Racing EveryEye.it right together once again. We had Josh Thompson in the Williams car before chasing down Dion Fallow, or being overtaken by Dion Fallow. Obviously, Josh used to race for Mivano, so a little bit of an interesting storyline behind that battle. But look at how these cars just cut through traffic as if it's not there, David. It's just wonderful, isn't it? Around the outside of Turn 1 just shows the capability difference between these cars.
Well, I don't cut through it like it's not there. They're still very much at the limit of their grip, potentially compromising their lines through the opening sector of the lap, but it does demonstrate a little bit more downforce for the prototype cars, or even just proportionally more downforce because the car's lighter and the downforce level is the same, and that's still going to be an advantage through the corners. There is your GT3 leader that's now going to split in between. And again, there's something we'd mentioned. There's a Mexican standoff is the word I used before. Three-way chess. I don't know what else to call it. But if these two teams fight too hard, lose too much time, it plays to the advantage of VRS Coanda SimSport 18. We're a couple seconds up the road, about 20 seconds up the road. But Mivano got a bunch of newer tyres, carrying a little bit more fuel at the moment. They're all, I'm sure, so desperately counting backwards how many pit stops remain, because if Williams or Mivano can make it on the same number of stops as Coanda from here, anyone could be in second of them, and anyone could be missing out on a coveted podium position.
And you mentioned there the number 18 machine as well. These guys will all be very conscious of that car being in there. They'll obviously just know that any little difference they make to their lap times, any bit of time they lose in fighting with each other, will close that gap up. Now, we are, of course, on board with Moreno Sirica, and you can see the chase here up to the back of the Mivano Sim Racing machine. Dion Fallow is in the YouTube chat, and he says that the night stint was exhausting, pushing like mad to close the gap to Coanda. And that's what it seems like at the moment, isn't it? It's like they have this slight buffer at the front in that number 8 machine where they don't have to worry about being overtaken during pit stops or anything, or losing that much time. They've built up that gap, and now they've not really got any worries other than just getting to the end cleanly by the look of it.
Yeah, it's they have a mulligan to play with for sure. They make a mistake, then it's not going to end up being catastrophic unless there's a lot of damage in a mistake. And that's a good spot that you want to be at, but it sometimes gets yourself into a false sense of security as well. You want to keep going at full pace, but when you're so far in front, it can almost feel counterintuitive to keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And if you're pushing it, you can have a rear wing like the one, the GT car that was just passed by Sirica. And you know what? If you make a mistake, then it's only going to end up being yours to blame. No one else's, because you put yourself in an uncomfortable position where, you know, something could happen, like bringing me onto this broadcast, David.
Yeah, I mean, Cy Andrew's been in here a couple times. We can't seem to keep you out. Let's have a word with Hugo when he's free about.
Oh God, Hugo. There were a lot of super chat donations, and he ended up going on air for a few minutes. I'm dead serious.
Man, things I miss out on with graveyard shift here.
It
wow.
was incredible. That 6-hour stint. We had an absolute blast. A lot of fun, and it ended up persuading me to do something where I have a development. If you guys would be intrigued by a development from an hour 6 to 12 thing.
We're listening. Go on.
I may have, in the time between then, travel to the Rolex 24.
Get in.
I'm dead serious.
Are you flying?
I am, and I know.
Are you transiting between through Charlotte or Atlanta?
What?
As if
If you're
that's
flying,
come back around.
are you changing flights in Charlotte or Atlanta?
No. How come? Why? Wait, are you going?
Oh no reason.
Wait, what's happening?
This is for the real Hours 12 to 18 super fans. They know what's up. They know what we're talking about.
I don't. Can somebody please bring me up to speed here? I'm going from Philadelphia to Orlando.
Oh, lame.
I'm sorry. It was $60 round trip. Like $60 round trip. I gotta take advantage of that.
We had a great shot of one of the planes landing at Daytona Beach, and then went on about what planes do and don't land at Daytona Beach Airport. And it turns out the only scheduled services to Daytona Beach is either American Eagle to Charlotte or Delta to Atlanta. Those are the only two places you can fly to from Daytona Beach. So I was just like asking, if you were coming from Philly,
right, fair,
and you're flying into Daytona Beach, which you're not, it would have had to have been through one of those two.
Well, the way I look at it, and I've had many ethical, internal, moral debates, especially with everything going on in the world right now. I figure if it is solo travel and I keep my mask on, protect others, I'd feel more comfortable with anything that happens to me, as long as I am making sure I protect others from me, which is difficult. David, as you know, I have trouble protecting you guys from me. But I feel good with the decision, except my mom's not going to be happy with the amount of money I've spent. She didn't want me to do it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm a senior in college. I got to do it right now.
Well, I hope you enjoy it. I'm not jealous.
Thank you.
At all.
I've never done something like this before. Just like a solo going. I don't know. I'm excited, but I'm also like, what did I just do?
Like me when I wake up.
Fair.
We're currently looking at this continued battle.
Oh no! Oh no!
What's he done?
Nothing.
What? I think that was the latency getting him.
Oh no! Nothing.
Oh, no. What? We've got the number 5 and number 6 still together. Annoyingly for my OCD, not in P5 and P6, unfortunately, but for them, fortunately.
At least they're in order. Come on.
Yeah.
You could do worse.
It's very true. Is Verstappen out for the 18th time? Yes. We've got Mivano Sim Racing 3rd, Williams Esports in 4th
Is Alonso in the split?
at the moment. Oh, shut up. These two...
Jimmer?
Oh, please don't. We've got... Oh,
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's mad. There we go. Savenya. Wonderful stuff from Connery.
Oh,
absolutely love that shot. It's just.
I'm gonna
beautiful.
see that. I'm gonna see that next weekend. What the heck? I am. Oh my goodness.
Just every so often, just hear Connery laugh a tiny bit in the background.
Connery, after a broadcast, we were all having a good time in TeamSpeak. I said, "Can I ask something real quick?" And you know what Connery does? Connery, please, would you like me to do it, or would you like yourself to do it?
Oh no.
Okay, he said. He sighed and he's like, "Go ahead." and I'm like, "Whoa, okay then. Why?" Oh, Connery, we love you here. I'm so sorry. I've brought terror to this broadcast.
Peace and quiet. Peace and quiet.
See, I thought my chicken curry was a little spicy, you know, a little aggressive on the palate, and then Dylan Coyle
Oh boy,
steaming in, and now I don't know what to think.
I was going to say we've entered the fun stage of this. To be fair, Dylan,
We have.
thank you. I'm not saying that it isn't already fun with David and I here, but yeah, it's
addition by adding and with David. There's some subtraction involved there, but you know what? We're just going to slice both of them, add one to the other side, and all of a sudden you get a.
Don't forget to carry the 5.
Don't forget to carry the 5. Where's the 5 coming from?
right.
Where's the 5 coming from?
He's in third at the minute. As things stand, this Williams car is getting closer and closer to the Movano car. As we look back there, wonderful shot from on top of the P2. A little update on a me problem that's going on at the moment. I'm clever enough to map control. The on my keyboard, control basically is now my push to talk button. So when I try and scroll up the timing screen, it doesn't do anything when I'm talking at the same time. It just makes it bigger.
Oh, I've
Oh.
yeah, it's still sitting in front of my steering wheel with the push to talk button on my wheel. So even though the wheel doesn't do wheel stuff,
What is?
don't ask. Don't ask.
There's a spider in the house. Run!
Oh my goodness! Yeah, what is going on in there?
Just works as a very circular button box.
Wait, can you just have push to talk on and you be quiet? Because there's action happening.
That's fan immersion on a different level.
I'm not out here to dox my neighbors.
Oh, those are your neighbors. Okay, there's a good battle we're watching. You think Williams is gonna make a move, or it looks like they're backing
It sounds like there's a good enough battle going on in the background wherever David is as well, to be fair. We've got...
What, Brisbane? Are you in Brisbane right now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Sounds like the Battle of Brisbane. Right, we've got Moreno Sirica then. There's a race going on, can you believe it? Moreno Sirica on the back of Sasha Gall at the moment, just chasing through the traffic now. Oh, the Lamborghini in front, the Vendavel car maybe caught them off guard a little bit there. Now, maybe get a flash of lights, maybe a finger out the window, but Moreno Sirica is certainly going to see moments like that, isn't he, at this point, David, and think, right, here is ripe opportunity.
Well, it's been interesting to watch, actually, because this is just 10 laps on new tyres for Sasha Gawler. For Moreno Sirica, you can tell from the hands as he tries to put the power down that they're 60 laps old for him on a track that is starting to get just a little bit greasy. With all that considered, it's actually very much impressed me that the Williams car is sticking with Movano, who have the newer tyres on, but are not able to drop Williams, and that's almost happened there where the GT3 split them. This is work on the wheel for Sirica like we've not seen in the last couple hours. Don't go into decimals, it seems, with our graphics package here, but all through the night the track temperature and the air temperature were to the decimal place identical. Now I'm seeing 17.8 for the air, 18.9 for the track. It's starting to have a little bit of a differential between them. The track's starting to actually accept a little bit of the heat. He's steering to the right more than he's steering to the left there.
Yeah, some slipping, some sliding for sure. And, when you're sawing at the wheel, it never means that you have a good, not a stable or an unstable car, but the wheels itself feel like they're not providing enough grip to feel comfortable with the car. I mean, yeah, there was bumps, but not as much for that car to be doing so much correcting. And I mean, let's just watch real quick. So left, cutting back. It's it feels pretty intense, and I don't feel like you're not going to get the fastest times when you're sawing at the wheel. You're only going to get better times when you're being extremely smooth, and I think we're going to see a lot more sawing like we saw last lap here at the bus stop. Ooh, thinking about a move. World's fastest controller driver, David.
Well, if you've ever watched the onboards of someone attempting to drive iRacing with, you know, a controller with the thumbsticks, it often ends up looking a little bit like this because the inputs can be so drastic, so sharp, go from the straight to 90 degrees left very quickly. Obviously, I don't think that's what's happening for Marino Sirica, but the speed of the input changes, how sensitive it all appears, just reminds me of that a little bit. It's almost like his steering inputs are, you know, like pulse width modulated. It's little adjustments very quickly that sort of all averages out into him opening up the hands and on the exit of the corner, but it doesn't seem like one fluid movement. I won't tell him he's doing it wrong though, because this would be the third stint on the tyres in a car that they mentioned might not be as set up for looking after the tyres and looking after the fuel as Coanda are. And Movano have definitely had a lot more time to prepare in this car as well, seeing as it's what they race in Sports Car Open, Dylan. So they, I'm sure, are even more on top of what setup quirks, what driving style quirks, throttle shapes, etc. are better for managing the tyres a little bit.
Well, it helps to get that consistent competitive edge when you are driving in a series like Sports Car Open. You've got some of the best drivers on the service there. So when it comes to something like this...
Like Max Verstappen, is he in this split?
Stop it!
No, but you know who is in this split? IndyCar drivers Sage Karam and Alex Palou. They're both in this split.
I haven't seen Sage yet.
Sage was in earlier at the... I'm not sure exactly when, as we see some bump drafting here almost. And Alex Palou had a nice fight going for him as well. A lot of names that I don't usually see in these endurance races. Bobby Zielinski, you know, one of the most well-known eNASCAR drivers is in this race. Not sure exactly if he's in a car right now, but Zielinski, you know, we already said Palou, already said Karam. Max Verstappen was in the race. So we're not lying. He was in the race. There were just a lot of issues that had happened with that car in the early going. So, yeah. But I do wonder, is Jimmer in this split? Or
I'll kick you out of this team speak.
Oh no!
It's been it's been great. It's been, you know, a delight, a whirlwind, but ooh, you know, good things can't last forever, can they?
I knew you were going somewhere with that, and I was still disappointed with the end result. Okay, David.
The chat, honestly, the amount of YouTube chats coming in now saying, "Is Alonso in this? Where's Jimmer?" And,
are they
honestly,
actually?
Even RaceSpotTV themselves. Does anyone know if Max is in this split? For crying out loud. Everyone asks where is Verstappen and not how is Verstappen. That's a very good point, David. Very well point.
Of course.
Maybe if they spent less time asking where's Wally and spent more time asking how's Wally, I wouldn't have to run away all the time.
Very true.
Oh,
now, it's a good thing that I'm not an admin of this YouTube stream, because I'm not patient enough with people to do that. Is Chaz's sanity in this split? No, it's not.
Is Rubens Barrichello in this split?
He's in a different one with Alonso. I'll give you that answer. I think that's the first time.
Whoa, yeah.
Oh, look, a race.
Yeah. Oh. I'm sorry. A race broke out at my comedy show.
Yeah, indeed. Now, this is actually getting really enticing now, because rather than the controlled fight that we'd seen before, where it's just, after you, old chap, you know, that they know that they have to let them go, there's actually a bit of fight in this now. Going through the traffic, you know, they're not getting desperate. That's not the word for it. It's more...
It's going to be good luck.
They're just pushing. Let's see what the BMW does here then. I think maybe it just takes a bit of a wider line out of the right-hander. Does he? Oh, he thinks he's going to go over to the right, so he goes left, and then there's nothing there. easy little miscommunication. That is very basic, isn't it, compared to other little incidents like that we see.
There's a handful of places around here on the lap where the GT cars are coming across from one side of the track to the other, and if you're right up behind them exiting the corner, you'll go to one side, but if you're catching them down the straight, you'll go to the other. One is right here coming off the oval. Oh no, not oval 3 and 4, coming off oval 1 and 2 towards the bus stop. You know, initially all of the faster cars want to go high on the banking, but then when the banking ends and you're on the back straight facing towards the bus stop, then the GT cars start wanting to look down the inside of the bus stop to get clear, and somewhere in the middle there is a crossover point where you'll be catching a GT car as a prototype driver, or looking in your mirrors at a prototype as a GT driver, and the crossover point happens, and there's a slight grey area there in the normal rules of etiquette of the multi-class passing, and the similar thing happened there from the first horseshoe to the kink, where if you exited side by side as the prototype, you'd stay to the right. If you're a little bit behind, you'd wait for the GT car to come across, and then you'd take the inside for the kink. So yeah, that's one that happens here and at a bunch of other multi-class tracks as well.
Yeah, it's one of those circuits that's got a little bit of everything, hasn't it?
Sorry to get serious and do some real analysis for a second here, guys. Oh,
sorry,
anyone
you
seen
put
any
me
good
to
jokes
sleep.
lately?
You put me to sleep. My goodness.
I'll tuck you in too.
Please do. I have a weighted blanket now.
It's
for anxiety.
Mia Rose has put Dylan's comedy show ruined by racing.
I'm sorry.
Apparently, Dion Fallow has actually given more information about this race in the last half an hour than we have. He's put the Commander cars, especially the number 8, are actually losing time now. I like his response, though. Dominic's saying why. He says no idea. They just are. And right now is Daniel Kvyat in this split. Fantastic. Well, at the moment, there is your race leader. We've not seen them for quite a while. They've got a 34-second lead over their teammate, number 8 to the 18. Again, nobody knows is the reason why they're losing time. But still. Connery does have to quit. Well, there you go. 1.6 seconds quicker last time around. 1:33.1. But yeah, the other laps, it's only an odd 10th here or there, though, isn't it, Dylan? It's just those little chips away at the ice cube of time.
Yeah, it's just those chips away. But at the same time, we talk about the mulligan. There's such a big lead right now that you can afford to lose a 10th on this lap, a 10th on that lap. The big thing is going to be consistency, and Mitchell de Jong has, he's looking for a 6th. A 6th! 7th year, 6th title he's looking for with the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. I mean, he's one of the most storied iRacers, as we see some traffic around the infield section. Going around the outside is not always fun, especially from that angle that we see. It looks a lot tighter than it actually is. But yeah, they have the allowance to lose some time, and when they do lose some time, you know, it's it could be a little bit of cause for concern. You're looking at it, it's just red showing up. It's red showing up, but it'll show up as red whether it's losing 1/1000th of a second or 3 seconds per lap. So it's not anything to necessarily worry about unless it's continuous. And you look at the gap right now, it's fluctuating between, what, half a second at the moment, as it does. But yeah, we have the full leaderboard up here if you want to take a brief look at that.
Let's go rundown time. It's been a while. So as we mentioned, they haven't been getting as much airtime as they deserve potentially, because they've just been in the lead and being a little boring, hitting their tyre stints, hitting their fuel numbers. The VRS Commander Sim Sport number 8. Then the battle for second place, where it's currently the 18. Then the battle we see on our screen with Nirvana Sim Racing just starting to edge out a couple more car lengths away from a Williams eSports machine that looks a real handful on throttle for Marino Sirica. In 5th, Team Redline Ice Blue. In 6th, Team Redline Purple. Delta Sport U4K doing a great job holding on to 7th inside the top 10. VRS Satellite Racing Red will be pleasing Syondra as they've moved up a little higher in the top 10 into 8th. Yazhit Rashad Mill in 9th, and Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC.com with Chaz's favourite white wheels and my favourite Fox rounding out the top 10. Oh, let's go. There's 3 of us. Let's go one category each. Chaz to the GTEs.
Alejandro Sanchez leads the way at the
Don't
moment.
worry, Connery's going to put it up on the screen.
Thank you, Connery. Sorry, I've got the timing screen to my right. We're sound. MSI Esports Red leading the way. Alejandro Sanchez in that BMW. Doing a wonderful job consistently there. AAA Esports White still trying to keep them honest. Just about 30 seconds behind at the moment with Jacks off Suslin Harlow at the wheel. Ryan Barneveld.
Just be careful how you say it. I've received some DMs that made me think that, funny as I thought it was at the time, the pun that it was might have been ill-conceived.
Yeah, potentially as well. Yeah, I went straight head first into that without thinking. Ryan
I've
Barneveld.
led you astray, and I can only apologise. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It is all good. Ryan Barneveld third. BMW BS competition in that wonderful livery that we know and love in third position. Antia Hola is fourth for Kova in another BMW with BMW Team Redline and BMW Team GB in 5th and 6th place respectively, with the weathering thing that's broken. Astro Gaming Altus Esports are 7th in class with James Scott still at the wheel of that Porsche. Matt Bunn in the chat, good to see you, mate. AAA, get it out. Esports Black are currently 8th with Ricardo Ferreira in that wonderful little, I say little, not little is it, it's BMW M8, size of the sun. Sport Team Competition with Fernando Border, he's not got Border yet. And then we have Alpine Eagle Racing, that catches me out every single time. Alpine Eagle Racing in 10th with Marcus Girac at the wheel of that Porsche, and it's still going. It's actually an oval spec now with the wing tilted to the right like the Zenvo. Is it the Zenvo ST1 that does that?
Yes, it is with the active aerodynamics that allow it to cant into some corners. Weird looking thing. Doesn't look like it should work, but it does.
When he's on the oval, it actually ends up being level, so it's like a perfect amount of downforce for the right side. I love it. Oval spec.
Oval spec. I guess, is that the right direction we'd want that rear wing to be showing?
Well, it'd be creating a horizontal component to the downforce that would move the car to the left. So, for the oval section, fantastic. Did we do?
Okay.
Let's get GT3 for you, Dylan.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I completely trust that science right there. GT3, aka GT Daytona, as it's also known. A team BMW bank. Well, I've used this pun before, but it looks like they have this one in the bank with a 1.5-minute difference showing on Sim RC Carbon. That's just unfair in this race. Vanderbilt Sim Racing Red rounds out the podium with Bila Racing Team Euronics behind them by 18 seconds. Team Fordzilla in a BMW. I thought this was funny that Alex Below with Chip Ganassi is a Honda engine and racing for Team Ford Zilla in a BMW. That makes perfect sense. Bila Racing Team Euronics, the other one, 452, is in P6, followed closely. Oh, what are you laughing about? Followed by Vanderbilt Sim Racing Blue by a second. Urano Esports HKM, followed by Mala Racing Team, and 15 seconds off that pace as SRC Squadra Corse Black. Did I pronounce that in an accented enough way?
I would have gone for Squadra Corsa or something.
Squadra Corsa. I can't. Oh, God.
I was just giggling to myself there. Apologies. I left my mic open for a second. The fact that I feel sorry for one of the Bila teams being referred to as the other one.
The other, I didn't.
Well, we're Bila Racing Team Euronics. Yeah, you're the other one.
You're the other one. Right now, if we're talking, I mean, let's be honest. Oh, hello.
Racecraft with the unconventional line there, wasn't it?
Racecraft.
Oh, now the 06 is high, giving up a slowdown, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Has there been some drama in the bus stop? 2 cars with a problem.
Oh. Connery. You didn't. Wow, awful capitalization skills, though. I must say.
Wow,
That's bothering me.
I thought I was the only bad person that would pick that up. Fantastic.
It's bothering. Poll. Let's poll everybody. Yes.
Yeah.
No. Well, no. That's
Yeah.
that. No. Okay. What did happen in the bus stop?
I mean, I swear I saw either the racecraft car was following the normal line and Biela were off, or both of them were. It really looked like Biela would give it. Okay.
Oh, poor cone.
Yeah, I was going to say, stuff that particular cone.
And you in particular.
Yeah.
Bus stop optional, apparently.
Well, I mean, in Daytona, bus stops are open at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so you know what? Boom.
They're busier than the airport as well, apparently.
Oh, that's true.
Buses can take you more places.
I just love the fact. I love the fact that iRacing has animated airplanes going on.
Yeah,
to
it's brilliant.
I love it. Can we guess who the passengers are? Who would be coming in down in a race time?
How many tracks have got that? Because Donington has it because it's underneath the flight path for, I want to say it's East Midlands Airport?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, I have no reason to know that, and I do.
Mainly it's just Ryanair and then the odd Russian cargo thing and DHL. It's nothing too exciting. Something that is a little bit exciting, though, is the number 12, Enzo Benito, in the Team Redline Ice Blue machine. He's back out on track after a pit stop, which was... I'm looking for it, but I can't see it.
Fuel only after 24 laps.
Yeah, there you go. It's at the bottom there. Shut up, Chaz. I need to get used to this new overlay. That's the excuse. Racing driver excuses.
It's a beautiful overlay, and you know
it is.
The great thing about it is it's very customizable. So the colors you all see can very much change, and I'm selling right now.
You're just reiterating because I was that one guy.
You were that one guy.
I was the one guy. This is just for everybody that didn't see it. When we first got sent some screenshots in the RaceSpotTV Facebook group earlier, I was literally thinking, I like that, but RaceSpot's usual colour scheme is monochrome and a bit of yellow. And I was that one guy that had to say, why is it blue? And then basically didn't think about the fact that these things are made to be customizable so we can do what we want with them. And cue that, and then I'm going to live with that forever. Yeah,
well, as Connery wrote, it's literally customize everything. That's the biggest thing. Background colors of every single element, the font sizes, element sizes, how opaque they are, and you know what? There are more options incoming. RaceSpot.tv. Right? Right? Is it RaceSpot.tv, the website? Or am I wrong? I failed. I failed as a salesperson. Are you guys unaware as well of if it's RaceSpot.tv?
Oh, it is RaceSpot.tv, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I thought you were joking.
I needed to make sure because I said Twitch.com the other day, and I'm like, wait a second, that's wrong.
Oh, Carden again saying maybe it's Alonso, or is he in this split? For God's sake. Oh, well, to be fair, it is almost 10 past 11 UK time here. I happen to know that our stint ends in just over an hour. 5 hours of this already done, and to be fair, it's been a lot of fun. Mitchell de Jong in the pit lane at the moment. He's having plenty of fun. Maybe just a bit of a stretch of the arms, move your hands and wrists about a bit. It's easy to get cramped up, especially on direct drive wheels, as I know a lot of these boys
have a drink of water, stay hydrated.
Yes, indeed. Yes. That's one of the main things here, because even though you may not be thinking, oh, I'm not boiling when I'm sat in the car, you're not particularly that hot. It is easy to just overwork yourself in these events, especially at this stage now. You feel the fatigue on your eyes because it's gone back to daylight. And for anybody that is watching and is obviously part of a team that's running it, make sure that you do remind your drivers to stay hydrated. It's easy to overlook. But the number 8 comes back out and is still in the lead. Movado Sim Racing are on pit lane as well, the number 5. But I believe we may be going to a fan immersion soon, potentially, David. Is that right?
It's never a bad idea. How about the other Biela car?
Yes. Let's go with the other one.
Before we do that, I mean, we just had the leader pitting. We got Sasha Gawler pitting here from what was the battle over third place in LMP2. Williams in the pits at the same time, interestingly. Connery brings that up. And should it surprise us that they've given up on that set of tyres on the Williams car from the work that Marino Sirica was having to put in to keep the car facing forwards? A new set was very much in order. I'm having second thoughts because I think we've had 2 Lamborghini onboards already.
I'd really like to see, honestly, the Williams car now with fresh tires, seeing if there's some song still happening in car. I think that would be an interesting look.
Why not? I'll roll with you on this one. Is it Diogo Pinto behind the wheel now for the Williams Esports car? New driver, new tyres. Let's ride on board with the Dallara P217 of Williams Esports, still second, undecided in this class. Here on RaceSpotTV, we're looking towards the end of the iRacing Daytona 24 hours for 2021. As you can see, 7 hours remaining here in the booth right now. Connery Maddock is doing the production and the cameras. He's been doing a stellar job. We've loved some of the angles he's pulled up. David Haynes here, Chaz Draycott with me this whole segment. Dylan Coyle dropping in and keeping it light and fluffy. Chaz, what are we looking at for the next hour or so?
Well, this, as we've just been discussing there in the little break that we had, is where the strategies start to really come into play now. You're getting into this last quarter of the race. You start to see how all of the strategies are aligning, who's going to be a few laps out of sync, who's going to need tyres, maybe fuel near the end. And this is where you start to just fine-tune it. Do maybe a longer stint or even a slightly shorter stint here just to make sure that it matches up at the end. So you've really pushed it to the limit. Figure out your fuel numbers, figure out your tyres when you want to change them. This is where now, especially for the teams as well, from the insider information, this is where it gets really exciting as this race draws to a close.
Dylan, you've had your eyes on this race a lot of hours today. What are you seeing that's changed in the complexion potentially, and what does that lead you to predict for the end? What kind of treat are we in for?
A lot more aggression, but aggression that doesn't come with caution, if that makes sense. There's a lot more moves, as you saw in the fan immersion. Diego Pinto, who's already known as a pretty aggressive driver. I believe he was in the 2K World Cup Series, Skip Barber, if I'm remembering correctly. He was aggressive there, aggressive here, and making moves that you wouldn't be making at, 5 hours into the race. But you're going to see a lot more of that. Strategy is going to come into play a lot more with the decisions being made right now in teams, the team's headquarters. That's going to end up deciding where they're going to finish in the race come race end. Now you currently see the difference, and I'm not sure if that's because of a pit stop or not, is 35 seconds between both VRS Coanda cars. Now, it was up to a minute in the 6 to 12 hour stint, a minute more, a minute and a half was the actual gap between. So maybe a little bit of things happening. We see the battle for first showing the intervals between all of the teams, and this is getting closer than it's been for the majority of this race. And the most amazing thing to me is, we're coming down to the 7 hours to go mark, the 17th hour, as let's say 17th hour is finished. And they're still so close together. 20 seconds, I mean, that's a spin. That's a spin and that's it.
I could hypothesize about the gap for the lead in P2.
Hypothesize?
Yeah, it's a word. It's in the dictionary, which is a book that's full of words. One of the reasons I think that could be is the extent of dropping the pace back that Coanda have got to do to hit those 25 lap stints. We heard how challenging it can be. Every prototype driver we've spoken to saying that it is a little bit of compromise to hit those 25 lap stints, and how much a draft helps with that. Well, out in the lead lonely, number 8 car hasn't had much of that at all, but the 18 car, they've been chopping back and forth with Movano, with Williams, maybe picking up just a little bit more draft, hitting their fuel numbers a little bit more easily. Well, they've had to really soft pedal out front.
I feel like as we continue to see this race kind of come down to the wire, I mean, pit stops are in the single digits now. If you're looking at the cars that are going to be making the most stops out of this stint, out of the last 7 hours, it's going to be the prototypes. They're making pit stops every 40 minutes, not 40 laps. That would be quite ridiculous. Let me do the quick math here. That should be a maybe it's double digits. I don't know. Again, it's 6:23 now in the morning. I'm trying to. It's 9 or so pit stops left that they kind of have to deal with. Maybe a little bit more than that. I mean, every pit stop means a different run for the next pit stop. Maybe you're going to go tires with that, and it's starting to warm up, but it's still January, so maybe tires aren't going to be as much of an issue. We're not in charge of those decisions. We are commentators.
Let's take a look then, because the track temperature indicated by the thermometer there has risen a degree Celsius, and thus begins the warming of the track in the morning. And when we do reach that 6 hours to go, from my perspective where we're sitting here, I think that makes it a lot easier to try to backtrace what the different teams are doing on strategy, because prototypes, they hit those 40-minute stints. 3 40-minute stints makes exactly 2 hours, and you can then count from either side of the top of the hour who's going to need an extra pit stop, who's not, in the prototypes. Once they hit about 6 hours to go, the mental maths becomes a little easier on that one. And then both GT classes look like they're going a bit shorter than an hour. So if at 6 hours to go, 5 hours to go, 4 hours to go, you see some teams pitting from those classes, you know that they're at risk of an extra pit stop. So you can have your software and your spreadsheets crunching all the numbers, but it becomes a lot easier and more plainly explained as the number of hours continues to tick down.
Yeah, this really is crunch time now, and don't forget, while all of this is going on, these drivers are going to get more and more fatigued. There's going to be more and more tired drivers out there on circuit. It's going to be certainly focusing, but in terms of your driver lineups, surely you've got to think that some of these guys will have drivers, not in reserve as such, but they'll have drivers planned to be in for the last stint to make sure they're as fresh and as awake as possible. But it's easier said than done, isn't it? Because to really be involved in the event and to know exactly what you're going to need to do in that last stint and when, you need to be awake for the whole thing and see what's going on, don't you? It's a bit of an interesting one.
Was it Lena Gade, I think, who was always not a wink of sleep in every Le Mans 24? She was from, the wave of the tricolor to, the very end. She was focused and on top of everything. It might help to have someone who doesn't drive keep a watchful eye, communicate with the other drivers about what happened while maybe they were taking a break and such.
I would not be surprised if every team here has a spreadsheet where they're describing their pit stops, what they did, stuff that was happening throughout the race, notes about competitors, maybe notes about leaders in the other class. Yes, tire wear will come into play. So the more communication, the better between all of the members of one specific team. I mean, that's where having more members really does help, because yes, more members of a team means less driving time per driver, meaning fewer mistakes. But at the same time, when you're having a lot more, or at the same time, not but, you're going to also have a lot more data to play around with. So it's really wins all around.
Fordzilla versus Marla on track at the moment. Marla only a couple laps away from a pit stop, methinks, but they are battling each other out at the moment, 7th and 8th, as you see there, and also you get an idea of their battle in the bigger picture. How far back is the next car? And of course you see Fordzilla 9 seconds off 6th place as well. Dylan, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to miss you a little bit. I think quite a lot of our YouTube commenters are going to miss you quite significantly. Yes, this is the nonsense we went on about earlier, Dylan. It's definitely a United 737-800.
What?
Delta.
Delta, correct.
Wait,
Sorry.
this was
to Atlanta, or from Atlanta.
Or Charlotte.
Or Charlotte.
No, because that's American Eagle.
What is happening? I mean, I don't get it. There's some good racing right here. I don't know why I just pointed to the screen like Leonardo DiCaprio and that meme from
Speaking of that meme,
Yes.
Speaking of that meme,
Yes.
when I'm going to be watching, and you're going to be watching the Rolex
Yes.
24 next week, every
Yes.
time I see that Dallara P217, I'm going to be like, hey, that's the one I drive in iRacing.
Oh,
You know,
my
because
goodness.
it's a little niche compared to some of the other chassis
Right.
of LMP2. So it was the
Only
same
one.
case during Le Mans in September. Yeah, every time I saw it on screen, I was just... I just want to see the Dallara go well because I'm emotionally attached now.
Right. Well, here's the other thing.
That and they're sort of the underdog with the unique car that, you know, maybe isn't so favored, you know.
Okay, but take this for what you will. It's used as the base model for the Cadillac DPI. So,
Not a huge Cadillac fan.
okay, well, I was just providing an interesting bit of info. You didn't have to be a Debbie Dowder right there.
I was just going to say, you often hear the word huge and Cadillac in the same sentence.
And usually when we're talking about David, we hear the team name Hugh and Jas also in the same sentence because that's your team.
Name dropped it earlier, don't worry.
I know. I'm hungry, guys.
Yeah, I am as well. But you get the wonderful joy now of just being like, oh, so that you can,
Yeah.
you have permission to leave. But to be fair, Dylan,
I did my time.
It has been a pleasure to have you, mate. Thank you very much for jumping in and providing much entertainment. We hope, of course, you enjoy the rest of your day. And are you back on later? I don't believe you are.
Well, no, I'm not planning to be. Connery would probably be extremely upset if I came back in. It's all on him. No, I'm not planning to come back later. Just going to enjoy the rest of the broadcast with everybody else in the YouTube.
Dylan, thank you for joining us. Who would you like to thank?
Oh my goodness. I've never been asked this before on a Race Spot broadcast. Who would I like to thank for this performance? You know, I got to thank the team. You know, whenever I look back up at the booth, I think of, you know, David Haynes and all the things he's done for the world, the country, the continent of Australia with spiders and getting rid of the scary things. And you know what? He does a great job with that. He also does a good job with tuning the engine, but that's another story. You know, Chaz Draycott does such a spectacular job at running the numbers and making sure everything adds up. 1 + 1 = 2, even though he sometimes mistakes 2 - 1 = 2.
He doesn't carry the 5.
Yeah, he doesn't carry the 5 in there. And Connery, oh boy, you gotta love Connery, especially when he despises my presence. I feel like you do. And it's okay, because you know what?
He's just in the background.
Oh, Connery, this is going to be a running joke, I hope you know from now on. But yeah, no, that's who I have to thank. Yes, the more he pushes you away, the more you return. This is how it works. And, oh, finally, I'd like to thank my mom. There you go.
Yes, indeed. Well, thank you very much, Dylan. Pleasure to have you on with us, mate. And enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you soon.
Awesome. Take care, guys. Best of luck for the rest of this.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Chaz, you're a fan of the white wheels for inertia. What about the black wheels for the pace car? Because that's actually a recent thing. It went from having the silvery chrome wheels, black wheels on Porsche pace car.
You know what? I thought something was different about it the other day when I saw it was parked. What was I doing? I was trying to get some screenshots and I changed to a camera that had a really good view of it, and I thought, why does that suddenly look better? Now, throughout a lot of my time in enjoying motorsport, I've always disagreed with having black wheels on the car because they just blend into the tyres. I sound like, what's his name in the Cars franchise? He says that, you know, black wheels blend into the pavement and so on. But they just do, and I think that if you have a lighter coloured wheel on the car, it looks a little bit more nimble, it looks a lot more lightweight. It becomes more of a visually pleasing part of the car. But at the same time, I've run a lot of liveries since then that when you put some black wheels on it, it just looks aggressive. You know, it looks beefy. That's always the word I tend to use for them. Black wheels on racing cars just look good. They really do suit it, especially when you've got some nice tyre writing on there as well. It certainly just does the job. And to be fair, Dominic Engel in the chat has just said exactly how I'd like to sum it up. There is the pace car. It does look beefy, doesn't it? It does look really good. But he said black wheels are a universal good. and work with everything as a result, yes. And I agree. You know, I was very sceptical of it for a while, but yeah, on the right livery, black wheels are absolutely belting. And Will Trigurtha in the chat, the only black wheels that are nice are the Nissans. Yeah, Will races a Nissan GTR GT3 in the MSVR GT Cup over here in the UK, and I had the joy of pretty much spending the day with Will when I was commentating at Brands, and decided to pick up one of the wheels off the Nissan when they were having a pit stop, just to try and help out, with bare hands after it had just come off the car. And as you can imagine, when you pick it up by the spokes, it's pretty warm. So I'm not going to make that mistake again, I can tell you that. So that's a black wheel I enjoyed looking at, but didn't enjoy touching. Don't
meet your heroes? No, that's not what it is. Look, but don't touch. Some things are better enjoyed that way.
Indeed. I got to sit in the car there, that was cool, although I'm too fat for it. So it's just proved to me how skinny Will and his co-driver must be to fit in that thing. Anyway, here is the Team Fordzilla BMW.
Who's the Paul Dallara? Come on, if he can do it, anyone can.
Yeah, but mate, post-lockdown Chaz is a lot more. I'm going to use the word beefy again. I'm a lot more beefy than I was when I went into lockdown, unfortunately. But it's all good. It's all good. But it just means that I'm not going to ever be sitting in a Nissan GTR GT3 again. Anyway, this is the battle for 6th in the GT3 class. Now, we've had this going on for a little bit, haven't we? Where the Marla car just trying to eke up to the back of the Team Fordzilla machine. Both of them have been on our screens quite a bit so far. They've always seemed to be involved in something going on, haven't they?
Yeah, and the Marla Racing team, I'm looking back at some of their past stints, they've hit 31 laps on fuel for the last 5, now going on 6 stints. So with all of that data, I will tell you very certainly, and therefore maybe look a fool if they don't, but I think Marla are pitting in at the end of this lap because that would match their MO over the last 4, 5, 6 hours or so. Hence, they've just been riding with Fordzilla. That might send them a lap longer, but I've seen entirely 31 lap fuel runs out of Marla. Bit of congestion in the horseshoe here. That's the Satellite Racing car going across the curbs to try to squeeze their way past the 2 GT3s.
Yeah, sometimes you have to take a little bit of evasive action like that, but it's all about momentum, isn't it? You know, you want to keep the speed up as much as you can everywhere. And look, a little dip into the slipstream there for the Movano LMP2, just grabbing an extra few Ks if possible, and then weaving back out, maybe undoing it by going around the outside, but still, great stuff going on.
It works.
GT3.
The thing about the Dallara P2 is it's pretty aerodynamic. It's got a very small aerodynamic surface on it, being compact, small glass house, all of that. You pick up a little bit of slipstream early in the straight, and when you pull out and you keep going down the straight, those couple extra kilometers an hour you've picked up stay with you because you just keep accelerating all the way down the straight. So you follow behind a GT3 or a GTE for, you know, a couple hundred meters coming out of the bus stop. It helps you all the way to the line and down to turn 1. That's why they do it. They want the shortest run down low on the banking, so that'll see them duck down there as well. But also just picking up a little bit of toe, you feel it the whole way, the whole length of the straight. You don't pull out and then immediately go back to the unassisted speed.
Yeah, that's very true. It's like you say, assisted is the best word for it, really. They need to just pick up that extra little bit of push, and then from there on, you can just crack on as soon as you can. You even see it there from the Fordzilla BMW, just going back into the slipstream of that was the Energy SimSport machine, wasn't it? Eric Goldner and the number 29, just putting another lap on them there. But this battle is not going away. That Marla BMW is still hanging around here.
And you know what he didn't do?
It's very true, yeah. He's just filling the mirrors, isn't he, at the moment? Yeah, good point.
So going for 32 on this stint.
Well, you don't look like a fool, mate, because at the end of the day, you said that it may push them further along in said stint. Maybe just trying to... This is a little bit of mind games, maybe. Just trying to say, look, we'll stay in front of you until we decide to. You know, it won't be you getting past us. It'll be us letting you by conceding to pit. Might be some mentality within that, I reckon.
I think the counting backwards has begun from Marla. 15 past the top of the hour. 6 more pit stops. Here they come, now extending their stint 1 lap longer than they previously had in the night. If they're falling just short of an hour on their fuel runs, which they would be, then getting a little bit past the top of the hour really could help them avoid a splash and dash at the end. And you always want to avoid the splash and dash, right? If you just save 1 or 2 laps of fuel here or there, avoid an unnecessary pit stop at the end, that's obviously a slam dunk easy strategy. But you also just don't want to feel a fool who counted wrong, could have done something about it 7 hours ago, and let the problem continue.
Yeah, for sure. Like I was saying before, the fact that these teams calculate so much of it throughout the entire race and get it just that tiny little detail right, get it all perfect for when it all aligns at the end. It's just amazing. It really is a great team effort that comes together. But like you say, people make mistakes, spreadsheets let us down, and everybody relies on software mainly just to count the fuel. Sometimes people say, nah, can't trust it, and they do it themselves, and hats off to the people that can do that. But on the fly, it is very difficult to get right. So, you know, while we may see people getting it wrong, you've got to think that surely they can be forgiven for it, because there's a lot going on, isn't there?
I always find that the tools, you know, save you some effort, save you some time, but you still got to do your own little sanity check on it, that what you're being fed is within reason, within bounds of what makes sense.
Yeah, you don't want to like take the mick with it. You don't want to push it too much, just in case you're putting your strategy and, well, in turn, your entire race at risk if you overdo it or even underdo it. You know, you could spend... Ooh, stuff those cones as well. If you spend too many laps worrying about what you're going to be doing on fuel, or you spend too long in the pits, it can just completely harm the race to a point where pace on track will not bring that back. Only extra pit stops from the cars ahead of you will fix that. Someone that's not had to worry too much about that at the minute is Mitchell de Jong in the VRS Commander SimSport number 8 Dallara LMP2, or its full name, the Dallara P217. Certainly been pretty untouchable the time that we've been watching them at the moment. Not seen any particular incidents with traffic or any sort of scary moments from them. There's been a lot going on. We may have missed something. However, the gap is now 32.7 seconds for their teammates in the number 18 VRS Commander SimSport machine. Delta Sport U4K have just been in and out of the pits as well. They are currently 7th in class, or they were. They've actually gone down to 8th position in class now. But yeah, this VRS Commander SimSport team, with just over a quarter of the race to go here, David, I think, well, ignoring any sort of other issues that could happen, if it's just based on pace and pit stops, I think they're going to be pretty hard to beat. What do you reckon?
We'll just keep an eye on what their pace does, where it goes, because their last was a 134.2, whereas there's a 132.9 out of Movano, who are flying along as well. To the timing line, was that traffic for de Jong? 33.7 now, so they're still very adamant on their fuel numbers. Wash is just a little wide in turn 1 for de Jong, and when they force every single one of their drivers into hitting 25 laps on the fuel, some are just going to adapt to that a little better than others. Some might do that while giving away a tenth and a half a second per lap. Others, depending on their driving style, depending on how they round off a corner, what their minimum speed at the apex is like, might struggle with it a little bit more. And that might have been where some of their lead went, is rotating through the drivers who weren't, maybe the fuel saving didn't come quite as naturally. The 18 is on the lane, so the 5 from Movano goes up into second. Williams a little bit back are going to come through into third. Also, your favourite, Inertia, and they're going to be side by side with the pace car. Oh.
For a split second,
man.
at least. When you said Williams...
That rush right there makes all of these 6 hours worth it. You're like, in the one shot, together, no way, man.
Oh, I love that. You're going to be saving...
Not like that happens every 39 minutes like clockwork. But in slow-mo, yes, in slow-mo.
Connery is treating you right now with that. I found it quite entertaining how you said Williams, meaning the Williams car, but we're actually looking at David Williams in the VRS Commander SimSport number 18 machine. I did literally mention a lap ago that the gap had come down, but obviously they were out of sync slightly with the pit stops. Or will they be? This is the thing now. Once we get back around and people's sort of times and pit stops and strategies have all come back together, it'll be intriguing to see who needs to do the extra splash and dash. That's all that we know is coming up really at this point. That's the only thing that you can guarantee, is that there will be the alignment of the strategies at the end of the race. Until then, you know, even from our perspective, it's hard to know because there's so many little battles going on within each class that we can never call any of it. It's the beauty of these races, you know, even with 6.5 hours to go, a 6-hour race in itself is very, very long. To do that 4 times and do it all in one go, there are so many variables that can happen in that race, and any one of them could end your race there and then. You know, some of these teams may still not make it to the end. We've had it before where we were in a race chasing 2 cars in the GT3 class, and they were battling together and we were gradually catching them every single stint. Not by too much, but just a little bit here and there. And then come the last...
Yeah, sorry, continue with your story, Arnold.
I was just going to say, the last hour of the race, they crashed into each other, and that was it. They had over an hour's worth of repairs each, and that was their race done with, and we gained 2 freebies out of it. So you never know when it can strike. Lightning does strike at Daytona.
Always got to keep yourself in the game. One thing that's a bit of a wild card that I haven't seen evidence could shake this up, but you've got to keep in mind, is the 100 incident limit. A team could be doing, you know, very well in a podium position, for example, if it's Movano or Williams Esports or VRS Commander 18, and if they're too aggressive with their off tracks and they hit that 100 incidents right at the end, drive-through penalty for anyone in the prototype field would easily cost a position. GT3 we've seen from, you know, 3rd through to 12th or something. There isn't a team in there that could serve a drive-through penalty and not lose a position. So everything I've seen so far hasn't been too much car contact, hasn't been people taking too many liberties with the bus stop, which is the key place you're going to get an incident point for off tracks. Is you'll see when the cars pass through there in a second exactly how much mowing of the track limits has been done by our teams and drivers on the left, on the right, and then on the left there. But if there's a team that's close and they find themselves in a battle, and under that pressure they just push a little wide or get a little loose in the bus stop, hit that 100 threshold, that would be a slam dunk that could shake up the face of the race in the last hour or so. Happened to a teammate at Spa.
Oh right, I was gonna
last 20 minutes. We can bring this home with just, you know, 2 incident points left, and then someone spins in front of you. Your only course of action to avoid them is to take to some paved runoff, and then bing, drive-through penalty.
Yeah, it can happen at the harshest of times, but at the end of the day, the limit's there, and you've got to adhere to it. I did actually start telling a story without remembering that I'm on push to talk at the moment, sorry. But there have been a number of races where I've seen people just have that incident right at the end. And it can simply be just one little off track here and there. You know, it takes a tiny, tiny little moment of just pushing a bit too hard, like you said, to have that happen.
Second and third on the lane together. Movano Sim Racing in the foreground. Williams Esports Diego Pinto in the background. So now the 18 from VRS Commander SimSport will cycle back through into second. And all involved will, as we cannot stop talking about, start punching the numbers, working out, is this going to work out for us, or have we snooked it ourselves?
Yeah, that's it. I think even maybe now he'd just carry on pushing. We have the race leader in the pit lane as well, who were just in the background. That shows you how far ahead they are. You know, these guys coming out the pits now in 3rd and 4th place after the VRS Commander SimSport number 18 car has gone through. And there you go, look at that. One car stops, the other just leaves the pit lane and cracks on to try and catch them up. It's a big gap at the moment. 1.5 minutes it was from the race leader to 2nd place. Both VRS Commander SimSport cars, numbers 8 and 18. But this chase carries on. We have Diogo Pinto in the Williams Esports car. He's chasing down Sasha Gol in the Movano Sim Racing EveryEye.it. Dallara as well. Now,
I went to that website and I can't figure out for the life of me what product or service they sell or monetize.
Fair enough. If I had to guess without looking at the website, I would have thought it was something to do with like glasses. But...
Me too! But then suddenly I was looking at like reviews of Italian language movies or something.
Oh. Well, oh yeah.
I don't know.
I was thinking the .it would have been information technology, hence like computers or something like that. You know, some sort of link to the sim racing. But yeah, the IT.
No, I think it's an Italian top-level domain.
Yeah, I overlooked that. Ironically, seeing as it's called EveryEye. But that wasn't even planned. But we have, I mean, that's a great shot through the bus stop. The speed that these cars carry lap after lap through there is just bonkers. I really do envy these P2 drivers for being able to chuck that car around there as much as possible. A little bit overcast at the moment. By the look of it here at Daytona, not too bad, but there's quite a bit of cloud in the sky. The sun's not completely out all of the time. It's in and out here, so maybe the track temperature is not going up as quickly as some people might have expected. There we go. Thank you, Connery. 20 degrees Celsius, so it's not actually gone up that much at all.
Still slowly climbing, and the official designation of the weather today is partly cloudy, and fair enough. It seems like the sun's out about 60% of the time, and then there's some occasional drifting cloud cover about. But
I like the idea. I like the idea that the weather is just partly. It's just partly weather. There's some weather. I'm not going to tell you what it is.
When there's no weather, it's boring, and when there's all weather, I mean, that's just a bit too much. It's a bit excessive. So partly, you know, delightful. Sounds great.
It's a bit weather today. I like the idea.
That honestly sounds like something, like a northerner would say.
Oh, I'm not that far up north in the UK. Don't worry. Wow, look at this. Hello.
In my imagination.
Big
GT3 party.
Oh, what was that? That was Dick Dastardly, wasn't it? That was a big off. Whoever was maybe exaggerated by the camera there, but somebody went on a real trip to the beach there. Let's have a look. Connery having some research, some digging to find out who it was. Now that's the Movano car on its way in. Is it the Satellite Racing P2? There's a VRS Commander SimSport car in there as well. Oh, off in the background. I still couldn't figure out who that was. Oh, there you go. The number 30 machine, which is
Obsidian Racing.
Obsidian. I've not seen that much of that car yet, actually. So
I was just thinking, we've all the rundowns we've done, all the time we've had in the last 5.5 hours, I don't think Obsidian Racing has crossed my lips yet.
I'm really sorry, boys, but I have to agree. But nice livery. Oh, there you go. I was going to say nice livery. Certainly does look tasty. Nice flowing lines all over it, but unfortunately that doesn't do much for you when you're on the grass. But just a little bit hot, and it's easy to do that with traffic, isn't it? Because when you've got all that going on in front of you, it is easy to overdo it when you're just trying to push hard. Love that slow-mo shot there. Wow, really tasty stuff. That's not going to do you any favours either, the little bump there. You can see all the marbles on the outside of the circuit as well. There's so much of it that's been chucked off there, and I think that was just a case of once it gets loose, it's going to be a moment there anyway, but especially when you hit the marbles, it just exaggerates it, doesn't it?
Have you walked an F1 track after a weekend? Marbles is like an understatement. Like, marbles are smaller than the size of those pieces of rubber.
Yeah, it's crazy. I
think that the F1 style construction, though, does shed the rubber more quickly in larger chunks than probably a sports car tyre.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, even the likes of the British Touring Car Championship, you know, they run Dunlop Sport Maxes, and I've done a track walk at Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit at the end of the season when they've had the last round. They have like the big podium presentation on the circuit at the end of the race weekend of the finale. And honestly, some of the chunks that come off, they are as big as your hand. You know, you can only hold one in your hand. They are massive, but they still have this very strange, like they may be hard essentially, but you can still, if you press them hard enough, they are still squishy. It really does give you an insight as to what the compound of the tyres is like. It really is beautiful. Something else that's beautiful is Zebra leading this little battle at the moment.
Well, a lap up on the battle we keep our eye on, but still, leading the way between Biela Racing Team Euronics 452, the other one, and Marla Racing Team number 9. I bet you they hate that we've gone and christened that for them, but yep, so that is 8th and 9th as you see on the graphic, and then SRC and Biela and Marla back further back with their own battle with the core Lamborghini.
And staying ever closer as well together. Now this is a bit of an interesting situation here for the number 48, because you've got to think now, if they're a slight bit quicker than the class leader, what do they do about pushing past and trying to get through? Or do you think that the Biela car behind is happy to just hold position and save a bit of fuel?
It also crosses my mind that maybe the Team BMW bank entry is looking to save a little bit here potentially. They're still in the 43s, mid 43, which is about what almost everyone in class is doing, so they're not holding them up in the battle here. They just, I guess, happen to be in the same place at the same time as this other battle, and the draft, strong as it is for GT3, we've mentioned, just means that they're not getting away. Racecraft change lanes.
This is going to be focusing now when they have the P2 going past the GT3 class leader to see how they react if they get held up at all. Let's see what the move is. It's just going to be nice and simple down the inside as they go on to the banking. Good stuff there. So no real advantage gained from it, but that's the thing. There's so much of a stalemate a lot of the time here around Daytona that you've just got to take the chance and just follow along as closely as you can and just see whether anything comes to you.
The opportunity with both hands. Several hours ago we were talking about the choice of Zebra for the sort of emblem mascot for BS competition. Normally you don't pick the prey animals. Every football team ever is the lions or the tigers or some kind of bird.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. There does seem to be a bit of a theme like that. And a lot of it's very justified, you know. It works well with branding. I think that's what it all boils down to, isn't it? We've got to think about branding, how versatile it is. Getting very, very close now between these three once again, but class leader just holding their own at the moment, doing their job nicely, while these two Lambos behind just get on with their job as well. One with the endurance light bars on, one without, and you can definitely tell which is which. The Biela racing machine, of course, the other one. But still,
Connery saved that graphic for future use.
Most probably. Just shows you the size of the M4 as well when it comes towards you there. You could barely see the Lamborghinis behind it, could you?
It does sit a little bit more upright, you know, for the sedan-derived coupe that it is compared to the Huracan, which is, you know, a born and bred Lamborghini, sharing some development with the Audi R8 when you consider the road-going versions, even more so when you consider the customer racing spec. But, you know, from the off, it is, you know, a dedicated sports car, supercar. There's the M4, a little bit more souped up of you know, an executive car.
Yeah, that's it. And I like that in a lot of motorsport, you get that sort of, you can relate to the cars, you know what I mean? So, such as touring cars that I mentioned before, you know, if you see a Honda Civic touring car and you see a Honda Civic on the road, there is just that little bit of relation that you can have with it, where you see it and you know that that is the car that you've seen as it was on the road, you know, but they've turned it into a full-blown race car. And I love that about BMW and what they do at the moment with GT cars. You know, they even the Z4, I mean, the Z4 was one of the most unlikely GT3 cars, because when you consider the step up from things like the Ferrari 488, the Lamborghini Huracán, you look at them as road cars and they're in a completely different league to a BMW Z4. Like, no offense to anybody that owns a Z4, but you know, you just wouldn't put them on the same plane at all. But then when it comes to GT3 engineering, BMW did a wonderful job on that car. And even now, I mean, it still gets used widely in iRacing leagues now, and it's still competitive. Obviously been phased out since then to the BMW M6, and then now, of course, the BMW M4. I had the joy of obviously watching a BMW M6 in person take the 2020 Nürburgring 24 Hours, which was a great send-off for it, for road racing, and the 99 machine won that. But now this M4 has done a similar job to what the M6 did. You know, it comes in as what is based on a big road car. Body-wise and mass-wise, it is a big car, but it just does the job in being a very, very good race car. And I think that a lot of the time that does come down to size. If you look at previous GT cars like let's say the Bentley Continental, the Lexus RCF, Nissan GTR, as road cars in comparison to your Ferraris, your Lamborghinis and McLarens, they're big cars. And that helps them because it spreads the weight out a bit more when you get to conditions where the grip is a lot lower. You know, you get that extra traction just by the pure spread and the pure mass of the car. And I think BMW have done a belting job of absolutely nailing that, really.
Very delighted for when it makes its racing debut globally. Here is SRC Quadricorsa, looking just a little more aggressive now at the moment. And about the BMW GT car lineage, about a year ago or so, I think it must have been, I was driving in the rain and I was, you know, checking my mirrors, seeing, you know, who was in the lane alongside me, etc. I looked in the mirror, I saw a set of headlights, and from my time on iRacing, I immediately went, that's a Z4. Because you know, they've got the circle that isn't illuminated, sort of like a ring alongside and illuminated, and it, you know, it was a unique little pattern to the headlights. And I just like, definitely a Z4. I know what generation car that is. Like, yeah, like in my rained over rear vision mirror.
That's the thing, though. You know, you get used to light patterns and things like that, and you can pick up a car even in just a mirror when it's a while away. And I think that's part of what the fun is when new cars come out. You know, you get to learn this whole sort of like the visual cues of what is what, and see what little details you can notice about cars like this. Like, to be honest, when iRacing first posted the tease about the Lamborghini, yes, it may have been obvious to a lot of people, but I know people that didn't know what the vent pattern on the rear window was like, and it's like, well, you can't expect everybody to know stuff like that. But at the same time, people know it well enough to know that indeed. But here we have two of them still having this little ding-dong. Now, going for it indeed is the Biela Racing Euronics machine. Around the outside, it's not going to work into turn one this time. Just not close enough. See whether he can make anything of it over the rest of the lap. But my guess is not at the moment. It seems to be a bit of a stalemate, doesn't it, David?
Had a cheeky peek for sure, but if the car in front is still getting the toe off another car and they're willing to defend the inside, there's not a whole lot you can do into turn one in that circumstance to try to affect a move that isn't risking an accident with still more than 6 hours to go. So it signals the intention from Nicholas Kurtz to take an attack at Quadricorsa, but it was a look and a peek, but not a full-blown move with the elbows out. And see, the way you see so clearly here, riding along on the banking, is that, sure, Biela will be slipstreaming up behind their competitor for class position, but there's only so much that that's going to do when the car in front is also giving a tow. The position of Team BMW Bank has gone from maybe pushing Squadra Corsa back into Biela to helping to tow them along and protect them.
I've just been having a look down the timing screen just to see what the spread is like in that class. But in all fairness, I hate to bring this up and point out that we've missed it, but we've actually had 2 retirements in the last, must have been in the last sort of hour and a half. But the Maniti Racing GTE car has retired, the number 20 machine. They were 11th in class. And Scott Michaels in the R4R Motorsport Dallara has also retired 31 laps ago as well. So there's been 2 dropouts since we've done that. Angelo Michael was there in the Team RSO 97 machine. They've not carried on. They're 250 laps down. But yeah, we've had those 2 dropouts unfortunately while we've been cracking on here and keeping our eye on everything that's been going on in this wonderful race. But yeah, it's a real shame to see that even this late on, you know, teams can still have race-ending moments, unfortunately.
Can't remember what happened to the Maniti car, but of course some of it fell off the rails for R4R Motorsport, and they had that problem that we believe was running out of fuel.
Yeah, true.
So, I mean, as the traffic continues to thin out, as cars drop out, the likelihood of accidents then continues to drop. So it's sort of the rate of loss decays in that way. So yeah, we really haven't had too many retirements in the last 6 hours or so, but you do point out that R4R Motorsports and the Maniti car are ones.
Real shame as well, because we had shown quite a bit of both of those cars, and they did seem to always have interesting things going on. Now this has opened up a bit now between these 2 Lamborghinis, and I'm wondering whether we see that number 48 machine try and get past the class leader, unlap themselves by 1 lap of course, and just try and move away while they've not got the pressure on behind, and there's a little bit less of a risk of being overtaken here. And apparently number 20's been out for a few hours now. Yeah, apologies guys. Honestly, with how much goes on the timing screen, it is sometimes hard to notice if something completely drops out, but we do like to recap every so often and have a look. Oh, Maniti hit the wall out of turn 1 all by themselves, oh Albert has said. It's a real shame. We know that wall, I mean, I've been in that wall many a time. What about you, David?
I'm trying to think of all the accidents I've ever had at Daytona, behind the wheel in the sim, where most of them might have occurred. Definitely in practice, the second horseshoe, it just sort of invites you to get in there too hot, and then it keeps tightening and tightening towards the apex, and so if you are a little bit hot, a little bit wide, you end up on the marbles, end up on the grass, and then the track and the grass drops away towards the tyre bundles there. So once you're off track and sliding, it refuses to let you slow down, and so I've probably on cold tyres or too exuberantly on an outlap put it in the fence there. Don't think I've had many problems with turn 1, though one of the things you can do is cut it just a little bit too tight and hit those tyres on the inside. Here's another look from Euronics, who then immediately roll out of the throttle. Good angle to show that you wouldn't have from dead on, that they put their nose up high and then almost immediately rolled out of the throttle. They weren't really interested in trying to carry their extra speed around the outside just yet in this battle.
Yeah, I think the fact the Biela car has closed back up behind them now has sort of just given them that little inclination of, we're still here, so if you try and unlap that BMW and, you know, compromise the pair of you, then we're going to jump through. And I think everybody will agree that having the Lamborghini Huracán behind you in your mirror is probably one of the most menacing looking cars you could have. Also, there's a massive train of GTE and P2 cars coming along as well. There it is. Look at this. Oh, there's one of the P2 cars. That's the Movano car, isn't it? With the Coanda car right behind as well. On track, anyway. This is going to get feisty down here now, although it looks like if it all happens on the banking, I think these GT3s will get away with it without changing or losing positions.
That's what you always hope for. You see the traffic approaching and you're like, goodness, I hope I can get clear of them before the bus stop. 3 prototypes through. There's a little bit of GTE still mixed in there for AAA.
Yeah, I was going to say they're probably... That little hold up there might have helped, but they're onto a bit now where it's not really down to driver talent on this part of the circuit.
This is an important couple of laps for AAA as well, because MSI Esports Red from the lead are in the pits right now. AAA are going to continue back into the lead, so they are a couple laps away from pitting. We know that if you're going back and forth in a battle like that, then your in laps before your pit stop are really important to make hay while the sun shines there. Well, MSI Esports Red are taking their pit stop a couple laps earlier than AAA.
I'm intrigued to see what the SRC Squadra Corsa guys do here, because they are just sort of becoming a bit of a Newton's cradle between the BMW ahead and the Lamborghini behind. You know, the gap opens up each way and then closes each way again. Doesn't seem like it's an easy situation to assess, because you can see that they are quicker than the BMW in front. They want to get through. They want to just be able to run away, but at the same time, they could potentially save fuel where they are now, but they don't want to do that too aggressively, because then behind them, they'll lose a position to the Biela Racing Team Lamborghini. So it's very tough, because you can see that when they know they've got close to the BMW, they see the gap open up behind and they think, right, now is the perfect time to get away. But it just never comes to fruition, does it?
You could do a lot worse, though, than drafting along behind the runaway class leader, who is now a full lap clear of second place, the Vendaval Sim Racing blue car that's just in the background of some of these shots. That is the lead that Team BMW Bank have. That plus a whole lap. So it is hard to judge the extent to which SRC Squadra Corsa, and by extension Biela, are being held up in this. But if there was anyone they were going to slipstream and just ride along with, this is the car that you would pick, Team BMW Bank.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, the class leader, the fastest essentially in the class throughout most of the race. You just want to tuck in behind them and get the job done. So behind them now is the Astro Gaming Altus Esports car, isn't it? Porsche number 43. That team, Altus in general, winning this race previously, of course, in a Mercedes AMG GT3. Down the inside through the kink they go.
Really? I hadn't... All this time I've known Bo Albert, and he'd never mentioned it.
There was also a win in the... They won both classes, actually. GTE in the Ferrari and GT3 in the Mercedes in the same race. I actually made a video on it. Not just that one event, but it was like their anniversary, essentially, of Altus Esports. They certainly have done a wonderful job in their first couple of years now within iRacing. But here are your GTE leaders at the moment. Although, well, they would be, theoretically, when it cycles back round. MSI Esports Red. Car 1. P1 theoretically in class as the 13 VRS Commander SimSport car goes around the outside, doesn't quite make it stick through there, then slots in front before going on to the banking. Not long left to go now, to be fair though, David. I mean, we'll be shimming over to a new broadcast soon here on RaceSpotTV, but it's been a lot of fun bringing these 6 hours with you, in all honesty. And to be fair, it's gone very, very quickly, hasn't it?
It feels like there's very few topics we haven't broached today. We've been here, there and everywhere, but with our focus mainly on the racing, on the strategy, on the class battles. Not afraid to investigate where you could fly out of the airport, or goodness knows what strange destinations Dylan Coyle took us to, more figuratively than that.
Well, it's a good thing the racetrack's busier than the airport. Let's put it that way. It'd be a very, very dull race if it was only 2 flights in and out.
yeah, we've got 3 classes, so 3 victors at the end of today. Something I had my eye on. Can't remember. I hate when that happens.
Welcome to my life. Honestly, it happens all the time. So many things to focus on, especially in an event like this. You know, we've got, like you say, 3 classes, and you never know what's going to happen in any of them. These battles can close up very, very quickly. Suddenly a team can appear on the scene and you think, wow, where have they come from? It's a little bit murky at the moment. You can see a little bit of humidity in the air. It was just over 50% last time we looked. It's 51% at the minute. We do have light cloud, and it is track temp is just over 21 degrees Celsius, so it is warm-ish. It's not too bad though at the moment. I'd say that's pretty optimal, really. It's not too hot for these drivers. The circuit usually hots up a lot more than this in the hours where they get the daylight back, so I'm sure they'll be very, very grateful for it indeed. If we continue to look at the number 1 MSI Esports Red BMW M8 through the bus stop once again, the Ferrari GTE just in front of them there. I'll give them a nice slipstream all the way around the banking to cross the line once again. And I've just seen that in our TeamSpeak, taking over in not too long will be a very good friend of mine, Peter Mackay, who's going to be on the commentary. I did not know that Peter was doing the last stint. That's mega.
Yeah, your team that's going to take over from us and bring you all the way to an exciting conclusion here from Daytona in the iRacing 24 Hours Daytona. Connery Maddock, who's been behind the cameras, is going to switch on his mic, and then he's going to join Peter Mackay and Stefan Schlacher, and you're going to have those 3. And what an honor they've got, because everything we've talked about and assessed about fuel strategy, about tyre wear, about all of that over the last 6 hours reaches its conclusion, and all those threads either unravel or make a beautiful tapestry, and then the checkered flag waves.
And they get to call each and every moment in the final 6 hours, so do make sure that you stay tuned for that, everybody, because it is going to be an absolute belter. And I'm sure that he'd prefer me to Peter would prefer me to address him as a VCO Simi Award nominated commentator. Peter Mackay, of course. Oh, and Connery. Sorry, mate. Yes. Sorry, Connery. Wow.
I thought you left out Connery from that to like have a dig at him, but you actually forgot. Okay.
Connery, I am so sorry. Wow. Well, there's a reason I didn't win it. Because I forget stupid stuff like that. But yes, apologies, Connery. Apologies. But yeah, that was, to be fair, actually, we are, between the 3 of us, more than half of the nominations in here at the moment from that entire thing. Of course, Lewis McGlade was on the broadcast earlier as well. I think the only one we've not got is the other nominee, Jacob Hancock's, that unfortunately doesn't work for RaceSpot. But still, to have 4 of the VCO nominated commentators on, get in, Elton.
Yeah.
Not to toot our own horns, like. Sorry, David.
Well, it's okay, no, my day in the sun will come, I'm sure. I'm waiting.
Well, I'm hoping it's at Daytona Beach, to be fair, because I would love to go and see this event in person. So if Dylan hits me up about going over there, I'll have to try and find some COVID-friendly travel. But we currently look at the battle for second in P2. Only a couple of seconds, as you can see there, between these cars. It's been enticing this whole time, hasn't it, Peter? We've had barely any time between any of them.
You called me Peter.
Oh. I keep doing that. It's because I'm commentating with him on Tuesday. I'm sorry.
He's ready for his commentary stint, and you're just so ready for it to be his commentary stint.
Yeah, I think I'm done. I think I'm done.
So 10 seconds to cover second, third, and fourth right now. And interestingly, third and fourth, carrying a little bit more fuel, are going to take their stints a little bit longer than second. If you are watching now, then you're a fan of this event. So I don't think we need to tell them to stick around, because if they're watching hours 12 to 18, they're going to want to watch 18 to 24.
And my new book, How to Make an Idiot of Yourself 101, by Chaz Draycott will be out on many platforms very soon, because I seem to be quite good at that at the moment. But yes, to have such a small gap after 18 hours of racing, it's just amazing. It really is amazing. And I think we're so lucky to have battles like this. You know, we've had events before where the top 10 or even an entire class, you know, it'll all get spread out and not a lot will happen. But we've had, again, the word overlap comes into mind, with how many different teams and drivers have taken over in obviously these couple of positions, and just we've had the same result, you know, constant battles going on, and it's wonderful, it really is. And I hope for the guys that are taking over after us that it continues the same way until the very end.
And the thing that always, I think, rams home how special this event is to a lot of these teams, to a lot of the viewers, to the iRacing community as a whole. I mean, you see precisely how many people wanted to be a part of the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona this weekend. Thousands upon thousands. And we've got all of these teams very heavily involved in world championships and big prize money competitions. And they still all desperately want to find the time to put in their practice and come put in a good showing in this event, which doesn't pay like the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup doesn't. It doesn't pay like the BMW Sim Cup GT events do, but Coanda, AAA, Williams Esports, all of these teams that have such a focus on, you know, the prize money competitions, they still want to show up here because it's in their sim racing heart and their sim racing DNA to adore this event and want to give it all they've got.
Yeah, that's it. You know, they have so much in terms of bragging rights if you win an event like this, but it's more of a mind games thing, I think. You know, if you can go into a season of iRacing special events and you run against the same teams each time, if you go into a certain event later in the year and you say, oh, that's the team that won the 24 Hours of Daytona, you know, you're instantly saying that's the team that beat us. You know, they're the ones that were the best on that day. And it does get into people's heads, because at the end of the day, it's just a mark on the list for some of these teams. You know, they want to win each and every special event, every 6-hour, 10, 12, 24-hour race. You want to win them all. At the end of the day, you wouldn't take part if you didn't want to win it. That's why we do this. You know, we enjoy ourselves for sure, but you want to win these races, and that's why you do it. And I think that whoever ends up winning this race, because we know how much can change in 6 hours, is going to be a very, very deserving team, and I really look forward to seeing how it unfolds in the last 6 hours.
Well, thank you so much for joining us in this commentary stint. 6 hours, myself, David Haynes, Chaz Draycott with me, Dylan Coyle popping in and out, and our producers over this point, Hugo Lewis initially and Connery Maddock taking over from him. We started in the dark, we've journeyed into the light, and we can see the finish line in sight, 6 hours away at Daytona. We're going to go to a RaceSpotTV fan immersion. When we come back, make sure you switch across to the final segment of coverage. That is going to be Connery Maddock, it's going to be Peter Mackay, it's going to be Stefan Schlacker, and they have a treat ahead of themselves, as do you. I want to thank our producer Connery Maddock. I want to thank all of the teams that make this such a show as well, and enjoy Daytona. We're looking at the number 5. Why not? Let's ride on board with them. If you're on YouTube, click the next segment. If you're on Twitch, I don't think you have to do anything. Sasha Gorla, ride on board with him. And when RaceSpotTV coverage comes back, it's the last quarter of the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona for 2021.